convince you guys or anything. And I'm on your side in terms of believing the flat Earth and all sorts of experiments and I don't know what I'll
Yeah.
call them, but like government lies
Yeah,
or
yeah.
conspiracies and stuff. I
Well,
believe in because
all
a
right.
lot of it seems fake. But I do have this debate like question about
I'll hear it. I just want to kind of go back a little bit what you said there. You said
for
I believe like I believe like you guys. We don't believe. We don't use that word. That word belief is it has a connotation that you accept something without any evidence. So we would say we know the Earth is flat. That gives a knowledge claim and an affirmative. So just to kind of clean up a little bit, like I have to because there is a lot of people that are pedantic that will get you on certain points. So, but go ahead. What's your question? I do want you to get your question.
okay, so you guys, know the Earth is flat. When I'm here, I know the Earth is flat. But when you talk about the Earth and you talk about the land and where it ends and stuff, is the answer just nobody knows? Because the ball Earth thing has the Earth's land ending on more Earth, and that kind of seems like it fits into some sort of understandable reality a little bit more than land just endlessly extends and
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
or
We always
the flat Earth.
yeah
And do you
we
know
always go
the
yeah we
the
always go with yeah. I heard you. I fully understand what you're asking, sir. I mean, you don't really have to go too far into it. I know what you mean. But everybody that comes in here and listens to us, we tell them that we go based on first principles. What do you know, right? What do I know? Well, what we can know is that information that we can know about the earth around us is that we can only go and travel to certain places based on, either restriction of travel or, permitted. So we can't just freely go onto this earth anywhere we'd like. So exploration of the earth is not something that you could just get up and go do if you wanted to check, right? Let's say you wanted to check to see how far the limitations of this earth or the realm that you exist in are. You wouldn't be able to do it. There's a lot of red tape for you to actually get around this earth, right? Permits and you got to get passports and all kinds of things, right? So it just makes sense that when people say, well, we know because the earth is a globe, you'd have to turn it back around to them and say, well, you say you know, but you're not able to check. See, the thing about the globe is that it's just an invention of someone's like idea it's like a mathematical construct, right? The earth is a oblate spheroid, but when we're here on flat earth, we can only travel to known places that people have been. And anywhere that they might think that we can't go, well, we don't know about any other areas, like, let's say, beyond the ice wall, or the idea that the Earth is an AE map and there's more land behind Antarctica. Like, that's not a part of what we do here. We don't have to go into that because it's not the questions that we're asking have to deal with the Earth being a horizontal plane, right?
yeah,
So the
I
most
don't know
important.
that anything beyond that exists either, and I've never been there.
Yeah, yeah. But what I'm saying is, it's not. It's considered non sequitur. So we don't have. We don't. It's a point that doesn't need to be made. The edge question, or like, well, we know that the Earth is a globe and stuff. They can't know that specific thing about the Earth and maps and such. Not only because they don't know from first principles, but also because they don't know if it's a globe or not. So their idea that they can travel certain places on a globe is the derivative conversation where the premise should be, do I know it's a globe, first of all? Then I can see if I can travel on it like one, which that you'd get an absolute no from that too. So there's a lot there to be desired for the people that are saying what you think they're saying to you. It's kind of like a hat trick, right? They'll be telling you that they'll know because the Earth is a globe, but they don't know it's a globe. So you've got to take into first principles. How do you know it's an actual globe? Like, we have to start there. We can't go from like, well, because there's the Earth is a ball and the maps will wrap around, and so we got more land. I mean, that's just the idea that the Earth is a globe. You're indulging them. You have to stop them so they can get to think, well, really, how do I know it's an actual globe? And they have to present that information to you.
Okay, but
You get what I mean?
I feel like I understand that, and I feel like I can accept that. But can you accept that my question has, an answer it's looking for that isn't
No,
really
no, it
in
doesn't.
the
You
like
accept no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Let me tell you why. Because
that
you either accept
space
yeah, and
that
as an interlocutor, right? You either accept the answer that they're giving you, or you challenge them. So if you don't challenge them, then it's your fault because you've accepted that as an answer to the question: is there more land? Well, yes, of course, because it's a globe and it wraps around. That's your fault. You need to stop them and get them to think that's
what
not an
is
answer.
the end of the land?
Hey, you're breaking up, sir. Try
What
again.
would be beyond the end of the land or anything? In a
Yeah, and
ball,
that's not a
it
question,
makes
right?
sense. There's more
No, it
stuff,
doesn't. Sir,
more.
here's a problem. It doesn't make sense because you're accepting the premise that the earth is a ball, so it makes sense. But if you do not accept that and you say, no, wait a minute, it shouldn't make sense because you haven't proved it. It would make sense if you can prove it, but you didn't prove there's any sphericity to the surface. There's no curvature. So the idea that the earth is a ball only exists in the mind. And anything that you accept from that being that they say that, well, it makes sense because it's a ball is what you're capitulating on certain points and you shouldn't, right? This is where you need to brush up on your argument skills. You should be able to stop them and say, wait a minute, wait a second. No, it doesn't make any sense because it's not a globe. You need to stop them. And the idea that you accept that is the reason why they undermine or sabotage your position. Yours, because you're trying to show them the earth is flat and you can't do that now because you just gave up sacred space to their idea that the earth could be a globe with it wrapping around, and that gives an answer to your question of not knowing and them knowing. You've handed them the idea is what I'm saying. You shouldn't do that.
But does that idea that the Earth is a globe, is that the same one that really says the end of the land results in nothing or void or more land? Because it feels like it's a different explanation. And I'm not a globe earther. I'm just providing this argument.
Yeah, I know you're not. I know you're not. But what's happening? Yeah, I get it, Shine. But listen to me, dude. I know you're not. I know you're not a globe. You don't need to reaffirm that. I understand that. What I'm saying though, there's some lag between us, I think. Well, what I'm saying though is you don't have to accept what they're saying. The reason that you accept what they're saying is that's basically your choice. You don't have to. As someone who's challenging them, you don't have to accept it. You can say, no, I'm not going to accept your idea that the earth is a globe. You can say that, but you have to be firm on that. When you give them that, you're actually not doing justice to the argument of the earth being a horizontal plane. Because now when it's your turn to tell them, what's going to happen is they're going to be like, oh, wait a minute. No, it's not a flat horizon or a flat plane because I said it could be a globe and you agreed with me. So you basically gave them a reason to believe that the earth is a globe without challenging them. This is the issue, Shine, is what I'm saying.
It's also context dependent, right? You wouldn't be doing this at Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah,
because then your family will kick you out for being a complete asshole.
Yeah, you pick and choose your battles, of course. I mean, you find the time and place. But the good thing here is when you're doing this, you always also have to use tact, right? Make sure that you're tactful about it, you're not just a total dickhead. But the important thing too is there's no position that there's nothing that you can waver on. You have to make them understand the earth is just a construct of the mind. It is not something that's in reality. So that needs to be paramount in your argument with them. Does that make any sense, Shine? Because I hear a lot of you say you're a flat earther and stuff, but I want you to realize that, being someone who's intellectually honest.
Seem like that would work for everybody. I'm willing to buy your side of the argument and that there's lots of stuff that is presupposing a globe and all that. But if you're just talking to somebody trying to convince them, you have to answer their questions, right? You can't
No, that's not the heart of your aim.
You believe in
hold on, brother. Yeah, brother, hold on. That's not the heart of your aim, right? You don't want to convince them. You want to challenge them. challenging them is different. Convincing them is a whole other thing. That means that you're not going to leave until they understand what you're saying. And the only thing you're trying to do is get to challenge them so they can start to think like, wait a minute, I couldn't answer that question.
I'm not
So
trying
if you're
to take away their beliefs or anything. I'm here for fun, just arguing for fun.
well, see, that's your motive then. Maybe it's not for the sake of like identifying whether or not they can know what truth is. Maybe yours is just for a different reason. We're not here. I don't know. Maybe some people are here for just fun. I'm not. I'm here to tell people about the truth of the world that we live in. It's important to me. Many people, let me tell you how important this is, right? Many people have given their lives, and the company of friends have that we know of, right, have passed away giving all that they can to this topic. So it's not fun for me. Like, not in that sense. It's fun in that we get to hang around with each other and speak truth, and you know what I mean? But not in the sense of like it's just like flippant. You know, like I'm just, oh, la-di-da. It doesn't really matter anyway. Like, no, it does matter to me. So, but it, yeah.
So if I can offer some context and perspective too on this, I mean, I've got many friends in my life who know that I'm into flat Earth, and I've got many who don't, and the two groups don't necessarily talk or cross pollinate with each other. But the kind of friend that doesn't know that I'm into flat Earth at all is the kind of guy that I'd sit down, we'd go hang out and have some beers with, and I might ask a question like, "Hey, you know, so you ever look into this flat Earth shit?" And you'd be like, yeah, I have. I'm like, isn't it weird how nobody's ever been able to measure the actual curvature of the Earth? I've been looking into this. I don't freaking get it, dude. And you know, the point is you can play coy, you can have fun with it, and you're not necessarily there to like exorcise demons from their soul or anything. There are different ways to go about this in different contexts, and you can absolutely have fun with this in the right context, and maybe even plant a seed in the process.
Yeah, but it just can't be the heart of someone's aim just to have fun. Like, it's not. That's. I mean, if you're in it for just that, then I think this is the wrong thing to be doing. I think.
Well,
I mean, just pure
context dependent.
Like just pure fun.
It's not an interrogation.
Well, I think it kind of is, though. Not in the way that you've just presented it, but it is, because you really want to get them to think about what the Earth is. So you're trying to do it in a tactful way. But what this gentleman is trying to like actually relay here is that he's having nothing but fun, and like that's all he's in here for. So whether or not he makes a point that sticks, he's not.
I want the strength of reasoning.
We're not going to get that if you're just like joking around. It don't really matter. I'll give him the idea that the Earth is a globe. Like, you know what I mean? Like, your points have to be at least.
It's fun seeing whether you guys have good arguments or not. And you do have some good arguments, and some of the arguments aren't as good. If you're just going to shut me off from talking about the arguments that aren't as good, then sorry, it's just less, fun for me. And, it makes me think you don't have as good an answer as I would want to hear. But,
Wow, dude. Yeah. I guess there might be some that agree with you, but I don't. I think that you're going about it all wrong. Like,
I see where you're going, though. Like, rapport is absolutely important. You have to have rapport. And if you're going to have continued discussions, you want to make sure that they want to have the next discussion with you. Like, if you just come in guns blazing and start intellectually beating them on the head to flat smack your friends, you're going to be very lonely.
All right. Well,
I just joined. Which arguments do you think are good?
Were you talking to me?
Yeah. Which arguments do you think are good and which ones do you think are bad? I just joined.
All right. Well, I don't really believe in gravity. I think the whole thing with lasers and lakes and mountains and line of sight shows flat Earth to be pretty true. One of the arguments I find less good is, how does the Earth, block out the sun? Is the Earth really spinning? It's a little bit hard for me to get into because I don't know what arguments I think aren't good. I'm more of a flat earther than a non-flat earther, so I think a lot of the flat earth arguments are good. But yeah, some of them are good. I just don't think gravity in the solar system would work out all that well. But I don't think that, like, flat Earth is just automatically proven by doubt in the other one. I don't know. I'm sorry, that didn't really provide that much, but can you go off that?
No, that's a good answer, and that's an honest way to think about it. To be honest.
I'm trying to be honest. So, I mean, there's lots of good flat Earth arguments. Like, here's one. How does the oceans of the Earth become a ball shape of an Earth when water should lay flat? The only way it could be in a ball shape like that, it just couldn't. Water is never in a ball shape like that. And so those photographs of the Earth from outer space where the oceans wrap around the ball has got to be fake. They would just be flat instead in reality, based on reality physics of water and stuff, and you'd just have a flat ocean in between the continents which stick up above the ocean. That makes plenty of sense. I think that's a fairly good flat Earth argument, or an argument that the photographs are fake. Meanwhile, the water itself, in all sorts of experiments, seems to show that it doesn't curve over any sort of distance, which would easily disprove what we believe about the globe, or what we think we see about the globe when we look at the pictures of outer space looking down on the Earth and seeing the ball Earth with the oceans curving around, filling in the space between the lands. They would really be flat, right? Because water would be flat across the distance. I mean, scientists will try to say, gravity makes it so that it holds itself in a sphere shape. But I don't believe that. When can you ever put water in a shape that's like a mound of dirt instead of it all spilling out to the sides and being flat? You can't. That's what I would think. So a picture of the Earth from space, it's got to be fake. I don't know if that was the point. I'm just saying that's one good argument. Oceans should not have curved distances across them, just like no water has curved distances. You can't stack water on top of water or make a pile of water. It has to flatten out and flow to the edges. That's a good flat Earth argument. You guys agree, right?
Yeah. Water is the globe killer, really. I mean, it has to be curving at a specific rate. Like any large body of water anywhere on the Earth would have to be curving at pretty much a specific exact rate over distance. Okay, so 10 miles is going to have approximately 66 foot of curvature if the Earth's a globe. And it's just not there. So I get your question when you're talking about they have an explanation for a whole bunch of questions that people have because they're making a specific shape claim. But flat earthers could just make up some shape, right? And that would be more ridiculous than being honest and saying nobody knows that, right? Nobody that we can verify has ever just kept going south to see what happens. You probably know about the Antarctic Treaty as well, right? You can't just keep going south and work out exactly what happens. It's dangerous, and it's also illegal to do it freely. And if you get the permission to do that, then there's a whole bunch of crazy rules that come along with having that permit, which basically make it near impossible. Now, you would think that someone would have just kept going south, right, and circumnavigated the globe and come back around to where they started again, if it was a globe, right? Considering countless people have done east to west circumnavigations, which would work just fine on a flat or a globe Earth. But not knowing the shape of the Earth, it's not saying that it's not a shape or that it's infinite or anything like that, right? It's just being honest and sticking with empirical evidence. Now, we can easily debunk the globe because we've got thousands of long-distance observations, laser tests, and things like that, which you've seen obviously some of. But explanations don't mean anything if you can't back them up with empirical evidence. Surely you agree with that.
Right, and I think the evidence for going around the globe is fairly, inconsistent, because there's way less documented going around north to south than there is east to west and stuff. You know, if that's
Yeah, there isn't any. There isn't even any claimed proper like no one's ever done a great circle north to south. The only ones that have been claimed have been ones like One More Orbit in 2018 or 2019, where they went down from the north down to the south, and then they turned around and went back up again. That, and then they got given the, circumnavigation.
If it was so doable, they would do it today. Just since they have thousands of airplanes and stuff, they would just do it to prove it to flat earthers. Why don't they just do it to prove their point and end the argument? They don't do it probably because they can't.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Exactly, and also just right, not being able to find any curvature. There's just so many long distance observations that just completely destroy the globe. They're impossible on a globe. Literally. And they don't have one observation throughout all of history that actually matches up, right, with the curvature of the Earth. And says, oh, look, here's an observation over 20 miles. Here's the curvature. Here's the horizon where it should be, and so on. We've accounted for all of the weather conditions, blah, blah, blah. Here's consistent observations that match the globe. Like, there isn't one. Not that one would do the trick, right? They would need to be repeatable.
Good point. Because I always think, sometimes there's flat Earth calculations of this building is this high and you can see it. Well, if the globe was true, anywhere you go on the globe with any building or any mountain or anything, you should be able to calculate if I'm, 200 miles away, I can only see the 20% at the top. Or if I'm 300 miles, only the 10% at the top. And they would just make photographs with these numbers, but there's like zero of them that I know of and stuff. It seems to show quite obviously that they can't do globe Earth math, even on this planet, which they say is the globe Earth.
Yeah. So they do claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? And that's cool to have an answer, a response, an explanation, but it just falls on its head because the pre-requirements to have that globe aren't there. Like Earth curvature.
Experiment all the time and prove you can see something that's too far. Shouldn't a globe earther be able to do an experiment that says you see 50% at this distance, 75%? But there's zero examples of people posting that information on the internet.
Yeah, exactly. That's because when you actually go out and test, which is what we encourage people to do, you either become a flat earther or you just kind of bury your head in the sand or don't release the observation to the public because it didn't work out for the globe.
Right. The only pictures of curvature are those that they present from outer space, allegedly.
Yeah, yep. I agree with that. I think that's true. It's always from a satellite. The planes and people on airplanes and mountains, they never see any curvature.
And they'll show you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, ATG, I didn't mean to take over.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
They'll show you images of inferior mirages on a horizon and try to pass that off as Earth curvature. All the time. And we can prove that those are inferior mirages, which is what you'd expect to see on a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Anything from boats to windmills to mountains to you name it.
Yeah, mirages are everywhere, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Physically, geophysically, you're staring, you're gazing far with a very narrow angular field of view onto the horizon. How much information is packed into that very, very narrow angle? Let's say it's maybe 2 or 3 degrees. How much information is there? You could be staring tens of miles away, which means there are potentially, like thousands of feet squished into that very narrow angular size. What information about the Earth is happening within that narrow band? You've got a warm surface that's heating up air molecules, causing evaporation. You've got water vapor that could be condensing if it's getting cold. You've got a gradient stack of temperature, potentially several thousand of feet high, that goes from, I don't know, let's say 80 degrees at the surface to 40 degrees to the tip of the peak. All of that is being compressed into a tiny, narrow field of view. And all of that is affecting the path of light to your eye from that tiny, narrow, angular field of view. And the literature is quite clear on how this affects what we see. You've got a temperature inversion that is happening in a very small angular field of view. You're going to see all kinds of wacky things going on. Turbulence to start, potentially multiple instances of total internal reflection depending on what you're looking at and your angular relationship to it. And all of this is contributing to what is ultimately an image that isn't true. And the very fact that you can see it is killing the globe. The very fact that they can't show you that this is Earth curvature is killing the globe. You know what nobody ever sees? A refracted horizon of a boat going over the curvature of the Earth. Nobody ever sees a mirage. You know, maybe a superior mirage of a boat going over a curve, or an inferior mirage, or Fata Morgana of a boat going over the curve. Nobody's showing that. Within surveying literature, using theodolites to survey the Earth, they tell you, like, listen, these things aren't built to go measure distances, angular relationships on the horizon. The air is just too freaking chaotic to do anything useful with. You're supposed to use incremental steps, leapfrogging.
Try telling Jessica at the live that.
Yeah, I know. Their own manuals. I got this thing from Harvard, from their like geophysics department or whatever it's called, on surveying techniques that outlines this exact process and says you're supposed to use a graduated scale. You're supposed to basically take surveying rods and survey the distance to each of those rods from each of those rods going out, so that you have an incremental measurement and not this entire measurement without that incremental scale in order to increase your accuracy. So our argument is and always has been that the horizon and the effects that go on is optical and subject to meteorological effects, geophysical effects that cause distortions, and the globers hijack this and say that's proof of Earth curvature. We say, well, okay, if you got Earth curvature, show the Earth curvature plus the known meteorological distortions, optical distortions that we see on the horizon, because both must be present, and they can't do it. And some of my favorite observations are done with infrared, which just cuts through much of this distortion, the vast majority of it. You can see through the haze. You can see light from where it actually originated instead of the altered path that it takes.
Isn't it supposed to be backwards, Yoder? Isn't it supposed to be backwards on infrared? Like you're supposed to see less instead of more? Because of the wavelength of light that...
Yeah, on a globe, you should be able to... It should be limited by the curvature of the Earth. Your distance, right? Because they claim that without infrared, we're seeing a shorter wavelength of light, which is subject to greater optical distortion, which allows us to see further. So if you pop on infrared in the glober's mindset, maybe you should be able to see less. Maybe your vision's now being obstructed by the Earth curvature. But that's not what happens. We see way further in infrared instead of shorter. It's insane. And everybody knows, right? Like, listen, if you're doing a measurement, or if you've got like a military weapon capability, or you're doing some kind of communication with optics, you want to use longer wavelengths. You want to use infrared because it just doesn't give a shit about what's in the way. So yeah, I'm still waiting for Globies to show us infrared long-distance observations of beautiful Earth curvature that should be popping out in all of its glory, and it's never been done. Instead, we have hundreds of examples of the opposite.
Okay, you got me. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Infrared seeing further and further. If the normal doesn't see it, infrared should see it. Infrared doesn't see it, there's probably better systems. Where is the curvature of the Earth in any sort of photograph, photography, or video?
Yeah, it's never present. One of my favorite discoveries I found this about 2 years ago.
Good point.
There's NATO. There's a NATO contract called NATO Sapphire. Sapphire contract was funded by the U.S. Department of Navy, and this was for NATO's benefit, where they had 2 teams of military surveyors come out, one from Germany, one from the Netherlands, to the Chesapeake Bay, which is kind of like outside Baltimore, Washington, D.C. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to examine the optical distortion that takes place just above the surface of the water so that they could develop better models to develop better predictable paths of light that propagates just over the surface of water. I can only imagine what this might be for, like, maybe satellite communications with submarines or something, or who knows what. But anyway, they wanted to study what's called the marine layer. And so these military surveyors went out and they took infrared cameras, infrared theodolites, and infrared flashlights. And on one side of the Chesapeake Bay, they set up a tripod purposefully to be just behind the curvature of the Earth. And they called this their control. And then they had a tower. It almost looks like a ranger tower, like you'd see in an observation tower in a national forest. And they mounted lights going up this at various heights. And they set up their theodolites to measure the distance. And then they set up an infrared camera to record everything, daytime, nighttime, 24/7. They said in their report back to the government that the situation was cursed because the control light that they set behind the curvature of the Earth was visible in conditions that presented no reason for there to be any refractive effects whatsoever. They could see the damn light behind the curvature of the Earth in infrared. And they couldn't make it go away. And this is fucking up all of their mathematical models. They said in their own paper that in order to account for the curvature of the Earth, they had to artificially inflate the difference of temperature between the water and the air just above it by 1 order of magnitude, by a factor of 10. The real measured differential between the air and the water was 0.1 degrees Celsius. It was really cold. It's like the dead of winter. But they had to say it was 1 degree Celsius. They had to move the decimal over one place in order to make the model work. They had to backfit the data, the observation, into a model, dude. And this happens over and over and over again. You can go into our search bar on our server and type in Sapphire, SAPPHIRE, and probably find my posts on this stuff. I've got all the PDFs, I've got screen caps and everything else. And it's just illustrative of what's going on. People say, why would they lie? I don't really know if lying is the right word. These people aren't like secret flat earthers trying to deceive people into the globe when they go out and do this. These are people who just believe in the globe and they're like, what the hell's going on? Well, I guess we don't fully understand the nature of Earth and we can just backfit our data into a model and call it a day. So,
Yep.
Yeah, this is the problem, dude.
It makes sense.
It's almost worse. It's almost worse than a conspiracy theory. What makes it almost worse is the fact that I think it's more of a black pill that the whole world has gone mad with this urban myth of the globe. And to deny what's right before them in their very eyes in reality. I think that's worse than being controlled by a cabal and a backfilled, smoke-filled room.
You're crossing me just a little bit because you say the whole world has gone mad with the urban myth of the globe. And
Yeah.
I believe that, except for that, the smartest people in all of science are involved in the lie. Are they smart because they're
What
liars?
lie?
Involved in the lie?
What lie, dude?
How could they all be
What
mad
lie?
at the lie of the shape of the earth?
I don't think it's a lie. That's what I keep trying to say. Like,
Well, like, I'm
shift
sorry.
your thinking.
I probably didn't say what I was trying to say just right. So, you think the whole world has gone mad and they believe this urban myth. But
Yeah.
surely some people are smart enough to know whether it's true or false and are easily likely passing off the false story as true because it gives them some benefit. Like NASA, for
Yeah,
example.
you're.
As long as
Yeah.
people
Well, some people at NASA probably know.
the planets, they'll pay
But-
us to go to the other planets.
And you're talking to some of those people right now.
Okay. People,
Yeah, those people you're talking to in this chat right now.
the people who believe,
Took the words right out of my mouth.
people who believe,
The people who realized something was effed up and didn't speak up about it and just took their paycheck and went home.
Okay. I believe that. I think people can just go with the lie, whether or not they know it's a lie, just because they think this is easier. I'm not going to harass people about it. And other people might care
Yeah, but
on
I mean,
truth and stuff.
yeah, but so what about those guys? I mean, we only care for those who like actually want to come forth and have a discussion about it. Like, I mean, of course, the world's filled with those types of people, but you have to be one to stand
Right.
against that. Like, I mean,
Right.
You can't really fault their character too much because they're surrounded. Okay, there's one part of them that feels maybe a little bit scared for speaking up, and another part of them that has tried to be humble, adopt a tone of humility. An entire industry of people who think otherwise. Maybe I'm the one that's wrong. I mean, to me, that is a positive character trait. And it keeps people from speaking out, unfortunately.
Hmm.
Right?
Right. People don't want to speak out and, be questioned about their beliefs and stuff when it's much, much easier just to pretend that you're like everybody else and believe
Yeah.
what you believe.
it's called a sunk cost fallacy. So everybody who's doing that, they can't turn back anymore. Like, there's a gentleman who comes in here every now and again. His name is Josh. I don't know if you heard of him or not, but he works with the Kuiper program on Amazon. And, he challenges what we say in here. But I think the reason why he likes coming back here is because he kind of does deep down inside know that what we're saying is true, because he's been challenged many times. He doesn't know how to prove to himself that, and to any of us, that the earth is a globe, which is an extreme challenge for him because of where he works, so like, what else is there to do, like, in somebody in his position, other than just like kind of hope, that some breakthrough happens and, they come out with it and said that the earth is flat or something. But other than that, like, he just, I don't know, keeps coming back in here, never really has much more other than what he's presented. And it's kind of sad, I think.
It is sad. It is sad. And people don't really understand what the open, unclassified history of NASA is all about. A lot of flat earthers you'll talk to and you'll hear from almost talk as if NASA's primary mission is to hide the flat earth. And I don't think that's the case whatsoever. I think that is an outcome of what they're doing, but what they're doing is completely different. What they're meant to do is completely different. I think NASA is full of people who believe in the globe, and at the very top, there are people who know that they never succeeded in orbiting a satellite around the globe before. They don't know that the Earth is flat is the reason. And they're still trying to work on doing that today. And secret little projects, compartmentalized, are still trying to figure this shit out.
By
But they
figuring,
haven't done it in the way that they describe it.
figure out how to do it, or that they're gonna eventually figure out that it's like impossible. Because people like us, we are not scientists, we are not mathematicians, not all of us, maybe some of us, but most of us aren't, and we find it unbelievable based on some stuff we read on the internet about the math or about the physics that says it'd be impossible to fly in space and stuff. You know, if we lay people without, any schooling about, rockets and gravity can say it's obviously impossible, shouldn't people who learn a lot be able to tell it's impossible, or are they like tricked because they learned the wrong thing?
Well, let me give you an example. Okay, there's a symposium in the 80s, and this is absolutely relevant. A symposium given by a doctor, a professor of astrophysics. Not really astrophysics. He's a professor of like a plasma physics, magnetophysics. Dr. Hannes Alfvén was his name. I think he comes from like Sweden or Switzerland or something like that. But he gave this conference called Double Layers in Astrophysics, and there's a PDF called Double Layers in Astrophysics that came out later that captures basically what they talked about. And it shows who, within this document, by the way, is a plasma model of Earth that's flat to simulate the plasmasphere, but that's another topic. He writes here and says this when he spoke to the audience. Dr. Azar, this is just some other guy, has studied how a number of the most used textbooks in astrophysics treat important concepts like double layers. This is the plasmasphere, right? Critical velocity, pinch effects, that has to do with magnetic field lines coming together, and circuits. He has found that students using these textbooks remain essentially ignorant of even the existence of these, in spite of the fact that some of these astrophysics students have all been well known, or that all these effects have been well known for half a century. Okay, so these astrophysics students come through schools, he says, and they don't understand the basics of like electrical and magnetophysics, magnetohydrodynamics. He writes further, the conclusion is that astrophysics as a field is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. The billion-dollar telescope data, which space telescope data, right, must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course with modern plasma theory. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, and electromagnetic forces are 10 to the 39th power times stronger than gravitation. He's addressing NASA people right now, telling them that your self-orbiting gravitational satellite bullshit is all a fraud.
Yeah, it is. Why do people fall for that at all? But smart ass people in schools, do the schools teach them to lie, to have the fake version in their heads? Or are people who graduate school really not that smart and just fucking fall for this shit and believe, what the mainstream is putting in their heads for reason of lying about the Earth?
Yeah, it's idealistic. These are idealistic constructs, man. They're mathematical constructs. They don't have no coherence in the physical world. So like that's what Yoder is saying. He's like, basically, if this guy was actually talking to the folks that would realize that what they're looking into with gravity and that is not real, then they would apply I don't know, how does that even go about, Yoder, that he even proposed that to them and they denied the fact that it had any merit? Like, I don't get that. Like, why would they?
What I've seen is this. Like you go through school, maybe you take like AP chemistry, AP physics in high school. And if you're lucky and want it badly enough, maybe you get into physics in college and take first, like freshman or sophomore courses. What you begin to find out is things start to get really weird and confusing. If you are smart and paying attention, you're going to be bothered by the fact that there are multiple definitions of mass that aren't very clear, that conflict with each other. There are multiple definitions of gravity that conflict with each other and aren't very clear. You move from wanting to learn and critically examine what you're thinking into a mindset of trying to memorize formulas and pass freaking tests to get through it. And you accept potentially with humility on your part that you don't really understand this stuff. You feel maybe inadequate next to your peers who pretend to. And if you're lucky, you come out of these programs on the back end with a degree. Potentially you move into engineering where things are more practical and more hands-on, and you don't have to revisit these concepts in such a way ever again. That you move more into the applied part of it, and everything starts to make sense a bit better again. But some people stay within that abstraction of physics and maybe become like astronomers and shit.
Willful.
Yeah, that doesn't sound efficient at all, man.
But a lot of people get frustrated and they quit. They wipe out. They're like, maybe I'm just too dumb to understand what the hell mass is.
Yeah.
You know, how come I read in some formulas, it looks like gas molecules are affected by gravity, and in other formulas, it appears that they aren't. Why does it seem that gravity can violate entropy in some cases, but in other cases it doesn't? And so people have these questions, students debate with each other, and some people just get mad frustrated, say, you know what, fuck this, I'll go into computer science or something.
Mm-hmm.
So how many good potential physicists and engineers have been turned away by what this has become?
Yeah, they are almost like people who say, oh, I'll never commit any sins. I'll be a good son or daughter, mother or father, because, sorry to be creepy or weird, but, people who just fucking follow the Bible, or not follow the Bible, but they're just going to lie and say whatever it takes to appease whoever might, take away their privilege to go out that night or graduate
Right.
or get dinner or food. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you mean. Let me read to you two passages, and then I gotta go. I'm already a bit late. Two passages from National Security Council Memo 5814. This was in 1958. It was one of the founding documents for NASA. The scope of this policy. This policy is concerned with U.S. interests in scientific, civil, military, and political activities related to outer space. It deals with sounding rockets, Earth satellites, and other space vehicles, their relationship to the exploration and use of outer space, and their political and psychological significance. Next paragraph goes on. Outer space presents a new and imposing challenge. Although the full potentialities and significance of outer space remain largely to be explored, it is already clear that there are important scientific, civil, military, and political implications for national security, including the psychological impact of outer space activities, which is of broad significance and national prestige. You think it stops there? There's another section that I want to pull up. Further down, there's actually a paragraph titled Psychological Exploitation. The last sentence of this reads, in the near future, while the USSR has superior capability in space technology, judiciously select projects for implementation which, while having scientific or military value, are designed to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Next, on reconnaissance satellites, further down. In anticipation of the availability of reconnaissance satellites, which had been invented yet, seek urgently a political framework which will place the use of U.S. reconnaissance satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States.
This is NASA documents.
Yeah, NSC 5814.
Well, it's National Security Council, not NASA, but yeah, close enough.
No, this is before NASA was founded. Includes, I got a suite of other documents where, the first panel that met together was headed by frickin' CIA staff officers. This was organized under the President's Psychological Operations Board. that was formed after World War II. That's what NASA flowed out of. It's all about projecting power, technology, and capabilities that put the U.S. in the most favorable light. Do whatever it takes. And you can read between the lines. I got to step out, so I'll talk to you later.
Use that word to step back from saying we'll do it for real. If it's psychological, then it just has to be what they believe, not something we really did.
Counterintelligence. Stay blessed, Yoder. We'll see you around, man.
Later, Yoder.
Yeah, just to go back to what you were saying earlier, Shine, about why don't some highly educated people, or the vast majority of so-called highly educated people, know about this? It's because they quite often get their degrees from learning textbooks, right? Repeating, memorizing, regurgitating information that they were taught at university by their professors and from their textbooks. Not necessarily questioning the core fundamentals of their textbooks, right? So they already thought the Earth was a globe, reinforced from a young age, all the way through university. And now all of a sudden they're studying some hyper-specific topic related to a specific subject. They're just going to go deep into that. They're not going to go to their professor and say, oh, how do we really know that the Earth's a globe in the first place? Who actually went and measured that? Right? That's not something that's going to come up. That's probably nothing that they're even going to think about. And when they come in here occasionally, or when we do encounter them, they don't really know these questions any better than most people. They're not that good at answering the specific questions that are related to this topic for the most part. Sometimes they'll be more honest in admitting what they do and they don't know as well, and what scientists do and don't know. Whereas someone that's less educated might think that certain things that haven't been scientifically proven actually have been, right? And they'll argue that to the death, even though a mainstream scientist will actually say, well, this is the best we can come up with. We don't actually know for sure, but this is where we're at, right? This is our current understanding of this.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think is the significance of all that? Do you think that what do we have to trust if we can't really trust our schools to be making people smarter and stuff? Who do we go to? What do we do? I mean,
No, that's too broad, though. I don't think anybody's saying that. That's a bit much. We're saying that the information concerning the Earth being a globe. So when you say that was a bit too broad for it to be a general statement, why, trusting school, reading, writing, and arithmetic, that's important information that you need to learn while you're going through school. Language skill, that sort of stuff.
Or whatever, because I liked, elementary school subjects that felt useful and they contributed to my knowledge, and stuff beyond that mostly just felt it's a very specific fact that only some people know. Oh, it helps you in this, but not in that. and it just felt kind of man, these things are a waste to teach people in school because it's not even that helpful. Everything I learned earlier on, I've used my whole life long. Stuff in college and stuff, it's, interesting knowledge. Some of it's specific and helpful, but it's not stuff I use every day, unlike stuff I learned very early in my life. Math, history, language. Stuff in college was more philosophy, history, technical style, and just nobody seems to care about it unless they studied the exact same stuff that you studied in college. Most people don't even care. It's the most useless knowledge in the world. Anyway.
Well, yeah, it gives a person a more broad understanding of the world around them, isn't it? So it's not just specifically those things that I mentioned earlier, but the ones you mentioned. that's helpful in like creating a person's character. Like because you know a little bit of history, you know who you are. Like in this country that you live in, or supposedly, right? Because you know everything that we hear about, we at least have to know like things about our world. So that's what it's doing. It's helping us understand who we are, building our character. So education is not a bad thing. It's certain things about it that are bad, right? So like that's what we would say. So in and of itself, in a general case, I mean, obviously you want somebody to be more learned than not, right? That's everybody should advocate for that. Anyway, I don't like the whole, you know, don't send your kid to school because the school is the devil and that whole thing. I don't know. It doesn't jive with me well.
Where do you live? Like, is where you live somewhere where the government might have conceivably like rigged all schools to discriminate against truthers or something like that? Because I live in California. It feels like, yeah, Democrats run the whole state. They probably also rig your experience in college and stuff, and the teachers are part of it, and the administration.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I know what you're saying, but
politics graduate.
I mean, but that's why people that are capable can disagree with that, right? If you
are you from somewhere else?
This world that we live in the U.S.
University, if it wasn't just California's universities.
Yeah, one thing we shall say though is that there should be a robust environment to have a disagreement with somebody and not just like all be one-sided one way or the other, right? That's not what we want.
Yeah, I also agree. But I don't think college let me do that. I feel like college was super unfair. Did you go to college somewhere where it was super fair?
No, I never went, but I know people who have, and their experience is kind of like what you're saying too. Like I think it's more like the general case that everybody feels like, well, what are you studying for, right? Like, but other subjects, you know, like that they study for, it's like, you know, I don't know. It's not. It's really just like one-sided, one way to think, and like evolution, and you know, the cosmos, and all that's being taught to you just kind of like a standard model. You know, you don't get to freely think about it for yourself. It's a curriculum.
I don't know if you care to learn what I learned in college, because a lot of it, especially in science, was BS stuff, in my opinion. It wasn't shown through any experiments, was taught through packets and textbooks and stuff, and the students didn't get to ask a lot of questions. When it came to other classes, there was more questions and stuff, but no, not a lot of questions in history and science. I guess you just have to take what they say for it. It was very disappointing, and I thought it was less informative than high school.
You got to treat the education system like the welfare system, okay? It's just because they're giving it to you doesn't mean it's right, doesn't mean it's good for you. You have to, life's not fair. You have to get out there and do it yourself and take care of yourself. And if you just assume that the welfare system is going to teach you the right things and give you the food whenever you need it, then it's not going to work out well for you.
Yeah, I mean, we had to learn about, red shifts, blue shifts, planetary history, elements in space. This was all in a required course. It wasn't one I didn't pass or anything. No, I didn't pass, other courses, but science, labs, I could do it, especially when it was in my first few years of college. But I just felt like the information was kind of BS. It was just all in the packet. We did a couple of experiments to prove a couple things, but it's not like we were about to prove the red shifting of stars or, gravitational pathways of planets in the class. So it's not like it proved astronomy to me or anything. Just a couple of scientific facts, and then a couple of scientific, made up facts, and then they pack it into a course and say everybody has to take this and stuff. And of course, you probably learned the fake scientific facts even earlier in other schools and stuff. I don't know, no one was questioning the system. No one was saying, how could that be true? They all just said, yeah, this is what we're learning. Sounds true enough. Okay, we'll go with it. But in specific classes on specific subjects, people did sort of question the information and say, is this really right? Is this the best way? What if my own interpretation is better? It just didn't happen a lot in science labs or classes about, macro topics like the whole universe or all of history or anything. I don't know. It was disappointing, and for many, many reasons. But one of those was, yeah, I've always had stuff to say about everything. And people in high school and elementary school cared. In college, everyone said, shut up, you're ruining it by talking. It was like, we can't do anything we want anymore. We can't take this where we want. I thought this was supposed to be like the land of intellectual freedom. We're in a university to discuss higher ideals. But it was like worse than high school. It's like, oh, you really got to shut up about this or that. Oh, you can get in real trouble instead of just high school trouble and stuff. It's like they were just threatening us with ruining our lives and trying to ruin our lives. Maybe it's different if you don't go to college in America or California or anything like that. I don't know what college is like for other people, but for me, it felt like a big trap for people who thought they might have important things to contribute to the world. A way to like find them early and stop them from becoming all that special or anything. And it takes kids away from their parents and stuff. It's got to be one of the worst things. Like, if kicking out your kid at 18 was good, some parents do this. Their kids, do drugs or drink. They're like, we're not providing for you anymore. Well, college just isn't that different. It's like, yeah, you're still our kid, but have fun doing everything on your own for 5 years when you're just out of high school. It wasn't that fun. It was hard. Anyway, what are you guys all thinking about?
I was going to say, I have a different perspective.
Once I left college. Do you think it's unfair because they want people to lie about space and stuff? Do you think it's unfair because they don't accept questions? I mean, look, YouTube and stuff doesn't accept questions. I've been trying to get them to tell the truth about space and stuff, but the way the videos are, it's never telling the truth.
Yeah, that word truth. Yeah, you're going to find out that it means something very different to a lot of people. So to you, it might mean, why don't they just come out and tell people how like it is? To them, it's like they want to tell you about the narrative, and that's truth to them. So, that word, it for everybody that's using it has a different connotation. It shouldn't have a different connotation, but it does. But what were you going to say, Josh? You were going to tell us about your experience in college?
No, I'm just saying I really enjoyed school, and I found that it was there were definitely tons of opportunities to ask questions and debate with the professors. But I'm also pretty biased. I did 8 years of college, so.
You like school?
What was younger school like? Was it the same? Because for me, it was a downgrade from high school to college.
But I also went to the second best aerospace engineering college in the country. So sorry, what?
Was your elementary school and high school better or worse than your college? You sound like you had a good time in college. You see, I think I had the opposite. I think where I was, college was the thing that was mostly rigged and stuff. And elementary school is and high school where you got to speak your real mind. And then after that, it was like, the whole culture is just trying to identify individuals who might be hostile to liberalization politics here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I took tech policy courses where it was all Socratic seminar. It wasn't even a lecture. It was just, hey, you need to be prepared on this topic, and we're going to just discuss and debate opinions on the role of the federal government in basic research and development funding, and why is the budget of NASA the way it is? How do we quantify the economic and societal benefits? Like,
You guys talk
I don't
about that?
oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, well, can you enlighten me on that topic? Like, what was the discussion that you remember? Anything about it?
Specifically NASA or the role of federal government?
Yeah, well, NASA and their their funding, their useful of their money. Like, what were you guys thinking of?
I mean, on one hand, it's a jobs program. On the other hand, sorry, I'm like trying to wolf down my breakfast. On the other hand, it's you know, a lot of basic R&D and patents and inventions come out of NASA. So it's you know, it's an economic multiplier, like, you know, Velcro, memory foam, you know, there's a ton of material science benefits that come out of NASA funding. So it's the combination between those two make up the vast majority of the economic.
Yeah, was that done by engineers like in
Is,
space
you know,
flight?
stuff that
Oh,
Yoder
shit.
was talking about.
You
What?
lagged there
Sorry.
for a bit, so I jumped in by accident.
No,
Was
no, you're good.
most of their funding, was it done to fund like those products that were made by, you said, engineers, right?
Yeah. So it's like
All
NASA.
that stuff.
So there's like the Science Mission Directorate. There's the Space Technology Mission Directorate. Like the way it's organized is everybody, they have like their own missions. They do a bunch of ground testing and like figure out if the payload works, and then they work with like the astrophysicists to figure out what type of science they want to do, what questions they want to go answer.
Hey, Josh. No, I mean like the products that were made, like the ones that you just discussed, like foam and all that stuff. Like, was that useful? Was that useful? Right. Was that made because they went to space, or has anything to do with that, or
correct?
Was it just something that they really? Go ahead.
So there's an office within NASA called the Technology Transfer Program, and so basically it's anything that's federally funded. If they come up with something that could be useful in industry or like commercially, there's like a whole program where you're able to like transfer the IP over to the public or to like the inventor who was, you know, a civil servant at the time. They like let you keep your patents, etc. But yeah, no, Velcro was made to like, you know, stick stuff to the walls of the space station without it floating away. Like it was invented for the ISS.
Really? Who was the inventor of it?
I have absolutely no clue. But the patent is held by or is, you know, I think it's public domain at this point, but you know, the original patent was held by a NASA employee.
I mean, you could use Velcro like on a hunting backpack whenever you're hiking up a mountain to hold your water flask to your backpack. Why is it only designed for the ISS? You know, like it doesn't make
originally
sense.
Designed, like it didn't exist before that, right? Like Velcro didn't exist prior to it being invented. Like the concept of having a bunch of little plastic hooks on one side and like fibers on the other. Like it was, you know, I can dig into it later today if you'd like, but you know, it didn't exist prior to it being invented at NASA.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, college was great. I dove in head first and really got into the nuts and bolts.
Could have been a professor.
Nah, fuck that. I don't get paid enough for that shit.
Yeah, but you're not doing it for the pay, dude. You're doing it for, you know, the satisfaction of teaching younger generations.
I was gonna say, like, if money was no object, like people ask me, like, you know, if you won the lottery, what would you do? I would definitely be like a high school physics teacher. That would be my jam. But no, you have to get a doctorate to get to be a professor at most places, or unless, you know, more than an adjunct. But so I have the ability to adjunct at Georgetown and GW here in DC. So I'll go in and guest lecture once or twice a semester for different classes. But no, if I was going to teach a full class, it would either be, you know, I don't know, when I'm empty nesting, the kids are out of the house. At some point, yes. I just don't have the patience to go get a doctorate. Like I just got master like a bunch of different master's degrees. I didn't stick around for a PhD.
So you have a bunch of master's degrees. How many do you have exactly?
Teach the flat Earth in a class, anyways. It would be against the rules.
No, that's not true. We talk about reference frames and projections and we talk a lot about it. We took there's a class in undergrad at Tech or Georgia Tech called Spaceflight Operations where we covered a lot of that type of stuff about how you get from the model to what you observe on the ground.
They wouldn't let you say flat Earth or talk about flat Earth at all if you had a class.
No, I disagree with that. We fundamentally have those conversations.
How does it end whenever you're trying to find the curvature? By measuring the ocean. Like, how do those arguments end?
From a human perspective, it's flat. I concede that point. But
So
no, it's three degrees to answer your question.
Okay, nice. But how could it be from a human perspective? Like, is there another perspective that it eventually becomes a ball?
We're too small.
From the astronaut perspective.
You gotta take a step back from the painting.
Oh, so you just have to go higher. So you can't see the curve from sea level, but you can see it whenever you go up in a weather balloon.
No, further than that. Y'all keep asking for the exact height. I really should actually do that research, but it's.
Yeah, you should. Elon Musk, or not Elon Musk. Nope.
Hey, so
Go ahead, Ben.
I mean, he said he was an aerospace engineer. I mean, I thought that they would know that like right off the top of their head, like boom, boom, boom. Here it is.
Whoopsie.
No, because focusing on the curvature of the Earth is step 2, right? And we spend most of our time working on like step 8.
We can pass their class, but they can't.
Oh, Josh. Go on now, you.
But
no, I'm just saying I haven't done the research.
You got to be a special person to get the job.
Oh, we talked about that in nepotism in here and like who etc. Like I told AV I've never applied for a job in my life.
Look, if I was in job, I would feel the same way because he spent so much time and money on his education, which is fine, and he probably is going to have a great job and all that. But for somebody to try to crush his all of his investment into this by saying, where is it curving? I mean, I would probably be doing the same thing. I mean, that's why these professors flip out and have like a spasm or a heart attack whenever these kids are like, where's the curve? Because their whole life they've put into this education, into their job and their tenure. I mean, that's the whole thing. That's why the world works the way it is they compartmentalize us. It's all a part of the system.
You can't say it any better than that, Dib. Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I mean, the man's making bread, right? We know that. Josh is making bread, but outside of that, he's got to live with the fact that even if he does know that the Earth is flat and whatever we present here can't be proven that the Earth is a globe, he still has to go to work in the job that he's doing, no matter what. Like, because he's committed, right? He's given a lot of time and effort into this that he's no turning back now, right? He can't turn this ship around, bro. He's on a one-way direction. That's it. There's no turning back. So he's going to have to do his hardest to keep the same, facade going for as long as he can.
I mean, if I really wanted to do self-preservation, I wouldn't be having this conversation with y'all.
Yeah, well, dude, that's all mental, Josh. That's all mental, bro. Like, yeah, you would. You're doing it right now because you know that if there was some reason that you couldn't be able to do it, like you couldn't live with yourself, bro, because you've invested so much. You're doing everything you can right now to show yourself that there's a reason to believe the Earth is a globe.
Do you find it weird that I don't crash out nearly as much or
well,
like the other
when you first came in here, you did. I guarantee it, bro.
I gotta establish some boundaries.
Dude, you're a weird one.
Out. Make sure you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and all that jazz. But like, for as long as I've known you, like because you've been here a while, I think you would relish the fact that if somebody would come in here and give us the what's for sure. If some PhD or some other academic came in here and stood like side by side with you, I mean, you would be like eating popcorn, dude, because like you don't have that right now. You're the guy essentially, like, and we're asking the group is like, is there any other satellite engineers in the room except for Phil Bellum? Because that guy's he don't know what he's saying. But
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
it's like
I've seen like NASA's chief scientists get into these rooms. Like I've conceded the point that there's nobody. I don't think
Yep.
there's anybody on planet Earth that could satiate y'all's y'all's questions. So I don't think there is like a person that could pop in here and like, oh man, they're gonna dunk on these people. Like no, I don't think that exists.
thank you.
Well,
Just
that's what I'm
don't
waiting for. I'm hoping somebody comes in here and does that one day because
totally
I want to hear. I know all the evidence, and we know all the same shit they say every time. But I want to hear some new shit. Where's the new shit at?
corrupt everybody and make them argue the opposite.
The new shit is you can measure the height of the building by dropping a barometer off of it.
Oh yeah, that was like last week though, bro. What's new this week?
What? How about this guy saying that he's a teacher and scientist, and that it's all fine if the Earth is, a globe? And I don't know. He shouldn't even be in this discussion room. He's against the flat Earth. He doesn't believe it.
I'm against the flat Earth. I'm not against flat earthers.
Just shove it in his face.
Yeah, he's fine. He can stay in here. I think the reason why we like to have him in here is people need to see what people like him talk about. And he doesn't bother me unless he bothers you.
And we don't push people
Like, really?
out because they don't believe in flat Earth. That's not what we do.
Yeah. We
So,
don't do
Josh,
that,
you
bro.
don't think if someone came in here,
You got to be
You don't
able
think
to know it's true.
What's up, India?
so Josh, you don't think that if someone came in here with actual like measurements of curvature that we'd be satisfied with that? Think we would just go, nah.
Yeah, I mean,
You said you don't think we'd be
no.
satisfied by anybody, but what if they like,
I don't think so.
really? Why not?
Yeah. Well, I think the goalposts are on ice skates.
Well,
Like,
the question is, why has nobody? I mean, I remember like 6-7 years ago, a guy came in here.
nobody gives a shit.
He's got to do a simple ass laser test. So we actually had a guy. We had a guy, a Goldberger. He's like, one of my professors and one of his associate professors are going to go out and they were going to do it in somewhere in Oregon or Washington State, and they were going to go do the laser test. And the weekend they did it, well, they've never come back with anything. So we've come over this time and time again, where someone says they're going to go do it, and they either did it and didn't get the result they want and disappear and vanish, or they just don't do it. So, talk is cheap, as they say. You can say nothing would satisfy us, and no one's done anything. All they ever do is point to a screen and look, trust the screen. That's it. That's all we ever get.
I mean, they took a whole crew to Antarctica, and y'all are hyper fixated on a vape. So like,
no, who's you?
the royal you. Apologies.
You're freaking y'all. What the hell?
First of all, this dude Duffy was told well before he ever did anything that this type of test is not dispositive of anything. Well before.
Remember, everybody, it's the ground that we're looking at, not the.
Yeah, I mean, you look at my
sky.
ex dialogue with him. I said, how would this prove a glow? How would this falsify flat Earth? You know what he said? He said because the Earth has to be symmetrical. What? It doesn't even make sense, dude. Why would it have to be symmetrical?
Like I said, I'd be hard pressed. Like I would like if you wanted to be satiated, I would love a very hard definition of exactly what you want, and then like I need this to be assumed away.
How do you not know after all this time?
No, I understand. It's just it's.
How do you not know after all this time you've been in here?
It's
We
gotta be
say it
written
all the
down at some
time.
point. Right?
Measurement
Then you're
of
able to
drop.
double talk.
Measurements of drop over distance. Really simple. It's really simple, Josh. It's not
Yeah,
complicated.
but drop over distance assumes Cartesian space, right?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
That
Linear,
x, y
linear.
as opposed
Hey,
to r, rho, and phi,
Doc,
or theta and
hey,
phi.
it's just your human.
Your
It's just your
beef is
human
we're not using
perspective.
polar coordinates. Are you crazy? Like, have you
Oh,
lost
it's
your
not my
marbles?
thesis. It's just that drop over distance assumes that quote unquote drop is relative to the local flat plane that you're standing on, right? Whereas, on a globe, it would be an arc length, not a x over y down
No,
type of
we're
deal.
talking drop from the tangent, dude. The freaking curve that curves down,
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
like a ruler on a bowling ball. Right, the bottom of that ruler and the surface of the ball get farther apart. That's what we're talking about. That would prove 100% one way or another.
But it's
So-
not possible to have a straight ruler while you're standing on the ball.
Why not?
Is that because
Y'all claim you
because
measure 1,000th of a proton radius. Why can't you do that?
I'm just saying there's because it's wait repeat. Was that CERN? Were you talking about
LIGO.
like a particle
LIGO.
accelerator? LIGO.
LIGO
Okay.
claims they measure 1,000th of a proton radius.
Yeah, it's in a vacuum tube, right? So, a laser
And-
test, long distance observation, all that is light traveling through a medium, so you can't get it perfectly straight. So that's why I say the only way you can measure is by taking a step back and going up.
Well, so check this out. I mean, there's going to be a distance where the curvature of the beam, even if there is some, is going to be so different from what the surface of the ball would be, is that you don't need to be that precise. Unless you're positing that you can have a beam whose ray just like goes completely in a circle back around.
No, because then you'd have to understand the conditions of the medium on every step along the length of the beam, right? So I don't, yeah.
Yeah, so you're trying to make it impossible,
concede,
unfalsifiable nonsense.
Oh, I'm just saying I don't think it's measurable from the surface.
The globe is copium.
Now,
No curve.
Indio.
You're
Before
really
you
close to
joined,
what
he
you just
said.
said. It's not
Well,
measurable.
No, he said this before you joined. He said it's the
Step-
human perspective is where you can't see the curve.
Like a
You have to
floor,
go into outer space.
giant flat rectangle. All the Earth is flat, like it's a giant flat circle, but that makes sense under your feet and stuff. As you go up, you see in a circle, not a rectangle. The whole Earth is flat.
Josh, you sound like the Pope. Only the Pope knows the true word of God. Only the Pope can interpret the Bible.
Whoa!
it.
That's
You're
assuming
just
the
a human.
Catholics are right. Jesus Christ, you're just assuming I'm Catholic.
No,
I
I'm
take
just
offense
saying.
to that, Indio. Come on.
It's an analogous argument
Yeah,
where
no, I'm just
you
fucking with you.
can't. We can't do it. We have to trust some other authority to do it.
I think you're atheist, isn't it?
No. I'm 100% agnostic. I think atheists are dumb.
He's 100% certain that he's uncertain.
100%.
100%.
I'm not uncertain. I'm certain in my uncertainty.
Yeah, we really.
This is
How does that circle jerk work?
absolutely
I mean-
certain.
Oh, I'm 100% certain that nobody has the right answer.
Really? How are you
Yeah.
certain of that?
I haven't had any firsthand evidence of anything greater than humans. Therefore,
Greater-
all religions must have been creations of humans, and therefore they're infallible because no humans know the context of their
Yeah, where did the first thought? Let's put it this way. Where did the first thought come from?
a human.
Fly that to NASA.
Yeah.
Same
Were they
thought.
the originate? Were they the originators of the thought?
Yeah, it's infallible.
Yeah,
But I'm saying
Prove
from my
it. No,
inside
prove
of
it.
my
No,
own-
wait a minute. Wait.
No.
Prove
What?
that the first thought was from a human, like that they came from them.
I have
Prove
no
it.
idea. I don't know.
How
that.
could you? Yeah,
Hence my
exactly. That's
Hence
the
my uncertainty.
yeah.
It could have
Your
been from a human.
uncertainty, dude. Your uncertainty goes all the way back to the place where you think you were certain on something. You're going to be uncertain. There's no way you can derive certainty from the uncertainty that you're telling us that you believe in.
I disagree.
It's a huge. Well, you can disagree all you like, but it's just true. So if you're saying
Like,
that you're certain that
how do you
everything,
know
if you
the first thought
because
came from a human or didn't come from a human?
So here's the thing, though. You
Like, are
think
you
that
certain?
things that are thoughts, you can actually say that you're uncertain. You're 100% sure about your uncertainty. You can't be 100% sure in a realm of being uncertain. It's just like a snake eating its own tail. So
I
there's
mean,
no
that's
way
the
you can.
definition of faith, isn't it? Right? Deriving certainty from the uncertain.
Yeah, but how can you be sure being uncertain that you're certain?
You just said you can't have a flat ruler on a curved Earth. How do you know the Earth's curved? I mean, it's a circle jerk.
It's a big circle jerk.
You okay?
Well, hold on.
But
I
I'm
wanna
trying to
point
get him.
something out, is that Josh
I'll be
said
quiet.
he's
Sorry.
seen no evidence, right? Do you accept anything other than material world things as evidence?
I don't believe in the metaphysical. No.
So there you go. You will never accept anything that is not material as evidence when we're talking about things that are immaterial. So even if you had something immaterial as evidence, you wouldn't accept it. So you basically set up something impossible to do.
If there is a God,
something impossible.
If there is a God, they are material.
Well, says who?
That's just my perspective.
Yeah, your perspective, and how do you know you're right?
I don't know I'm right.
So then
Josh,
you're uncertain. You can never be certain about your uncertainty, ever.
Okay.
Are there things that
But I don't know
exist,
if anybody's
Josh,
right.
which are not material? Or the only things that exist in
You
the
could be
world are
right.
material?
I mean, that could be true. But I'm just
No,
like,
there's a question.
Cool. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any proof of any claim that makes me think, okay, yeah, that's right.
There's things that exist which are not material, which are absolutely true, and this is easy to prove. All abstract ideas, such as math, logic, truth, things like that, those things, those exist, but they're not in the material world. I can prove they exist. I can prove the law of identity exists. It's simple.
Yeah, because
But they don't exist in the material world, though. So you just like jettison logic, reason, mathematics.
Socially acceptable immaterial things, like I can vibe with that, but I understand the social context of their creation, right?
You think the law of identity is a social construct?
Because you're communicating it to other monkey brains that I observe the same laws of logic that you do.
They're independent of human beings. They still exist independent of a human mind.
Have you ever demonstrated to someone who doesn't have a human mind? Like, I don't like.
What do you
how do you know that's true?
You don't know any of that.
Josh, I didn't say brain. I said mind. And the very fact you're referencing a mind.
You just believe in the higher concept, the spirit, the thing that occupies that idea of belief. But those things aren't proven on any sort of physical level.
Hey, you gotta believe.
No, but they don't exist either. Why would you believe in them if there's literally no like physical proof?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just here now.
Because not everything.
Don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. Like, lift others up around you, and then you're good. You don't need anything else.
It's physical stuff.
That's the question.
Physical stuff.
Oh, you just asked the question. How do you know if it exists? It's not in the material world. We can know things purely through reason.
The rules every time. So, and you don't see it. Not.
Hey, man, you're completely talking over Indio. Like social cues.
Not reality.
Well, I mean, let's just put the handbrake on this because fuck the metaphysics, right? So.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good.
Back to curvature. I mean, so your claim is that it's immeasurable. That's impossible to measure.
Lord.
No, let's get back to that, dude, because you said that we wouldn't accept anything, and you're claiming that it's not that we wouldn't accept it for some other reasons, simply because it's immeasurable. Or you're saying even if it was measurable, we wouldn't even accept the measurement. Which one?
I mean, you can go look at the Porchard train, like power. Power lines over and down in Louisiana. Exactly right. Like,
okay. So, no, hold on.
Goalposts, right?
What was measured?
The fact that they're all the same height moving over water and they look like they curve outside of just straight vanishing point perspective.
And Josh, have you looked closely at those images? So at the end of the power line one, it's an inferior mirage. You can clearly see it's an inferior mirage because it splits in half, and there's a mirror image of the tallest tower that's at the end. Okay, and then if you go and look up Lake Pontchartrain data on what the water temperature versus air temperature is, they have 2 temperature inversions a day. So they got buoys in Lake Pontchartrain that measure the wet water and wet air temperature every 6 minutes. So on that day where he took that photo, there is a temperature inversion. You know why I know that? Because I have the data. I have the historical data for that day because I know the exact date he took the image.
And now we can have this discussion because it's putting through a medium. The light's going through a medium. Therefore, I think
that's why we're measuring. We're not just looking at it. That's why we're measuring. We're not just simply looking at it and making it a subjective opinion about it.
Why is this guy just talking? I dude.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. It's just the photograph you chose to use to describe your example is an easily provable fake.
Dude, that's great. That's great, but don't interrupt. Just
water
don't
mirage
brother,
bends the light into
he
nothing.
can't
It's not
hear
a
me.
fake. It's a real photograph. Okay, it's not a fake. Okay, it's a real photograph.
If you curve that much in like 1 mile. the whole Earth
Shine.
would be like 50
Can you put
miles.
yourself on mute, please?
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
so Lake Pontchartrain has 2 temperature inversions a day. The water and air temperature are very close to each other, and they flip back and forth. Because Lake Pontchartrain is very shallow. It's something like 11 feet deep. So people have taken plenty of video and photos of it not looking like this. So why don't you think about it for a second? 30,000 cars go over that bridge every single day. If you could see Earth Curve there, right, at that location, they would have set up a tourist shop right at the end of the bridge. Come to Lake Pontchartrain and see Earth Curve. No one's ever done that because this is a rare temperature.
I don't think people give a shit about y'all. Like they think that even admitting that there's
people give a shit about money. People give a shit about money. And if you could see the curvature of the Earth at Lake Pontchartrain, there'd be a tourist shop right at the end of the bridge, so you could go there and see the curve of the Earth.
I mean, that's assuming that there's enough, like the social benefit or the economic benefit would be worth the social ostracization of catering to flat earthers.
No, they would have done this years ago, bro. It had nothing to do with flat Earth. People just do it just because it's a novelty. Okay, that's why they would do it. But the fact of the matter is, Lake Pontchartrain has been thoroughly studied. In fact, on one side of Lake Pontchartrain versus the other side, they have actually different climates. The USGS studied this area. It is literally the worst place in the world to do an observation. The worst. You literally could not pick a worse place.
Okay.
Which is why, like the one of the bridge, that it looks like the hump that's in the middle, that they're coming straight down at like a 80-degree angle. Like they're falling off a cliff. The bridge don't look like that. I don't want to know why you would pick that place. I really don't.
Well, yeah, it's just from a globe perspective, that's an easy win, and obviously there's more nuance there.
It's called grasping at straws.
Do you want me to post all the data because I got graphs of all the data of Lake Pontchartrain?
No, I get it. I understand.
Graphed out for 45 days. I got a graph for that day, right? I got a graph specifically for that day showing the temperature inversion, and I have computer simulations of atmospheric refraction from the 80s that show that exact same phenomenon. That a flat surface that they used, and they simulated a temperature inversion, and it makes that flat surface look curved. And I have someone doing it for real with sugar water in a fish tank with a camera at one end and a background on the other end of the fish tank. This is on Action Labs, of it making the exact same visual effect. So this is an Earth curve, okay? Period.
Yeah, exactly. It's traveling through a medium. Like that's what
what's
I'm saying.
weird?
Like from a human perspective, I don't think there's anything conclusive that could be used to prove. Like I think there's too many variables to have it discussed unless there's
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Josh,
Let's say that it looks flat. Didn't you say it looks flat earlier? You said that earlier.
Yeah, it
You say,
does.
yeah, it looks. Well, why are you showing Indio this picture where it looks like it's curving? That goes against what you said earlier.
You thought we
I'm
forgot.
saying that it's traveling through a medium.
we didn't forget.
therefore
Dude.
No, I'm
What
saying.
does it look
geez.
flat or does it look curved? Does it look flat or does it look curved, Josh? You need to pick a
I'm
lane,
saying
bro.
I'm saying it looks curved, but obviously there's more nuances there because the light's traveling through a medium. Which
Okay,
leads
so
to this nuanced discussion.
your earlier statement that it looks flat was not true. Then
No, I'm saying for the vast majority of things, like the human perspective, the Earth is flat. I still stand by that.
So then why are you standing by this?
I'm not. I'm saying it's saying from a glober perspective, from someone who says that.
What are
there's
you
Earth
gonna do?
curvature.
What is the difference between a glober and a human?
What I'm saying it's low.
You said from the human. You said
Couple
from the
fingers
human.
and toes.
You said from the human perspective it looks flat, but from a glober perspective it's curved. What the
Yeah, because
fuck
the
is
globe,
that?
the human's just out there looking around with no preconceived notions of what they're looking for. A glober is looking.
Oh,
for
so that's the difference. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's what you asked me for.
So you would put that Lake Pontchartrain image in front of a human, and a human would be like, "Oh, I'm not looking for a curve, but there it is."
Does this dude just say that globers aren't humans?
Nah, I don't know. He said this. I'm just following his logic right now.
Yeah,
No.
okay. I digress.
I apologize. I'm saying from the royal you, the human race, like you walk around, looking around, it looks flat. From
Yeah, but you said earlier. Yeah, there you go. See, he said it again. So it looks flat, but then when you look at the
Yes.
Lake Pontchartrain image, you're like, "Oh, it looks curved." Right?
It does, and that's due to the
Okay, so are you going to pick a lane?
Indio just pointed
So
towards.
are you going to pick a lane, whether it looks flat or curved?
One is my own personal opinion, and one is not. Like I
my
appreciate
God,
that
bro.
there's nuance here, and
So okay, when you're telling us from the picture that you're looking at, is it from your perspective or someone else's?
from my perspective, it looks curved because I know the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so it looks curved. So now
From
you're choosing
my
curved.
personal perspective. From my personal
now,
perspective, I'm saying
yeah.
from a
You
human
know no
perspective.
such thing, brother.
So when it looks flat, when does that happen? From your perspective, when does that happen? When does that occur?
I mean, almost everywhere else.
Okay.
Bro, there's only males and females, and it's either curved or flat. Okay, come on.
I'm gonna hand this back to you, bro. I just wanted to get him on that point because he was double speaking. He's double speaking, as you can clearly hear.
Yeah, I am double speaking. One is me and one's not me.
Oh shit, dude! What are you having an out of body experience? What the fuck, bro?
No, you're allowed to talk about a reference population that's not your own opinion. Like, I
No,
apologize.
dude.
We got mixed up there.
So no, we're not mixed up. You're double speaking in the sense of saying, I look at the Lake Pontchartrain. I'm glad that you identified that. Like that clears up a lot.
You're getting caught up in an aha moment, Josh, and you just don't want to. You don't want to.
No, it's all good. I
don't know what you're talking about.
I'm double speaking. I didn't explain clear enough that I was talking about me in one stance.
No, bro.
On,
you didn't have to explain, bro. You didn't have to explain clearly. We understood you when you said it looks flat. We know that that's what you're saying when you look at the Earth. But when you look at the picture of Lake Pontchartrain, your brain wants to make it look like it's a globe from the ground level.
Yes, agreed.
There you go.
That's exactly what we're saying. Okay, that's what we were talking past each other. I apologize.
No, we're not talking past, brother. We're not talking past each other. I hear you very clearly.
Okay.
So does the audience.
Regurgitated back to me what I intended to say. So we are good.
All right. Carry on.
That's all good.
Well, just quickly, because I just wanted to address what Josh said before, like the Lake Pontchartrain's an easy W for the globe, but you kind of like doubles, like you're contradicting yourself when you're saying, well, now you know it's just a miraging effect or an atmospheric effect that's taking place. So how would that make it a W for the globe? Like you said earlier?
from y'all's perspective, right? Like if a glober walks in here off the street and says, go look at Lake Pontchartrain, like that's it looks curved, therefore it's they don't give a shit about quote unquote superior miraging and temperature.
How would that be an easy W?
You're straw manning my position and what I said. I said measure. I didn't say go look at it and see what it looks like.
Oh,
I never said that.
Sorry. All right, I'm sorry. I'm talking.
Well, there's a difference, right, between just looking at it and making a subjective evaluation and taking out a fucking tape measure. I think there's a difference between those two activities.
I think that a glober coming in off the street wouldn't understand that. Yes.
Well, none of you guys seem to understand it. You guys think calculations are measurements, think looking at shit is measurements. You think everything is measurement but measurement.
What's a glober coming off the street? There's globers coming off the
Yeah,
the
they come through all the
universities.
time.
And they come out of
You're
the
one of them, dude. You're
Where
one
do
of
you
them.
come from?
Your
I'm from the
level of
street.
understanding of the claims when it comes to the bending of light and refraction and whatnot are just as bad as the glober that comes off
Oh,
the street
agreed.
that you're trying to put shit on
100%.
right now.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with
it's
that.
obvious.
Like,
Okay, so
I know
Josh-
that's why I don't usually talk about long distance observations because I don't know jack shit about that.
Okay. So, Josh,
Aren't you like an
This thing-
aerospace school?
yeah, you don't
Yeah,
teach that.
space. The whole reason I did space is because I didn't want to deal with the medium, right? Like I took thermodynamics and I had to start dealing with like humidity and gas fractions, and I'm just like, fuck that. I want to deal with vacuum.
Why
Yeah,
are you
great.
saying fuck that? Because it didn't make sense? I mean,
No, it's more complicated, and I didn't really enjoy chemistry. I'm much more of a mechanics guy.
probably complicated because it doesn't make sense in the real world.
I mean, it's just I didn't enjoy it, so I didn't want to do it.
So you enjoy learning about space, which nobody knows anything about, and nobody ever will unless you are Elon Musk.
No,
Yeah, he don't know anything either, and neither does Josh. You're relying on other people.
I still don't get how Pontchartrain is a win for the Globers if we apparently see an apparent curve that's way too pronounced to be Earth curve, and they claim it's Earth curve. That seems to be a big L.
Yeah. Holy smoke is
So
Drace,
it's a
dude.
win
What's up,
for
bro?
the Globers off the streets. We're off the streets, son.
You buckle up.
Oh, geez, come on, y'all see
Grace is here, buckle up.
walking in, and they say y'all are stupid. And they troll.
Dude, Drace is here. We're gonna have to let him talk to Josh for a little bit, see if he can.
Could break me, man.
Yeah,
No,
Josh.
I asked you, like, tell me, how is it a win?
Oh, it's like easily digestible information, right? It's a meme.
You mean it's wrong information being parroted incorrectly, and how is that a win?
I'm just saying, like, it's very similar to the memes and things that y'all post in the side chat.
No, it's not. So do not try to jump away from the actual thing here. You're trying to justify your position, not trying to strawman it with something else. Like
It's not my
you might have seen a meme that's not indicative of our position as a whole, because we're not a collective like you. We don't have a position like you that is dependent on belief in a greater system. We just have the mechanics of how things actually work, like light refraction.
Okay, I apologize.
So Josh, what it sounds like to me is that you're like, well, we have a meme of like Pontchartrain. It looks like Earth curve, so it's a W because even though that's not actually Earth curve, people continue to believe it's Earth curve, and all we want is for people to keep believing the Earth is a globe. Is that your goal? Believe it no matter what, even if it's based. Do you want people to believe it, even if that belief is based upon bullshit?
I mean, you can invert that for many of the memes that are posited by flat Earth.
Don't say what about you, dude.
No,
I'm
I'm not
talking about
saying.
you.
I'm just,
Yeah, you're also misframing. Like when we post, for instance, a meme, I posted, for instance, a picture of Lake Pontchartrain with no refraction, so the pylons are completely straight and you can see the shore on the other side. So that is an image that contradicts the other image. So now you have to start to think about your claim, which is that in your first image, that curve you see is Earth's curve. That's all it's meant to do. The difference between the images, or what you call memes, is that the claims that are being presented with them. Do you see the difference?
Even the straight picture still has refraction. The light is still moving through a medium and it's refracting.
Yeah,
like
bro, that's not how.
Constant temperature as opposed to altitude and distance.
Bro, there's always going to be some slight variations, but refraction is not. if there's no optical density difference in the medium between the targets, or if it's normalized, there's virtually zero refraction.
Yeah, that's not possible. That's not
Yeah,
possible. to have no
it can be
refraction in the
normalized.
medium.
Yes, it can be.
I disagree.
Yeah, you can, but that doesn't change anything.
Bro, where did you get that idea? That's
Fluid
impossible.
dynamics, man. Every single molecule
Religion.
in a volume, like there's no such thing as a uniform temperature and pressure in a fluid.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's uniform. It's the atmosphere is anisotropic and inhomogeneous. The problem is when you have the light traveling from one point to another point, and those differences balance out, the light is not going to be refracting up or down by much at all. So it's going to reach
By
the
much
other
at
end.
all is not zero.
Yeah, well, that refraction up and down,
you said zero
the refraction up and down, then balances out. That creates a pretty straight standard.
Pretty straight stand. You're using weasel words here, man. Zero
Yeah,
refraction is not possible.
Yeah, you're saying minuscule differences that are undetectable are something that's gonna change anything.
How can you prove that they're undetectable? Do you have a sensor?
Because you
at every
cannot detect
single
them.
Square inch. What I mean, do you have a sensor at every single
you should
square
listen
inch?
to Drace explain these things to you, right? Because he has a very good understanding of how this works. And if you just would actually listen to him, you'll actually learn something off him about how this works.
I understand.
You
but,
don't understand. You don't understand. You should be listening. You're the student right now. He knows a lot
I get
about
that.
this.
I just want to make it clear to everybody that zero refraction is not possible. That like
It is easily.
People are trying to listen to him too.
Let me give you an example. For instance, a very simple example with two mediums like a fish tank. If you look normal to the surface, this is basic Snell's law. You don't have an angle of refraction, so there's zero refraction.
Yeah, but it's not basic Snell's law.
Yeah, but weasel words.
It's saying you need to deal with differential Snell's law here, not basic Snell's law.
No, it's very much principle, actually. And the thing is, when you try to assume modern ways of dealing with refraction in the air is mostly modeling and assuming those models are consistent. And so you keep switching your models until what you see matches the model. But that does not infer that the paths are like that, but that one model appears to match that vision or view. So the problem here is we've been looking into this very deeply. And so for the globe to be true, you need the light to be refracting down around the globe to allow you to see further. So we have thousands of instances where we can see way too far for the globe. And so in those instances, the only excuse the globe has is that light must be bending around the globe to allow us to see further. Okay, so we go and test that. Now, in infrared cameras work on infrared, and infrared refracts less than visible light. And so we should always see the horizon closer in images when we see too far in infrared. So if we see too far in visible light, and we should also see too far in infrared, but just less far because it refracts less, if the conditions of the globe are true and light is refracting. However, when we look in infrared versus visible light, we see further in infrared. So, and when we look at the conditions of the day and we measure, for instance, the temperature, humidity, and pressure on both sides and or over a frozen lake, we find pretty normalized conditions at times, and at those times we can see straight across. When there's more refraction, we see less. So that is contrary to what is required for the globe to be true.
Do you have any documentation I can go read? I appreciate, and I'm following, so I do appreciate the information. But you had to have gone from a layman to knowing what you know now. Is there any good material you could send my way?
There's a ton of material. First of all, where to start? There's of course.
It doesn't have to be now. I'm just saying, like, if you come across something, like,
let's start here. You
Yeah.
are aware that refraction is wavelength dependent, right? It has a wavelength dependency.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's why you get the prism, right?
Yeah.
For
Yeah. So it has a
far
wavelength
side of the moon.
dependency, and that is directly related to the absorption. You might not know that. That's kind of a nuanced thing. And it's well known that infrared, that's why we use it for, tracking, planes, missiles, people, etc., because it's absorbed less. So the refractive index, the how much infrared light will be refracted as you go toward that end of the wavelength, right? So it's lesser like ultraviolet and blue, and then it's more for ultraviolet and blue, that end of the spectrum, and less at the redder end of the spectrum. There's an optical window in infrared. In fact, the point is that it's easy to just go, hey, if there's less refraction. So what they claim is the more refraction there is, the more something is lifted up, right? The more the ray curves around the surface of the Earth. So in infrared, right? If it's curving less than the horizon, that was a brilliant argument, Trace. I've never heard that before. The horizon should actually appear closer than what it would be in a more refracted day, when it's actually the opposite. And there's one I actually know about, the San Jacinto infrared, where the horizon is 5 miles too far, at least 5 miles, probably more. And it's easy to know where it is because of where it was taken, the features that the picture was taken of, where the camera was. You just simply know that the horizon's more than 20 miles, and the horizon, according to the globe map, is supposed to be 5 miles. Well, he also has the same invisible light, and you can't even see the shoreline because of the horizon. Well, the horizon should be farther if it's being refracted more in the visible light than it is in the infrared light. And what Trey said, it's the opposite.
Yeah, the same would also be true with.
It's like how basic do you want it? You know what I mean? Like, that's up to you. Like,
No,
the same would also be true with, like, you look at anything at a distance, and if it's too far to be seen and you can still see colors, all of those colors should be shifting based on the refractive difference between those wavelengths. And so we don't see any evidence of the light being actually refracted when we see too far. We only see evidence of, like, when the conditions are such that we have a lot of refraction, it lowers how far we see, because when you think about it, if the light is coming from the other side of the lake and the bottom rays are dropping down and hitting the water, of course you're not seeing the bottom rays. Of course the bottom of the boat starts to disappear as a consequence.
That makes sense.
and then there's the other thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say
which,
anything in text would love to read.
And then there's dispersion, right? You mentioned it with the prism, right? The rainbow. You should have dispersion in a camera. They would call it chromatic aberration, right? You should have dispersion if you had a high refractive condition out there in the environment. But no one's ever observed this, where you see a blue mountain peak, and at the bottom of the mountain it's reddish, right? This difference in color because the light rays get spread out. We do observe this astronomically, though. We do observe this with planets. They actually make chromatic correctors, right? Astronomical chromatic correctors that have a mirror in it that you merge the red and blue image together. So we do see this. It's not like it's not there. It's just not there in any terrestrial sense. Ever. Like never. None of the 200 plus mile ones.
And as for documentation, just read about refraction. There's ton of official documentation where you can read about all this. It's not very complicated. And if you want to see people inadvertently testing this, most of the world record long distance photographs are taken in infrared because they see further. And the best part is they generally take a picture in visible light before, so you generally have that differential. So it's just, it doesn't match the physics.
Sorry, I'm reading through the side chat.
Like pictures of the moon I took with my smartphone.
The good question is, what is the evidence for refraction, the way the globe says? And their evidence is that the Earth looks flat, which is fucking crazy. Hey, what's your evidence that light curves around the ball? Oh, the Earth looks flat. You know how cuckoo that is, dude?
Yeah, that's also how they determine how much refraction was that day, is by how flat it looked.
Yeah, the flatter it looks, the more refraction. But Josh, this has to be your position. Well, I mean, your position is, trust me, bro, but I mean, everybody else's position that why these long distance observations and measurements don't mean anything. You guys have to try and take a big dump on them and try to convince everybody that they don't mean anything.
The worst.
Well, the military would like to have a word with you, okay?
Yeah, in their worldview, the worse seeing of the conditions, the better the observation.
Yep. The worst part is the military uses.
Like that's what people take away.
Sorry. What I wanted to say was that the worst part is the military, like was slightly mentioned earlier, uses tri-beam different wavelength targeting systems to exclude any possibility of the target being displaced or be able to calculate how much it is displaced by the dispersion of the lasers or through the targeting system. And so we can use the same principles here on Earth, just use the different wavelengths to see how much the dispersion is, if there's any. And so far we have not seen any evidence that the Earth is curved and light is somehow trying to hide it by violating its own basic functionality.
You solve the whole paradox by simply saying it's an optical effect, not a physical effect. The whole thing's solved. That easy.
I appreciate all the content in the side chat.
Here's a little point. Like, I love arguing with ChatGPT all the time, and there's some misconceptions that a lot of people use. Like, ChatGPT does a lot. For instance, they claim like downward bending is the norm, but that's relative to like if you're like looking at the Earth from outside the Earth in an orthographic view, not relative to you on the surface though. Because under normal conditions, the ray would still continue to rise up into the air. That's just the physics of it. So they're quite literally screwed.
Yeah, like I said, I appreciate all the content. Feel free to send me stuff to read. More than happy to. Like I said, I'm very dumb on this topic.
So I sent Jay Tolan Media So if you scroll up, I sent the infrared and I just sent the visible light. Now, if you look at the infrared and you zoom in on this, you can see what the hell is it? The name of it? Can't remember the name. It's something marina, right? And that marina comes up to the ocean, but it has a jetty, a barrier, and you can see all the way into the marina. And the marina is at 20 miles, and you can see into it where they park their boats, right? So we know that that's at 20 miles. Well, the globe curve calculation is the horizon supposed to be 15 miles away, but you can see the water surface 20 miles away. Now you can say, hey, that's refraction or whatever. But then when, like Trey said, like I said, I can't say it enough, man, that was a brilliant deduction, is that the horizon is way closer. Way closer. Right? Some of the buildings are cut off. You can't see them. This is the exact opposite of what it should be. If the globe, the globe mechanism for refraction actually existed, we're seeing the opposite of what it would predict.
Yeah, I was gonna say I need to look into the. I haven't thought of doing long range with either infrared or other wavelengths.
Well, the other thing about infrared is like it penetrates through haze and water vapor, right? Particulates in the air. It isn't affected really by infrared as much. And what I've come to find out, because I've borrowed a multispectral camera and I got an infrared filter, is that consumer cameras, their infrared filter doesn't really have a high activation. So the actual optimal window is something like 1200 nanometer or 1500 nanometer. But your consumer cameras aren't sensitive. Well, it's not that they're not sensitive enough. It's that the material they make the sensor out of has like an upper threshold to like, because the radiation has to activate the electrons on the sensor, and in this particular, the elements they use for consumer sensors, there isn't enough. It's not powerful enough. That the sources aren't bright enough. But you can do like 930 nanometer with a long exposure, or you just buy one specifically made for that purpose. But they also have what they call shortwave infrared. But those cameras are like thousands of dollars, like tens of thousands of dollars. They use a different type of sensor. They're like 1500 nanometer.
I was gonna say I got my phone and that's about it.
Yeah, well, I made a 30-mile observation with an iPhone 4S, which is a piece of garbage. "30 miles from 15 feet above sea level, I watched a ship sail from 6 miles away, tracked with marinetraffic.com, which tracks, well, at this particular location, they use a radar station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts. And I watched the boat for 3.5 hours sail out to sea, never disappearing, never any of that. I mean, it got smaller and smaller, it was tiny. And then to verify I was seeing what I seen, I went on top of a parking garage, which is like 100 feet above the sea level, and could obviously see it more clearly. But even from that 100-foot elevation, I should not have seen it. No, I mean, we could sit here and just believe that the light rays are, curving around the surface of the Earth in such a way as to make the Earth just look flat. How that would work in any conceivable way, I do not know. Like I can't even visualize it geometrically how you would make a curved surface look flat.
Just imagine how uniform the air would need to be for vista, when you look out, like, and you can see 30 miles when you should be at most be able to see 10 miles, let's say, and you look at over that vista, if the horizon is refracting, then the horizon you're seeing shouldn't be the true horizon, and the difference in refraction between you and each point of that horizon should be different, unless you're saying the whole air is uniform to create this uniform refraction. Like it's or not uniform. It's like uniformly in that. I don't know how to say that in English.
I know what you mean, Grace. Like the structure of the air is such that every path of light has to follow a different arcing path.
Exactly. It somehow would have to match magically to create a perfectly flat line. What should be happening in those cases, if that was happening, is that the whole horizon should fluctuate like a wavy line depending on the conditions between you and that point.
I think that's what we do see, though, right? Like at very, very long distances, like even on days.
No, we don't see we don't see a massive difference in the horizon. It's not like an S like curve. When you put a ruler to the horizon is straight.
But if you zoom way in, you see kind of like these miraging effects and waves up and down, and as a function of time, right? Because
you can see waves in the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, and smearing of distant objects.
It's a medium.
Yeah, there's shimmering effects
in the right geometry.
Yeah, shimmering effects are also a consequence of turbulence.
Oh, and turbulence is exactly what we're talking about here at this point.
Yeah, but that's slight variations in the straightforward, and the propagation is still going to be relatively straightforward. It's not deviations that could allow you to see extra 10 miles. And those extra 10 miles would be variant due to the differences. So you would be able to see 10 miles over there, 5 over there, 3 over there, depending on the conditions. But when we look, we see 10 miles too far there, 10 miles over there, all around us.
Well, no, I think it does change, but it's and this is once again me shooting from the hip, but my gut's telling me that it's 9.98 miles in that direction, 10.02 miles in that direction. Like it does change as a function of azimuth and time, but it's not,
Well, how can the horizon look flat?
Right, the molecular composition of air must be conformal to the curvature of the Earth, such that it flattens it out.
The horizon can't be more than one distance away, because then it wouldn't look like a straight line. Horizon means bounding circle. So a bounding circle is equidistant from the observer, right? So that because you're
that doesn't take into account the medium, though.
But we're talking about what it would look like, right? So. And what it would look like if the horizon is equidistant, it would look like a line around you. But if it's not equidistant, it would not look like a line. One part of the horizon would be lower or higher than some other part.
A lot lower farther away. No, it would just be a tiny little bit, and it might be imperceptible to the eye. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know
we just went over. You're seeing over 10 miles of what you shouldn't be seeing. So that should be extra 10 miles of extra stuff added on top of the horizon, being bent above the actual horizon to create an illusion. That's what the Globers believe. They believe they're seeing illusions. Okay, and so. Depending on the conditions between them and the illusion. And so that illusion would shift.
Yeah, shift, but like the magnitude of the shift. Like I'm just saying the dynamic portion of this might be...
Yeah, the magnitude of the shift would be dependent on the conditions. And problem is, the Globers do not have the conditions to even create the bending down in the first place.
I can agree with that.
So there's no way to even model this. So this is the funny part, Josh. You know how they actually do model this? They just change the size of the globe.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like computational fluid dynamics. Like,
No, I'm talking about when they model
molecules.
No, that's not even remotely how they model it. What they do is they'll say there's X amount of refraction, right? That means, like, what they'll do is they'll take the curvature of the radius of a right, because they're assuming a spherically symmetrical atmosphere. The standard is like 7.6R. So they multiply 7.6 times the radius, and they make the globe bigger. And then they do all the straight ray calculations. They don't calculate curved rays. There's no way. Like, think about this, Josh. I have a vertical sensor. It's a flat plane inside the camera. That's what I'm trying to project the image onto. Now I have this curved surface, and there's a horizon which I can't see past. And as that curve gets further and further away, it follows an exponential function. Now I need to map all the rays to my vertical sensor, right, for off this surface in such a way as to make that curved surface look like a flat surface on the sensor, right? So each point of distance further, it's more and more and more and more curvature that I have to curve the ray. Like, nobody could even, there's no computation that could even do this. You might be able to do it by trial and error or something.
It depends on how granular you want to get, right? Like CFD simulations could do that.
To unfurl the ball. You know how you like unroll a scroll? You know, it's like a scroll, you unroll a rolled up piece of paper. That's kind of what you're doing when you unroll you have to unroll the globe so that it looks flat. How could you do this? Optically. Now we've seen Glovers try to say, yes, it's possible for things to lift up things from beyond the horizon. And what they'll do is they'll take butane or CO2 or something crazy, right, that's super cold. When I say super cold, in the negative digits, right, they do it in regular room temperature air, and they go, look, this thing behind the thing got picked up. Want to know what never happens? You never see the surface. You never see the horizon move. Ever. You might see some stretched object that was partially behind it, right? Stretched out, but it's easy to see that something's happening. Now, the elephant in the room on this particular point is the fact that they're using stuff that is, the refractive index is 1.4 or 1.3, and they're using the super crazy temperature gradient. So that alone demonstrates the fact that they're using unphysical, what we call unnatural conditions, and unnatural not in the sense supernatural, unnatural in the sense that outside in nature, the weather's never, like, doesn't have 70-degree temperature gradients in 1 foot. It also doesn't have like giant fucking CO2 loads or butane floating around, right? So the very fact it takes an extreme special case condition to even demonstrate the possibility should show you that it's not possible, because the refractive index in theirs varies in the 5th decimal place. It isn't in the 1st decimal place. It's in the 5th decimal place. It's in the millionths. So the temperature, like, you know, the 70-degree versus 69-degree temperature difference varies to the refractive index like 0.00024 versus 0.0000237. So it's a slight variation because you have a single medium. Right? So even if you have a 10-degree temperature difference, you could have a 100-degree temperature difference in a foot, and it still isn't going to change as much as what the difference would be in CO2 in air or butane in air. Right? They're just not the same. The point is to even demonstrate that it's even possible, they have to use these extreme experiments. When we can go out and demonstrate that, hey, you can make the horizon appear way shorter than it has to be. We don't need to do any extreme conditions. We can just go out in nature and show that a little RC boat or whatever will appear to disappear over the horizon on something we know has to be a flat surface because it's well shorter than where the horizon should even be. And you have a horizon that's appearing 700 feet away instead of appearing 2,600 feet away. Right? We're observing this in nature. We're not observing it in a lab. under some weird conditions that don't exist in nature. So this is really the position of both sides. One side says, yes, X is happening. Well, can you demonstrate that in the lab? Oh, sure, I can demonstrate in the lab. Give me some butane and some CO2. We'll make the butane negative 40 degrees Celsius, and we'll make the CO2 negative 60 degrees Celsius, right? Something that don't exist in nature. Negative 60 degrees Celsius next to 70 degree air don't exist in nature. I'm sorry. But we can just go out and go, hey, there's a nice freaking smooth lake. There's no ripples on it. Let's just take a camera, set it real low, and sail this RC boat away. And we can observe our contention. We don't need to do anything special.
Yeah, we just test what we're told. Like, we're told to believe all this stuff, and then we go test it. Like, we have hundreds of laser tests over frozen lakes at all conditions of the day. The globe just isn't there, and it's just not enough to just hand wave away all of the data that comes from the world itself and just go with the preconceived notions, because that's what we were all taught. That's the easy way out. It's kind of like when we saw New York City skyline across that water, and people will be like, "Oh, that's an illusion. That's a hologram. That's a mirage." But then Rob Skipa just went on a boat, took his camera out, saw it at one start of the water, and just kept the camera on it the entire time and sailed to the other side. It didn't warp. It didn't change. It wasn't a mirage. We were just told to believe that. No one tested it. I don't really care what shape the Earth is in the end. I just care about the truth. Worst part is I really wanted it to be a globe, and like this whole thing just it's kind of a litmus test. Like, are you a person who just follows blindly what other people believe, or do you actually go and look into it? And I wanted to have some foundation in my belief in the globe. That's the only reason I'm looking into this. And the more you look into this, the less solid it is, because that's what it is. It's not solid at all. It's in the mind mostly. The little bit that's not is like misconceptions. Like, you measure the ground flat and then you wrap it into a ball afterwards because of the belief. That's not reasonable. You did one thing right, and that was measuring it flat. And that's one of the things what I love about this community is we go back and look at all of the so-called evidence from the globe side, and we just keep consistently finding that, wait, they did measure it flat. But oh yeah, see, here they divorced reality, are comparing what they're seeing in perspective to this orthographic view to reify into existence the globe, and now they're claiming it's a globe. But in the beginning, they just measured it flat. So that's what we're looking at, the actual data, the foundations that they're building it on, and then looking at why are you adding this? And when there's no reasonable reason for adding it, we can reasonably conclude that this is coming from some preconceived idea that it must be a globe.
Yeah, the thing you ask is, what is the justification? And when we look into what the justification is for adding this refraction thing, there isn't any other than the Earth looks flat. That's their justification. Which, which to me, it's crazy. I don't know. Call me. Like, is that crazy, or is it just me that thinks it's crazy? That, yeah, we know there's globe refraction because of how flat it looks. And the flatter it looks, the more globe refraction there is. That's
I got a question.
insane, dude.
Somebody earlier said that you have to see it, then they tell you what kind of refraction is it's that day. But all I hear is Globey saying they can make all the predictions. How come we can't predict what the refraction is going to be before we see what we see? How come it has to be a post-diction, not a prediction?
Yeah, that's a good question. And then they'll say it's too complex. Well, if it's too complex, how do you know your post-diction's correct if you can't make the prediction? How are you matching these up?
And the funny thing about it is it always comes up to where, we have a stance to say the Earth is flat. It never, it's a little bit lower, a little bit higher. No, it's right where a flat earther would say it's at. So, yeah, it's a very troublesome thing here, this predicting refraction thing.
So what's up, Brian? You doing X tonight?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to probably get in there in about an hour. Kind of just tooling
cool.
right now, getting some stuff down. I was listening to the conversation.
I don't know. Josh left. Josh is our resident satellite.
Yeah, I'm here.
I think he bailed. Oh, he's here. Josh Insock. I mean, Ingersoll.
Did you hear my question on predicting the refraction for tomorrow?
Yeah, he's disavowed that. You say that he's not an expert, so.
It's a good question, though, right?
How is globe refraction? And I call it globe refraction because it has to be a globe for it to refract that way. Can't be anything else, right? You have to have a curved atmosphere that curves light.
Yeah, and a globe dropping away from the beam, so that's the problem here is the beam is traveling along the Earth in the same optical density, roughly, because of the temperature gradient, humidity gradient, and the pressure gradient. However, in the globe view, they claim atmospheric refraction exists because the Earth is dropping away from the beam. So the beam is going up into less dense medium, and so it will bend away from the normal. But problem is, that doesn't actually cause the beam to go back down. It just straightens the beam out a little bit, so it doesn't actually go straight into space in that model. It would just not go as straight. It would just curve a little bit. But it wouldn't go back down, because otherwise at that point you're actually turning the light around. You're not now it's going from less dense medium into a more dense medium, and you have a different based on the angle of incidence, relative to the pseudo boundaries of the different optical densities, you have a different refraction. So they have a real problem getting that beam back to the ground, and so generally what they do is they say, well, it must be super refraction, which has no actual basis for it other than just well, it is must be bending this much because the Earth is a ball and we can see the beam.
And the sad thing is the refraction gets less as the higher you go up, man. I posted in the chat there the world record photo. We got 275 miles looking at Pic Gaspard there from 9,200 feet. That whole mountain range should be under 3 miles of physical curvature. But yeah, you can see the whole mountain range.
Brian, where did you post that?
It's up there a little bit. Somebody gave it a like. It's you got to scroll up a little bit.
Oh, okay.
A lot of people commenting, man. Oh, there it is. About 7:39 Mountain Time.
Oh yeah.
9:39 Eastern. It's right under, or right below that. Actually, you posted right after that. You posted "Behold the Flat Earth," and somebody else posted this other one with the infrared, which I think is like 250 miles. Roughly.
Yeah, I replied to it so people can click the reply and go to the comment.
And that's an early morning photo right there too. So. Pretty devastating for the globe Earth there.
So I just posted one taken from 27,000 feet in an airplane. Those mountains are 500 miles they're between 450 and 500 miles from the camera. Okay, so they should be 9 miles under the curve of the Earth, under the horizon.
Can you post videos in there?
Yeah.
In the chat?
Yeah.
I think I got one. It's a pilot, an SR-71, talking about how he's in around Tucson, Arizona, and he can see all the way the Rocky Mountains all the way up to Canada. You can see the coastline to LA, which just completely destroys. And this guy's the SR-71. Their max height is like 82,000 feet, 85,000 feet, something like that. I don't know if he was up that high, but he was up pretty high. Let's see if I can find it.
Does anybody have a picture of the weather balloon camera that is showing the sun and how it's making like a hot spot of light on the ocean, and then you can see like the moon far off to the left in the same picture?
Man, I had one. I might still have it. It was a sunset that actually disappeared before the horizon.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Kind of like turns into like a puddle blob and then poof, disappears right before.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. Yeah, I just posted that video of the SR-71 pilot in there. If anybody wants to check it out, it's pretty awesome.
I just got to the office. Appreciate y'all.
See you later.
All right, later, Josh. Giving you homework, Josh.
I know. I got some stuff to read.
Which you're not going to do because you think this is all entertainment. Yep, we get it. Bet you $1 he's not going to read that, Indio.
Of course not. What I want him to do is clear off your desk completely. Take the flat Earth evidence, put it on the right side of the desk. Take all your globe Earth evidence, put it on the left side of your desk. The evidence you actually have for your job. And you're going to look at the evidence you have for your job, and it's going to be a bunch of graphs and freaking text and equations. And then you're going to look on the other side of your desk, and you're going to see photographs and measurements. And then you go, keep telling yourself the Earth's a globe. Dude, he wanted to go down the metaphysics rabbit hole, bro. I had to reel that shit back. Because he never talks about curvature. He tries to bail on that.
Yeah, kind of funny that he tried that this morning. He's dipping his toe in the water, I guess. Oh, it looks flat. No, but it looks curved too. Oh, I don't mean human perspective. I meant global perspective. Duh.
Well, you just have to be willing to see everything first and then add all the refraction you need to justify your beliefs.
Yeah, he's a satellite engineer. I don't know if you heard that, Brian. He's a satellite engineer for the Kuiper program for Amazon. So, Elon Musk has Starlink and Amazon has Kuiper. So he's one of the engineers for Kuiper.
See, these guys all act like we're afraid to admit that there could be something up there in the air. What I got a problem with is that, they want to have a pressurized system grading out to a vacuum, and they can't show me any experiments where that can actually happen in reality other than look up and I build satellites. You build something that flies, I'll give you that. And that's about it.
He don't actually build anything. He's like
whatever he does.
What was he? Business something or other. Business development. So he works for them, and he has enough technical knowledge to sell it to some sucker. But he doesn't have any of the actual information. We've asked him.
It's just like you have people who create satellites, but they have no idea what actually happens to the satellite, or should I say no idea? They have an idea that has no actual verifiable relevance to what's actually happening. It's just they make the equipment, they send it off to whoever is supposedly launching it, and then they go out and they look for the signals and other things that are supposed to be sent from it. The people who are using this and sending it up, they're of course creating the signals and sending them down. It's a part of the functionality of it. That doesn't actually prove any of the presumed precision, the presumed state of the medium it's in. We can't verify any of that, and they can't verify any of that, and so they become just helpful cogs in a machine that sells it because they believe it strongly, but they don't have any verifications themselves, even if they're working on the marketing department, the engineers, the 99.9% of people who work in any way to satellites have no way of verifying that the satellite is where they think it is.
Well, on that too is that they're sending this thing out there into a vacuum. Also, hoping that operates properly with their orbital mechanics that depend on gravity, that science can't even tell us what it is.
Right. Brian,
you-
we're not even giving them that anymore. We want evidence that actually is a vacuum at this point.
Well, I know, but just say they
Yeah,
do.
well, they can't do that.
Well,
like this guy specifically, Josh. We've been grilling him. Like, how do they know what the pressure is?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That they would have to do tests on this. Were they testing this stuff to make sure it could even work in the environment that they say it is working in?
Well, he couldn't tell us what the pressure is. Nobody. So AV up there, he talked to a meteorologist, and this guy admitted that above a certain altitude, you can't measure the pressure because you can go. You say you have a weather balloon, right? Yeah, you can measure the pressure because it's hardly moving. But anything higher than that is in flight, right? It's in motion. So you can't actually measure the pressure because the object, how are you going to measure the pressure with a moving object? Good fucking luck with that, right? So
Also, with
then
that, I got a huge issue with at 60,000 feet, water starts to boil. So, I mean, anything other than that.
That's a whole other thing. That's another dude. You should have been here that day. That was like a couple days ago. I was asking Josh, I was like, well, since gravity, can does all this stuff, like, can gravity turn water into ice if there's enough gravity, right? Or boil water? Can gravity change the phase of liquids because you think it's doing work, right? Because we know, like, when water goes into vacuum, it boils. Can you just increase the gravity so that the water don't boil away in the vacuum? Because that's what they're saying is happening, right? The water's not boiling away because of gravity.
It can't
Right?
be
The gravity is keeping it water.
And it can't be possible because the strongest gravity is here on Earth. It gets weaker the further it goes away. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, Brian, right? The vacuum should be boiling the water away.
Exactly.
But it's not because of gravity.
Exactly, where it's the weakest. But somehow
it's also part of it is also they try to justify this by claiming that the vacuum itself is cold, and so the vacuum is causing things to freeze. The absence of matter.
I looked at a lot of phase diagrams, and I don't see gravity as any one of the components of the phase diagram. I see density, pressure, volume, temperature, right? But I don't see gravity in any of the phase diagrams for matter of like when water boils or when it turns to ice or when it turns supercritical or any of those. Like they make these phase diagrams for different elements or different compounds that tell you when it turns to gas, when it turns to water, under what pressure, temperature, that combination. And gravity isn't in any of those.
I have a dumb question. What exactly happens to water whenever you remove all the air around it like that in a vacuum? Like, why does it boil?
It boils.
It's due to the pressure. It starts making the molecules move faster and explodes. Really, it doesn't really boil from the heat. It just moves so fast it explodes.
Oh, so the pressure is keeping the molecules together, but whenever you remove the pressure, the molecules can move freely, and then it just spoils.
Yeah.
Yeah, they start breaking free.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
It's the degrees of freedom that the individual molecules have. How many degrees of freedom for a liquid, for a solid, or a gas? So when they put it under vacuum, right? Now at least one side of it, say you have the water at the bottom of the vacuum chamber. Then as soon as you start evacuating the gas, now the gas isn't in the way, right? The water now has infinite degrees of freedom on its surface to move around, and then it turns into a gas. Its energy isn't blocked by any air in its way.
Okay.
It's also one of the reasons. Sorry, one of the reasons why it's also boiling is like there is some oxygen also trapped in the water, and as that bubbles up, it helps breaks the rest of the cohesion of the water.
Were you about to say AV?
Yeah, how do we have oceans on this spinning ball Earth in the vacuum void? If that all is true, how do we still have water?
Because the invisible firmament above us is holding it all in.
Well, we have it because of air pressure. Why do we have air pressure? That's the bigger question.
Yesterday we were talking. I think it was yesterday, and he was talking about religion and how he's not religious. I'm talking about Josh and AV. You were there. He started telling us that there's 4 different types of versions of where outer space begins, and I'm like, sounds like you have different versions of a Bible or something in front of you, and you're like spouting it off. Like, where is it? Where's your
Yeah.
proof? You have 4 different versions of your religion of where space begins, and he's like, well, it depends, and blah blah blah, and I'm like, okay, doesn't sound too good to me.
They also have a problem, that is, if gravity is compressing the air, that would heat the air. However, we do not see that as like the pressure gradient is not equal with the temperature gradient. So, like, the temperature gradient is relative to the sun adding heat to the ground, and that the ground then releasing that heat up into the air. So the pressure gradient is not causing the poles to be tropical. So the gravity is not able to heat gas in their imagination. So gravity is not acting upon the gas to increase its kinetic energy and heating it up. So it's weird because we don't even use gravity in most of the or any of the gas laws. It's ad hoc added on afterwards because it has to be a globe.
Another question I asked him, and I don't think he really answered me, or I didn't understand him, was how do you use propulsion in space in zero gravity, nothing in the air, no air molecules? Like, how does propulsion work? What is it pushing up against to move forward or backwards?
It doesn't, because of free expansion of gas. It would have, like, gases moving. Yeah, there would be no way to push off of anything.
Yeah, that's what blows my mind.
This goes to what I was saying earlier. What he'll do is he'll give you an equation. He'll never give you anything demonstrating it. And this is what as far as gas pressure, thrust in a vacuum, that's all we've ever gotten, right? We just gotten a bunch of equations. We've never gotten any demonstration of anything. This is like something that's been going on 8 years. I think Citizen Z asked for that like 8 years ago over in Gem Pandas. Hey, I want like a video of thrust in a vacuum. It was still fucking waiting, bro. 8 years later.
I mean, could we test that? Could we make a vacuum chamber and pull everything out of that chamber and put a little tiny rocket in there and see if it moves?
The problem with that is the exhaust from the rocket repressurizes the chamber and so starts to move. We've seen Mythbusters try to do this, and a lot of idiots try to do this. They need to keep evacuating the chamber, and the chamber needs to be big enough and be able to evacuate the air fast enough to be able to maintain no atmosphere. So that's the issue there. But like with the demonstration of like the simple ball, the balloon rocket example and the vacuum, in their math, there is matter being pushed out of the balloon, and so the balloon should be going forward, but it's not. Like the air has nothing to push off. It's just continuing into the next. It's like kind of like it's continuing to be sucked through a straw effectively, and so it just has nothing to push off.
Sounds like another slam dunk, just like, measuring flat Earth, but for space.
I just posted in the chat there a video showing a rocket in a vacuum, and everything you just said is going on in there. It needs to equalize the chamber. The the smoke needs to go hit a wall, and then the rocket starts to move.
Oh wow, nice post.
These Globies always ask us to provide proof and all this stuff. We provide it for them. And they don't like it. Every time we ask for an experiment, they say, go climb a mountain. Look up. I'm just looking for any experiment that backs up any of their claims.
That's what most of them don't understand. Like whenever they come in here, a lot of times they're like, why is everybody muted? Why isn't anybody talking? Because we already know truth. We're waiting for someone to come in here and throw us something new that we can debunk. Because that's how I became a flat earther. I tried to debunk the flat earth, and I can't do it.
Why is everyone muted? You ever share 30 people try to talk at once? That's why everyone's muted.
And that too.
There's really only one other channel / server that I've participated in that's at all that's not FE related, and that's the Ask a Christian. When was in there with Quits a couple times. But I have tried to dial around politics in the PNR server, and the talking over and everything else was far worse than anything we could have ever imagined here. And so it seemed like way too chaotic. Can these servers or channels enforce a push to talk option to where only one person can talk at a time?
Well, push to talk just keeps you muted until you hit a button. It's like a walkie-talkie. You know, you have to push the button to talk.
Yeah, but
No,
but is there a feature to where like you can keep multiple people from talking at the same time?
It needs
Yeah.
a hand.
Moderators, maybe?
A stage.
Yeah, it needs a hand or something like that so people can raise a hand.
There's a stage feature they added. It's kind of like the stage feature is kind of like same with X. It's kind of there's a couple people that have the ability to speak, and then like people can raise their hand or request to talk, all that.
Well, like I think of Zello, which I use sparingly, and with Zello you can, or not you can. That's how it works. So it's like the walkie-talkie, and you push the button, and nobody else can chime in until you're done.
Oh, that sounds dangerous, man.
Well, and
Some people just talk too long, man. Imagine freaking. Love you, Gregory. Imagine Gregory getting that fucking button, bro.
Well, on there, so
Don't
then
play, just clear your schedule that day. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, so on there, then the channel owner can actually set a maximum transmission time. So whether it's 30 seconds or a minute or whatever, you can set that maximum.
Oh, that would be awesome.
That's where they came in with the phrase "can't get a word in edgewise" because of that.
Good. I don't want to figure anybody, but I can imagine that could be very painful to listen to if you know set a pretty short time limit.
Yeah, they talk about being long in the tooth. That's like that tooth's got cavities, bro.
Dude, that's saber tooth. Those are tusks. Those aren't even teeth.
It's a freaking tusk, bro.
Dude, you'll grow tusks before they finish.
Keep it short and sweet. Short and sweet. Well, as short as you can. How about that?
Yeah, brevity is the soul of wit. You know what I mean?
Sometimes you do have to speak a little bit in depth, but not all the time. The majority of the times you can just, get concise with it. Yeah. It is.
I mean, we kind of just had to do that with Josh, where we had to go all like start from the bottom and work our way up. You know what I mean? Because he was being a little silly obfuscator. I find it hard to believe that he don't know anything about it in this topic. Don't you, Avi? He's never heard any of this before, the refraction thing.
Dude, he's coy, dude. He just plays dumb.
That's what I'm saying.
There's no way. There's no freaking way. And then he's like, I think he's doing the double speak on purpose and all that other stuff. Like, I don't think none of it's genuine. Like, oh, my bad. I didn't know I was doing that thing. Or like he fakes that genuine kind of like, I didn't know.
Yeah. Like Urkel.
I'm not buying it, bro. I'm not buying it.
Yeah, like Urkel, bro. He's the freaking white Urkel.
It's all debate tactics.
But that's what the worst ones start doing, though. Like Rolling My Boulder did that. Matthew did that.
Did I do that?
Oh, by the way, Drace, he's our new Matthew. Josh is.
Has Josh been joshing?
See what you did there.
Yo, that shit grinds my gears, dude, when they say stuff like, I don't think any evidence you could be shown would convince you the Earth is flat, even though we keep saying what it is over and over.
Yeah. He's like, I want you to tell me specifically, dude. Like that right there, it's cap, bro. He's heard that before. He knows exactly what we want. Like for him to be even asking that is just ridiculous on his page.
So, AB, when he comes back, we're going to ask him what would convince him the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
And watch.
Quick, he's been doing this for 6 years. He is not a newbie.
How do you know he's been at this for 6 years?
Somebody yelled,
you guys give me some material to read?
For him, and because he uses his real name, it was pretty easy to find some of his older posts, and I've been sent some screenshots. So apparently he's been at this shit for a while. He's not a newbie to this conversation.
He just hasn't been to 24/7. Like,
yeah, he's a newbie to us.
He's been around the topic, just not around like what we do in here. You know how we have a different flavor than the rest.
Flavor.
Yeah, we hang them up by their toes and make them gargle peanut butter in here.
I only learned about this stuff like 2 years ago, and what I learned 2 years ago is a far less than what I know now. So there's no way you can be in this for 6 years. You're either just never looking at anything and just wanting to argue or something, or you just,
Yeah, that's exactly what he wants, Brian. That's when there was one day he was driving to work and he was like, I'm not going to look any of that stuff up that you guys showed me. I'm just in here for fun. I'm just having fun. And I even told him, dude, psychologically, that's not true. You're not in here day in and day out just because it's fun. You know that what you're doing right now is not anything beneficial to man. Like, I mean, what are you monitoring satellites that you think they're in a place that they're supposed to be? The Earth is a globe. Like, none of that, dude, is what you can say you can verify. None of it. And he's all in his feels about it now, and he's trying to come in here with his evidence, and he puts it in his bio, like the gas pressure being measured with the ISS, REL, the REL device, or the arm, or whatever the fuck it is. And when I looked into it, because it was in his bio, right, and it doesn't have a way that there's a pressure gauge that's measuring the ambient pressure outside of the ISS. It's not doing that. He's like, yeah, there's 3 sensors on it. One of them is. I was like, no, none of them are. And you can't show me a device that does that because it can't be done. They even say it cannot be done. So anything you receive is a calculation or some sort of like inference on like what the pressure is outside, but it's not an actual measurement. We don't have that. And like I said before, that also is bolstered from the meteorologist Brendan, who frequents our channel every now and again. Because I have a chat with him, and I'm like, dude, honestly, what's the highest they've ever measured the ambient pressure outside? He's like, we only go to the highest levels of the troposphere, but you probably go to the stratosphere. But he's like, that's probably it, right? That's where it caps out. Because beyond that, there's a mesosphere, the altitude where the mesosphere is, and you can't measure in situ there. So I'm like, oh, really? So the mesosphere is like the cap limit? He's like, pretty much. And what's his name? Mark G was so butthurt when he was having that conversation with us that he challenged him on it too. So Mark G was challenging him on that and failed because he's like, well, what about this rocket explosion that happened in the mesosphere? And Brian goes like, yeah, I've read that paper before, and that paper just states that they did a kind of like a calculation from the stratosphere to the mesosphere where that rocket exploded, and they came up with an average. And he was like, he didn't know how to defend that because that debunked his claim that they measured directly, and they're not measuring directly. So
they can't. There's no possible way.
Yeah, there isn't a device, Brian. Let me put it this way, and then you can take this to the bank, dude. Because not only from a meteorologist standpoint, but from NOAA, they're also stating that that's you don't. Plus, they're not even concerned with measuring in those altitudes, except for space fanboys like Josh. But yeah, you can't. There's no device that measures the air pressure outside in that environment beyond the stratosphere, beyond where balloons can go.
It's literally impossible. You need the walls to have something to press upon, otherwise you can't get pressure. If you're in a vacuum, an infinite one, there's nothing to press upon. You're not going to get any readings.
Yeah, because they go, well, it gradiates out all the way to the, where the thermosphere is.
That's what
I'm like, dude, they have never measured that ever. And I just that simple fact it puts them into a tailspin, like a dog chasing his tail. I'm like, yeah, go and try to prove that they actually have some way to measure with a device the air pressure in the thermosphere, or even for that matter, the temperature. How did they measure that, monkey? Like, there's no way to do that. Like, they're only using inferences and calculations, and it's all math, dude. Because none of it's measured, bro. Like, so really, the idea, like, put it this way, the idea that there's a space vacuum, and that challenges the notion that we bring up the argument, container, what's it called? Gas pressure without containment. That whole argument was born out of the fact that they were making the claim that there is air pressure that's measured at the thermosphere. And we were giving them that for a long time until when I had that conversation with the meteorologist, dude, I was like, whoa, what the fuck? I mean, we've been giving them the argument that there's air pressure 10 to the negative 7 or 2 or whatever they think it is at that Kármán line for the longest time. Nobody has ever measured it. So that really put me off kilter, right? So I was like, oh man, I got to look into this. Sure enough, man, there is no measurement or a device that measured air pressure in that altitude, period. And you can, like I said, challenge them on it. They're going to go in a tailspin, try to give you calculations, but you're like, nope, give me the device and the way they measured it. And they can't do it. Either one of those.
I keep on asking them to show. If you think that's what's going on, you should be able to reproduce that in real world events and give me an experiment. I mean, you
That's
keep on
not happening either.
And then you say we can't do. I was like, dude, get a propane tank. There you go. It's a container. What do you want? It's super easy. But even when they try to say that rockets could get out there, I'm like, okay, let's say I give you your magic rocket fuel that can, push a rocket forward because it's smart like that, and you can actually move in this vacuum here. How do you stop? I mean, you need something to stop against, right? How are you stopping? They concede it's a vacuum. It would never stop. It would keep going. You need something to stop. If you try to say, I can throw thrusters out there, there's no vacuum. Or there's no medium. Yeah. There's nothing for that to happen. It's a vacuum. It would just keep going. You wouldn't do it. You would never change direction. You would never stop. They can't think logically.
They never measured any pressure up there.
Well, Yoder was telling us he tried the bullshit. Remember that the other day, AB? A few days ago, he was like, yeah, I know someone that works there. He thought the device was the name of a company and then said he knew someone that worked there.
It's all lies, bro.
Bro, that's crazy, dude. That's like, we measured the Earth's spin with a ring laser gyro. Like, oh, I know someone that works at Ring Laser Gyro. I can get us we can talk to him. Like, what? You fucking crackhead? What the hell's wrong with you? But all he did when he did that is show that all the time he's made these offers of knowing people, it's probably just cap. All of it. Total manufactured bullshit. That he's trying to convince people that he knows somehow first have information. Because he's admitted that he don't. This is the weird thing about Josh, is that he's admitted that he doesn't have any first-hand information, on one hand, but on the other hand, tries to portray the idea to people that he actually does. Right? To newbies, right? Randos that come in here. If he gets a chance to talk to them, he tries to portray to them that he's got the first-hand information.
Well, he turns his little charm on, that sales pitch charm for working for Amazon, so he tries to give him the old 23 skidoo, so that everybody's like, oh man, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, he must have some knowledge on this. And you dig down a little deeper, man, you're going to find out he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a double speaker, dude, just like earlier today. He's a double speaker. And he's like, I'm only in here for the fun of it. No, you're not.
I was going to say, there's a possibility that in those 6 years or whatever, how many years he's been involved, that he's never listened the entire time. Because I remember, I don't know who I asked over in the politics server. They're like, I've been involved in this topic for 5 years. I debated this person. So he's verified that he actually has been debating this topic. And I said to him, Steel Man a single flat Earth argument, and he couldn't think of a single flat Earth argument. Means in 5 years he never listened to a single argument.
Who was that?
Oh, I can't remember. It was a Charlie.
Oh,
is Charlie or one of his guys? It was one of the dudes out there over in I think it was Charlie. Over in the politics server. I could be wrong though. But that definitely happened though. The guy that he said I've been involved in this topic for 5 years. Okay, Steel Man a single flat Earth argument. Brian knows, dude. You ask him to Steel Man a fucking argument, dude. They fall apart.
They fall apart when you ask them to. Yeah, they fall apart when you ask them to actually repeat what you just said, bro.
Dude,
how many times have you done that?
One sentence before.
I got him in the timeline right now saying this won't work on a flat Earth. I'm all like, okay, prove it.
They have 8-second attention.
They can't even do that.
No,
we should do this on a flat Earth. Prove it.
AB. Oh, AB. There's a hack for that. Asking them what was the last sentence I said. They should just say, what was the last sentence I said? Like, because that
Yeah, I
was the
know.
last. Like, there is a hack, but they can't even get that right. Like, they're the gang that could not shoot straight. It's so funny.
Yeah, I don't know why, man. It's like not even. It's not even a lot. Like there's some people out there that do kind of like, oh yeah, that kind of doesn't work, does it? But these guys, the ones that we're talking about, they're full on, dude. They're just like they don't give a shit if they have to throw away logic or reason or anything. They're just like, yeah, it's ridiculous, man.
Oh, everything goes overboard. Like, because Josh let it. Josh revealed his true intention, right? When you're like, well, I mean, to a Glober, he can just look at that Pontchartrain meme, yeah, and what? Draw the wrong conclusion and stay on the globe. That's the purpose. You don't care how they reach the conclusion, just as long as they reach the globe conclusion. That revealed everything about him. Just that one little segment. Okay, and people don't realize like the type of confession he just made. Literally, you want? Oh, is the globe a cult? Oh, what do you think? Dude said he doesn't care how people reach the conclusion it's a globe, just as long as they do. Even if they reach it for erroneous reasons.
That's why I was so hard that I wanted them to tell me how it was a win, because you're literally saying you got someone to believe a lie and convinced them it was a ball when they were seeing a ball when they clearly were not seeing any balls, or like it was not a consequence of any balls, it was refraction, and so they are wrong. It just showcased how, like, to me that's a loss. Like if I were on his side and my side were saying something wrong, that would to me is a loss. And so I don't get how he frames, how he can even conceptualize teaching his side error as being a victory.
Yeah, I mean, you pointed out two great things, man, today. I mean, seriously, you got mad credit. I thought you were going to be rusty, dude. You came in like you were like the freaking opening scene for Rambo. You put the bandana on, the bandoliers around your waist, picked up the fucking machine gun, and just came in and destroyed Josh. Was
Yeah,
quite
man.
awesome.
Welcome back, Brace.
Yeah, welcome back, dude. Freaking, he doesn't need a red carpet, dude. The red carpet is the Glober guts.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be taking off, man. Great little channel here, man. You guys have a good day.
Dude, plug your fucking.
Drop by anytime.
Plug your X spaces, bro.
Well, I don't like to go in other people's spaces.
I'll do it for you then. I'll plug his X spaces. Flat Earth Fridays on X. Be there or be square.
Bring your proof, man.
Yeah, give me
Be there or
links.
be globe.
What's that?
Yeah, post the links, man.
You know what?
Give me their handle or something so I can find you.
My handle is 8. Get over it, man. 8.
What account was this, Brian? Just 8? Is this count 8?
This is number 7.
Oh, okay, shit.
I'm trying not to make any more. I'm trying to be cool about it and be a little bit more obtuse in what I say, vague in what I say.
Well, it's not like you decided to make a bunch of more. People are kind of decided for you, right? If they get your account, shit can.
Yeah. I should probably have like 30 or 40,000 followers by now, but it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. They can't stop me. They try, but they can't. They're in my timeline right now just crying like crazy, so.
I think that makes them better than anything is that you just keep coming back. They can't get rid of you.
Yeah, but because they do that, we also need to be proactive in making sure that we share then when you start up again and stuff like that, so that we can actually follow it. And otherwise, they're just being a little bit effective in shutting you down.
Well, X does that. I get notices on the regular that I even put my account to say parody on it to see if that would help. That doesn't help either, but they keep on saying that, due to this post, we're going to have to limit your reach and stuff for a while. Yeah, I took a 12-hour ban because I asked somebody how many cookies they could cook in 6 years. He said that was violent and hateful. I'm like, who doesn't like cookies? It's just wrong.
What was the answer?
It turned out the best you could do, no matter how much consideration you give to our greatest ally, 782,000 and some change. But yeah, it's only because I know how to use my calculator. I've been banned from my calculator too.
What's that with 3 ovens?
It was with 15 ovens.
Fucking love cookies.
Pre-baked or not pre-baked, pre-made on the cookie sheet and everything. You didn't even have to go buy the cookie dough or anything. Just sitting there waiting to be baked. And they got on the cookie sheet all up by themselves. Just appeared magically.
Yeah, I go deeper into this topic. We're streaming on YouTube, so maybe another day.
Yeah, well, and I saw we were on YouTube, so that's why I kept it to cookie talk.
Yeah, you did a good job. YouTube isn't as strict, and obviously you're targeted on X. You probably get mass reporting all the time.
Oh yeah, I'm sure I get.
You really hurt their feelings.
I get reported on a daily basis. I'm 100% sure of that. I wouldn't have it any other way though. So, but anyway, you guys have a good day, and if you want to come over to X, I'll be going to who knows, like probably 11, 12 o'clock Eastern PM.
All right, I'm definitely going to pop in at some point. Say hi to my bros over there.
Right on. But take care, guys.
All right, later. Thanks, Ryan.
Man.
Good luck.
Take care, Brian.
So, what's the topic of discussion right now?
It's always flat Earth, bro.
Cookies.
What about flat Earth?
The topic of discussion is always flat Earth.
No,
And
but
cookies are flat.
What's specific?
Well, I guess
Cryptic.
we're ready for you to segue us into the next part of this conversation, so feel free.
Yeah. Let's do the question of the day, all right? The question of the day, Cryptic, is you're a globe earther, right? So what evidence would convince you that the Earth is flat?
I'm not a globe earther anymore.
Yeah, horseshit.
No, I'm not. Have you heard like the past conversations we had over the past?
Well, if you were not a globe earther, you wouldn't join the channel asking what the topic is.
No, I said what specifically about flat Earth are we talking?
We really
It's a hypothetical anyway. If
Sorry.
you were a globe earther, what evidence would prove to you it's flat?
Oh, if I was a globe earther, well, me it would be pretty simple. The curvature being, there being no curvature like that. That one thing is enough to show like the Earth is at least not the shape that they're purporting, right? That they're presenting. But yeah, that would at least prove that what they're saying is wrong. And then you gotta look into it deeper to understand like the exact model or the so-called model that we're trying to present.
So they would have to bring to you a verifiable method of demonstrating curvature in reality.
Exactly, yeah. If they can't
And if they
prove
couldn't
curvature,
do so, that would be your flat. Prove to you the Earth is flat.
no, that would not be my proof that the Earth is flat, but that would the proof that the shape that they're saying is wrong. Because when you say flat Earth, right, you can't have a flat Earth going around the sun. Once you cannot prove curvature, then you'd start to question, okay, the Earth is not a sphere, then what is it? And if it was a flat plane, it can't go around the sun. right? Like it just wouldn't work. Only like a single planet in the heliocentric model would be able to, you know, go, go would be able to orbit another star or the planet. So
That's
you
not
start
true.
to question the whole heliocentric model as well.
Whatever orbits the sun is not based on the composition or shape of the object orbiting.
I mean, what have you ever seen a plane shaped? Like, have they ever shown you a plane shaped, celestial
I'm
object?
not saying that they have or haven't attempted to show something like that. I'm just saying, by the books, like, something was flat or it was round, it wouldn't change if it could orbit the sun or not.
Well, orbit around the sun, from what they say, is based on the bending of space-time caused by the mass of that object, right? Then that creates a gravitational field around that object, and the
Yeah, and in
the
this case, it would be the sun.
yeah. So, I don't think a plane-shaped object could create a gravitational field, but I
It's
don't
not
think it could
orbiting
create.
based on its own gravitational field. Sure, yes, its gravitational field will influence certain aspects of the orbit, but it'll be negligible. I mean, if we're going by the example of, something the size of a sun and something the size of a planet.
Yeah, but a plane-shaped object
I
cannot
mean,
bend.
look, they claim there's asteroid fields. You don't think any one of them single asteroids of there being, claimed millions upon millions is like flat, kind of like
Oh, there definitely are,
rectangular
but
shaped.
they're not big enough to bend space-time. Like they're not big enough to,
No, but they're still
create
orbiting the
their own.
sun. That's all I'm saying. I'm just addressing what you were saying.
No, but no asteroid I think is big enough to create like its own. Okay, maybe some asteroids do have like really big asteroids probably have like other smaller asteroids, orbiting around them. But talking about like
Hold on,
bending
Cryptic. Do you even understand what's being claimed in heliocentrism? Like, why does the globe
the
Earth orbit the sun?
what? Well, what did you say?
Why does the globe Earth orbit the sun?
Because the sun has a gravitational field that attracts the Earth and all the other planets.
Yeah. Yeah, the globe Earth is caught in, essentially, right? And it's
Yeah.
in a somewhat stable orbit.
Yeah.
So, what changes if the object is, flat, round, triangle, or pyramid, whatever?
Well, uh, based on all the models that I've seen, where the space-time is bent based on the object, planet or the star, or whatever. I've never seen a model of like a mass ending space-time like that, like of
Of a
all
what bend in
the
space time?
like a flat plane cannot orbit the sun, I think. But no, even if it did, if a flat Earth orbited the sun, if it orbited in a way that the heliocentric model shows, you would not have the same like day-night cycle as we do now.
Bro, you need to calm down a little bit. No one, Scott, this has outed you as not being a flat earther because no one is claiming that the Earth is a pizza disk orbiting the sun in the heliocentric model.
Yeah, I know. No, I know.
Yeah, so why are you trying to argue against that?
No, because he asked me. He asked me why a plane-shaped Earth would not orbit the sun.
No,
No,
the claim
bro.
that
He already explained to you the orbit is irrelevant of the shape and the size of the object orbiting. If the orbit is stable and it is orbiting, it could be a disc, it could be a pencil, it could be a dildo. It's simple.
But if it were a flat Earth orbiting the sun, as in the heliocentric model, then we would not have the day-night cycle as it is now. How would flat
yeah,
Earth
but
orbit
that's
the
another thing entirely, Cryptic. We were just discussing whether a flat-shaped object could be orbiting or not, and it could be, and that's it.
Well, from I thought you for flat Earth, I thought Earth were a
No,
plane
it's
shape.
not our claim that we are a space disk.
No, but
That's a straw man, dude. None of us believe in that. The best way to explain it is you're standing on the floor of all that is. Welcome to the ground. It's the floor of the universe.
that's what I believe in too. I'm so confused. What
Yeah.
are you guys asking me about? Like,
Well, we're
I
wondering
believe
why you brought up the Pizza Planet thing is all, man. But it's okay.
because that's what. No, I think I misunderstood the question that Obvious said. But I thought he
Oh,
was
you answered
asking.
the original question well. You would ask for measurements of surface curvature or not, and that's fair. I think that's the correct expectation or standard of evidence for whether the Earth be.
I think there's a little bit of confusion at the moment because Cryptic was even arguing with a Glober the other day saying they don't claim that it's a disk in space or anything like that. He said, look, we observe the sun moving over the surface of the Earth.
Exactly.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think Cryptic it still thinks that that's what we claim. He went off on a tangent and he just said something, and I just wanted to correct him on it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, I get it. I think it was.
I get that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So Cryptic, it's very easy. Our position to figure out.
I know what you're. I know what
Even
your
hold
position.
on, dude. Why you interrupt me? As soon as your mind goes into the abstract imagination, you're doing it wrong. The only thing you need to think about flat Earth is just go from memory and experiences that you had. That's all you need to do. You don't need to construct any freaking ideas about space disks or pizza planets or fucking elliptical orbits or orbits at all or any of that shit. You don't experience that. You don't see that from Earth. You don't see any of those things. Nobody has ever seen an orbit, brother. You understand that. An orbit is 100% conceptual idea. It's never been observed in nature, ever. Not once, not ever.
The
when
problem
you
is also
say the word orbit, you have to imagine something in your mind. To even say that word. Not from memory.
Yeah, I was in.
When is the last time you seen an orbit? You looked up in the sky, you saw orbit. When?
I can't see the orbit. Like I can only see stuff moving over across us.
Yeah, what I find to be the problem here is you had no reason to double down or even claim that flat objects cannot orbit. That's just fundamentally not correct, and Globers would slaughter you on that. Like, there's no reason to go into that or make that claim that you believe that it couldn't happen, because then people have to try to correct you, and then you get sucked into this line of thinking or the line of argumentation.
Yeah, I'm not. Could you explain why a flat plane could not orbit the sun on their models, or could orbit the sun?
It's very simple. Like, if you have something that's orbiting another thing, it doesn't matter what that thing is, how it's shaped. Like, it could be like, if you look at the asteroid fields in the globe model, for instance, they're irregular shaped. They're still orbiting. So claiming that they can't be irregular shaped, they have to be something, is bad. Like, because that's not, doesn't fit with their story, doesn't fit with any story. It's just like somebody's pulling it from a hat. It doesn't help put solidity into your arguments. It doesn't help you seem credible. So it doesn't make any sense that even in the globe model, flat objects couldn't orbit. However, if Earth were a pizza in the heliocentric model, floating like the third rock in the globe model, then yes, that you wouldn't see the things we see, because it would look very different. But that's not what we're claiming. We're not claiming to be the third rock from the sun. We're not modeling beyond what we can actually test and measure and see.
I see. All right.
Think about it this way, dude. There's only three ways you can think about something. You can imagine, you can experience, and you can remember. It's the only way you can think about objects in the physical world. There are no other ways.
Yeah,
Like you can
I get
imagine a
that.
chair. Yeah, you can imagine a chair. You can experience like just seeing a chair. There it is right in front of you. Or you can remember seeing a chair. When you start talking about orbits, you're completely in imagination. There is nothing that you remember. You've never seen it. You can't say I'm looking at an orbit right now, and you can't remember seeing an orbit. So it's 100% in the imagination. All of that stuff. And when you actually apply this objective truth of how you think about things to the entire globe cosmology, you'll soon realize that there's a very few things that actually you can say come from memory. You could say, yes, we experience the day and night cycle. Yes, I experience it gets colder or hotter. Maybe those things. Yes, I experienced tides. Yes, I saw an eclipse. Now, maybe those things. But why those things happen is not evident from your experience. It has to be constructed abstractly in some idea or model or construct. It's not actually how you experience it. You have to imagine it's happening in some other way than the way you see it.
I get that. Yeah.
Well, don't you think that's a little insane?
That that orbits that they're saying orbits exist.
No, it's insane that you have an entire cosmology based upon imagination.
Like me or what the Globers are.
Not you specifically, but the globe, the whole heliocentric, Big Bang, whatever cosmology. 99.99% of their claims are based upon imagination, with 0.001% based upon actual observation in reality, where the observation actually looks like and is experienced like exactly as they claim it should be.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've changed most of science, not just astronomy, but most of science to just be about imagination instead of observations and conducting experiments. Like, uh, if you think about what kind of species they say existed in the past, a lot of it aren't based on fossils or like evident fossil records. Like they find like a few fossils, then they construct an entire new species, right? Instead of what they can find from observation. So it's not just astronomy. They've kind of shifted most of science towards more theoretical instead of observations and experiments.
Have you heard how like whales are supposed to have evolved? You ever
Whales?
heard this
No,
story?
no.
So they say everything was in the water, in the oceans, and then some things crawled out of the oceans and crawled onto land. But whales decide they're going to go back into the water.
Yeah, I've heard how like they say whales became mammals because like they to crawl out of the water or something and breathe air.
And then they decided that they're going to go back into the water
Yeah,
for
that's
some
insane.
reason. It is insane. Dude, that story is so crazy. Yeah, I
Like
was a
if that
fish, and I became a mammal, and then I was like, "Oh, fucking mammal on land, that's boring. I'm gonna go live in the sea like I was a fish, but as a mammal." It's dumb. It's so dumb. Dude, it actually hurts my brain. It's so dumb. It's dumb that there's probably people that actually believe that crap.
Yeah, exactly. If whales did indeed like do that enough to evolve into a mammal, like you'd see that happening until now. Like animals don't just change their behavior random.
Behavior. They had to change so many things simultaneously. It isn't even funny.
Yeah.
Well, think about it. Say you're a cow, right? Because they say the whale evolved from a cow-like creature. How many changes would have to happen to a cow to be ocean-worthy and live long enough to fight off predators and have a food source and like all the things you need to survive, right?
Yeah.
You need food. There's no shelter in the ocean, so you can forget about that.
So
You need
let's say I take a giant swimming pool that has a shallow end where the cow can stand, and then I wall it off and I raise multiple generations of cows. How long until I get a whale?
No one knows.
So here's the other thing. When they were land mammals, they drank and lived off of fresh water. How did they acclimate themselves to? Did whales drink salt water? Did whales drink anything? I don't know. Like this change in and of itself, just going from freshwater to saltwater, that's just kooky. Like how would you even do that?
Exactly, and they claim a lot of weird stuff about humans as well. Like like about Neanderthals. They say they once said they were very stupid. Then they're saying they're actually much smarter than humans and like taller than humans. So and they say all these different human species suddenly went suddenly disappeared the moment Homo sapiens came about, and they say, "Oh, we killed them off," or like they don't even know, and they just claim, and they can't even find good enough human bone to uh, actually prove all these different species exist because they say so rare for like Homo erectus bones or Neanderthal bones to come about. But then they're having all these crazy claims that they're smarter than us, they're taller than us, but somehow we still manage to defeat all of them. And every single human on Earth right now is Homo sapien.
Well, most of them also have, at least big part of the Nordic countries has some Neanderthal supposedly DNA.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I heard
interbreeding
that.
is the
Yeah.
other thesis. But then they wouldn't be a different species, right? If they were just interbreeding. Because
Yep.
species can't interbreed. And like you
Yeah,
can interbreed
exactly.
species but the offspring are sterile.
Yeah, it wouldn't work.
No, but they say it's all the same species, like Homo species, like but then they say it's different subspecies. But so like how could mate a lion and a tiger, you get a liger. But they say something like that. But that's the thing though, liger. Once you mate a lion and a tiger and you get a liger, the liger can't reproduce. So when you mate a human, Homo sapien, and a Neanderthal, you get a baby. That baby will not be able to reproduce. That baby is sterile, even though both are like subspecies. Uh, like so, I don't understand how it works.
Yeah, neither does anybody else. because it don't work. Because
Yeah.
I'm sure they've tried, made significant efforts to get a liger or even a mule, because a mule is a donkey and a pony, right? So,
Yeah.
and they have horse and zebras, right? There's a bunch of different combinations that have been made, and they've tried very, very hard to get reproduction, right? They probably use hormones, artificial insemination, gene splicing, knocking genes out. They probably tried so many different things to get them to be able to actually reproduce. Try to get the liger to reproduce with a tiger, try to get to reproduce with a lion, you know what I mean?
That's
And,
right.
and
Exactly.
who said that's right?
I said, it's not long ago when I saw another TikTok about the ligers and stuff, and they were talking in the comments that it's not possible to do this and do that.
Yeah, but they've tried, right? Certainly they've
Yeah,
tried.
absolutely, of course. Like, you guys know about the breeding of the dogs. Many dogs have been completely they ruined many dogs because they're trying to get the best features out of the things that they breed or something. They trying to do that in every species nowadays.
I mean, they're clearly lying about their cosmological model of the universe, or what they say is the universe. But they're lying about that, which I don't think they're lying. I think they just don't know. They make up stories to make it make sense to themselves, and then share it with us. I think they probably do the same with humans, because you look at the human evolution, right? Well, there's so many missing pieces, and they act as if they know everything. Just like when it comes to cosmology.
I do not know about that. But yeah, the more they tryna breed other things together that should be not, the more fucked up it gets.
I really don't know how a Homo sapien can reproduce with a Neanderthal, and then that baby still can reproduce. Like, that goes against everything we see in nature.
Well, that just means that just like you can take a Mongolian or a white person and then a small like African tribe and have them like mix, like that just means they were closely related.
No, that's completely different. We're all the same species, bro. We're different races, but we're all the same species. We're talking about completely different species, like white people and black people and Asians and all that. We're all the same. We're literally
Yeah,
all the same species.
the point is the difference. There are genetic differences within humanity. The point is the difference between the Neanderthal and the human must have been that small that successful breeding was possible. Otherwise, they wouldn't work. Otherwise, we wouldn't have that small percentage of Neanderthal DNA.
But if it was so small that interbreeding were possible, then why are they classified as a different species?
Well, that's just arbitrary classifications that we made. Just like we arbitrarily claim like this is a different species because it looks different and it has a small genetic variation.
I mean, like, it wasn't long ago when they claimed like black people were a different species as well. Like, so I really don't know, man. Like, they could be lying, and they could, like, they're saying all sorts of species existed before Homo sapiens. I don't know to what extent that is true, and I don't know how they're getting that information when
Yeah,
they don't actually have.
and the way I see it is there's people are classifying things and putting labels on things, but we actually exist in reality. We have life, and life comes in all different forms, and we keep continuing to find new life and new types of organisms, and scientists don't know where it's coming from.
Yeah.
Same with humanity. We see all sorts of genetic abnormalities happen. We see people changing with environments. So we see humanity changing over time, and same with like all of humanity, for instance, has the identifying markers of domestication syndrome. So perhaps the Neanderthals were simply undomesticated humans. So they had different genetic structure because their genetic structure was isolated from the genetic structure of the other humans, what we call Homo sapiens, and then the Homo sapiens had more exposure to bad chemicals and other things that could disrupt or change their DNA slightly. And so when the two groups meet again, they're can still create fertile offspring because they're still similar enough, but they're both in looks and bone structure, brain capacity, all those are differences. And so in retrospect, we might look at them and be like, oh, well, this is a different race. But they might still have just diverged from the same basic society, and one remained uncorrupted, whereas the other one got more degraded, and so there's an apparent difference. But it doesn't mean that they're not the same thing. Like you can take a dog breed and you can have it like become a mixed dog breed, and you can have like oh, he has genetic problems, but he can still have a baby.
Yeah.
And so those problems will be passed on to its baby, and so on and so forth, and eventually it looks completely different. And so yeah, I can see why they think this. Just like with a lot of the I think Darwin and his Sphinx are a good example. You see like what he calls microevolution, or like the small adaptation to the environment or stimuli in the environment. That's not a change in species. And they don't say it is, but enough of those things, enough of those factors over a long enough period and long enough generations could lead to effects on the life form itself, and we try to classify those effects as different species, but it's all just life. That's how I see it.
I see. But yeah, I mean, just want to say that like 99%, all humans have like 99% identical DNA. So, or like 99.9%.
That's also a problem because they're just talking about what they don't call the junk DNA, and the junk DNA is the majority of the DNA. And so in the beginning, a lot of the same code is similar. And you can say this with all of the animals. They have similar code. How the code is structured, where the different paragraphs of code lines are, is different. And some might have extra code. Some might have the code but inverted, or some might have codes others don't have. But most of the contents of the code is kind of like if you have a book, there's going to be a bunch of words in the book, and most books might have started with like in the beginning, and so that's a common phrase in the beginning of the book. But how the order of the words changes the context of the book. And so DNA is very complex, but at the same time, like in the starting aspects of it, it's not. Like we understand that there are certain proteins and we can detect some of those, and because we can detect some of those and untangle some of that, that becomes the focus. But there's a lot of stuff we can't deal with, and so that becomes kind of the junk we throw under the table, and we focus on the tiny bit we can deal with. It's kind of like with the globe. You don't have enough information, so you kind of focus on that little thing you have, and then the rest of it is kind of like thrown under the carpet or covered over, in the case of the globe, with like belief in the globe or like mathematics to reify the globe into existence. But with this, the DNA, they kind of focus mostly on the similarities in the tiny little thing they're looking at, and not the rest of it. And so that kind of creates this false belief that we're like, oh, we're just almost like monkeys. There's just this tiny percentage off. It's not true.
Yeah.
We just have this similar text. We have the similar amount of chromosomes and that kind of stuff in the things we look at. So that's where the similarities are. But we're also like very similar to spiders in the DNA in that little part we look at. But that doesn't mean we're anything like spiders.
I see.
There's also the thing with people changing with their environment and the way they think. That's like how your environment or how you think or how you react to situations, how you learn to cope with things, can change your epigenetics, and so can modify you over time. So you might not have like the same exact genetic profile as your mom and dad as a consequence, because we are always changing. We're always adapting to everything around us, and not to mention like the outside stimulus from toxic chemicals or toxic exposure or too much radiation. All that can cause some slight variations, and depending on where those variations are and how severe they are, they can be big or small. Like 90% or more, like the majority, is inconsequential and has like no real effect that's gonna impact you in the long run, because your body kind of self-regulates and tries to keep itself safe. And so it's your constant struggle in the biological to try to keep alive, because being alive is pretty special. But I'm off on a tangent.
Uh, can I just ask, what's the most interesting conversation you've had with the Globa?
The one where they follow the logic and then realizing the globe might be wrong.
The most interesting ones are when they have that eureka moment.
So you've never talked to a Glober and then questioned yourself. It's never happened.
We've already questioned it to begin with. That's how we got here.
Yeah, you gotta understand, we didn't come to this subject from a place of we believe the Earth is flat. We came to this subject, we want to know if the Earth is a globe. And so we're like, it's really easy to believe the Earth is a globe. You can really easily believe the Earth is flat. It's harder to know, and that's why we are here.
I see.
Yeah, like at some point, you kind of slow down trying to find evidence for the globe and you start telling everybody what you found so far.
I see.
Right, which is nothing. Like, I've looked here, I've looked there, this is what I've done. When you have enough stories and you have enough experience, you have a lot to share and talk about.
I see.
Globers don't tend to provide very interesting conversation. They are just regurgitation machines at the end of the day.
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta think about it this way. If you talk to Globers and you ask them about what they believe, they will all tell you similar things. And then when you look into what the religion says, the Globe religion, you find out that, oh well, majority of them are actually wrong about how their belief system works, but they believe it anyway. Okay, that's fine. And then you try to teach them how their belief system works, because what we're debunking is their belief system. So generally we have to start teaching them their own belief system before we can debunk it, because they don't even believe it.
Yeah, like anytime I get into a discussion with a Glober who offers up their evidence, I've almost always looked into what they're sharing with me, and I've looked into it more deeply than they ever have.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts about this discussion. Even though the Globers don't bring much to the table, because 99% of it is something we've seen before, so it just becomes very repetitive and easy. However, on the rare occasion they bring something that I haven't read or I haven't seen, I study that. I read through everything. And so by the time we're done, generally, that thing does not support what he's saying, or in some indirect way, or directly in the thing he's presenting, it supports our position. And so 9 out of 10 times they try to bring some evidence, it generally helps us more than it hurts us. So we recommend everybody to look at the evidence that's presented to you, regardless of what side it's from. I do this to the flat earthers as well. They show me something, I'm like, ooh, that's interesting. I take down the information. I look at anything I can look at in relation to that to try to understand what they're trying to present to me. I try to fact check everything they show me, because that way I know I can look at this guy as a trustworthy individual, even though I don't just auto-trust everything everybody says. Like, Indio has almost never, I've for thousands of times I've looked at what he said, I look it up, I read through everything, and I'm like, okay, dude, he's on point. And that's why I give him credit. I don't auto-believe him, even though I give him credit. And that's something that Flat Earth has given me, because that was what we all did. He's a professor? Oh, auto-belief. Well, he works on space stuff? Auto-belief. that is a trap, and that's what we're trying to avoid here by just looking at the facts, looking at the evidence, seeing where it leads. Yeah, I don't think I remember a single time Indio has told me something or presented something to me that when I read all the documentations and the sources, it doesn't match what he's saying. So the only thing that ever appears to speak against anything is the opinion of the author, generally, not related to the actual data. And those are the only times where like the global might be like, well, he said sphere here, and you're like, okay, where in the math? And he's like, oh well, I don't have anything. And that becomes the most fun part, because you kind of watch them go like, oh shit, maybe my belief isn't as solid as I thought. But the annoying part is when they come the next day and they act like they've completely forgotten everything that happened yesterday, everything that showed how they were wrong, and you kind of have to go through that all over again because they kind of reset and like scrub that memory.
Yeah, most that come in here don't want to know the Earth's flat if it actually is flat. Then they get that massive system shock that this is a serious discussion and there's serious issues with the globe claims and what is supposed to substantiate it, and then they kind of skip down, you know?
Yeah, I think part of it is also the demographic that wants to go into a flat Earth server to try to debate them. Like, the best characters aren't maybe I don't know how to say that. Like, they don't have the most incentive to come in here. Just like the scientist doesn't have the biggest incentive to come talk to flat earthers, because some of them think, well, that might reflect poorly on me. What if they dunk on me or something? Then, like, that wouldn't look good. Even though I think I'm right, like, and I'm pretty sure I could like dunk on them if I wanted to. Like, it's safer for me not to.
That was exactly Neil deGrasse's reasoning for avoiding debating flat earthers. You remember?
I don't remember how he worded it or what he said.
He basically said along the lines that, you know, charisma wins debates. So there's a potential to get into a debate. He never specifically said with flat earthers, but there's, you know, any debate you get into, there's a potential for the other side to win for the wrong reasons.
Although they were setting him up to debate Eric Dubay, which I don't even think would have been a real debate. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's like almost 10 years ago now. But looking back, yeah, you know, Eric Dubay wouldn't have been their best like opponent. But I think they went back on all that because they just couldn't afford to draw more attention to this topic than already was happening at that time, you know? Even if Eric made an arse of actually debating it.
I think that was their biggest fear, was that people would actually like look into it, be like the Barbra Streisand of it.
Yeah. Well,
I think the mainstream Globers avoid 24/7 because they know we've looked so deeply into a broad range of topics that they have no way to know how to prepare to talk to us.
Yeah, I'd agree. We've seen what happens when YouTubers or streamers come in here anyway, you know, anti-flat earther types. They get absolutely fucking dunked on. And they just go away and they cut up their footage, you know, to make it look like they've found some win, you know. Maybe they said one correct thing in 4 hours. You know, clip that part. Well, they never say a correct thing, but, you know, maybe they, you know, put together some words that sounded good, and then they clip that.
Yeah, that's why they're always trying to get you to, like, that's why I think some of them try to act dumb all the time, just to try to, like, get onto your skin. Like, that's why they, like, for instance, Rolling My Boulder, like, in the beginning, I was like, yeah, sure. When he was called Sisyphus, he was like, I don't know any fallacies. I didn't know I was using these fallacies. And then I explained to him all the fallacies, showed him all the sources, how the fallacies worked. Like, please don't do this anymore. And he's like, yeah, I promise not to use fallacies anymore. I won't use this fallacy. And then whenever I was not on, I would catch him using it. And then, like, eventually he's just like, I can use fallacies, I can use whatever I fucking want. Because he's just there to try to manipulate people. Like, and those kind of characters, I kind of need to be cut off at the knees and just, like, you don't get to speak if that's all you got.
Yeah, he's a joke, man. Him and Eggshells and, you know, the lot of... You can just... You just can tell these types that they know better, right? But they refuse to accept it, fully internalize it, and move the fuck on and become something more with it, you know? So they stuck in this artificial middle ground where one day they come in acting a bit more like a flat earther, and then the next day they come in and they're fucking playing Glober again. And they're always just like, oh, I'm just devil's advocate or something along them lines.
Scared earthers.
Yeah, I think it's just the dark tetrad personality types. People who enjoy, like, hurting others, people who enjoy the suffering of others, or even their own suffering. Like, some of these Globers, like, come in here like they're masochistic, you know? Like, why are you subjecting yourself to getting wrecked every day?
Well, for them, I guess attention is attention, right? Like, some people out there that are like that. But the thing I was going to say too is, like, outside of the most frustrating person is a person that won't follow the logic, right? Like, you'll corner them into a section, and you'll just get them like a if-then statement, modus tollens, and they just refuse to follow the logic in the conversation. So you can't agree on anything. But to say what was I going to say? The second worst one was, I guess it would be the person who, like, knows the truth and then continues to spout the lie. Oh, the person that doesn't know what a hostile witness. I think that's probably one of the more frustrating experiences on here, is when you use their own priest against their words against them. Like, oh, you're using Einstein, so now you believe it's a glow. It's like, that's not what was said.
Yeah,
And
that's
that's a pretty
exactly
close
what I
one.
did. Oh, Einstein believed it was globe. So, is that what you're saying? Yeah, I mean, of course, we should expect them to drop their use of fallacies, but that's like asking someone to change their walking style in a day. It's not going to happen quickly. These people don't know how to think in any other fashion than fallacious. So, but you can tell the ones that are trying because they'll point out their own. Oh, I think I might have made a mistake there, or whatever.
But to what Drace was saying, yeah, there's people that come in here, they'll say something and then act like they never said it. Then we have to go get the clip from the live stream to show them and everybody else how they're lying.
Many times they are not even aware that they're lying, which means they're probably just confused. Some people will protect their ego knowingly and lie. But I mean, how much of this is cognitus? Their brains are so addled.
A lot of it is cognitive dissonance, I think. Look, before people even reach this topic, like they probably suffer in major cognitive dissonance in kind of lower level ideas that are floating around the world. It's like everybody can see clear as day. Governments don't give a shit about their existence, right? Don't give a shit about their voice or their vote or anything. But they have to walk through life convincing themselves otherwise. That's major cognitive dissonance right there.
It's not even that. They're walking around looking at the world knowing something's wrong. They're missing something. But they refuse to acknowledge the thing that's right in front of them.
Well, they're so easily deceived because their knowledge of physics is near zero.
It's not just their knowledge on physics, it's their knowledge on people, their knowledge on how societies function and organize. The lack of knowledge on how deceptions have been used throughout human history to maneuver populations in certain directions.
They thought they could regurgitate pop culture and it would make sense.
Well, they know who the top music artists are. They'll spend thousands of dollars on music tickets, won't spend $20 on a book. It's like the other day, somebody on Twitter now X. It's talking about, oh, look how successful the NIH in the UK is. And I went, yeah, they did it by stealing the savings of seniors and retirees and pensioners. Now they're all dependent on the government. We have access to this knowledge, people. Learn something.
Unfortunately for most people, if they're not directed by some authority figure, they never choose to study anything. You know what I mean?
Exactly. They're the kind of people who would say, if the earth was flat, it would be on TV all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, TV, the medium that is meant to lie to you constantly.
Oh, if the Earth was flat, you could go and present it and get a Nobel Peace Prize. As if the governments don't reward the people that go along with what they're saying.
Yeah. Well, if gravity existed, you could get a Nobel Peace Prize in physics for that and win $1 million. How come nobody's done it? I guess they don't need the $1 million and the recognition.
People have the impression that flat earthers, at least that we're proposing some alternate theory or alternate physics, alternate natural laws. You know, when we're really just saying, no, all the stuff that you think is happening in space is not happening the way you think it does.
Yeah, people think that everything is so simple. They would just tell us. Well, around the start of the 20th century, the medical doctors were trying to find a cure for a common illness called pellagra. And the doctors wanted to develop a vaccine for it. But once they learned that pellagra is caused by nutrient deficiency, specifically B vitamins, they had no more interest in discovering a cure for pellagra anymore. And they buried that knowledge for 30 years. And the main reason is that pellagra mostly affected poor people who ate poor diets, mostly of corn. No money to be made in that. So these people will have belief in their governments, the same governments that's stolen trillions of dollars from them. And they believe them. That's definitely a lot of cognitive dissonance going on there. And Stockholm Syndrome combined together.
Yeah, there's that fallacious reasoning behind this, thinking that just because the government provides something, that if the government didn't provide something, then that something would never be provided at all.
Like, who would build the roads?
Yeah.
Except we've had roads for thousands of years.
In Pennsylvania, the roads were so bad at one point in this one area, the potholes and the cracks were so destructive that Domino's Pizza decided to pony up the cash to have the government hire contractors to pave the roads and fix them. Part of the reason was that their drivers were making so many claims and missing so many deliveries because of the terrible roads causing accidents and damaging their cars. The Domino's decided it was in their best interest to see to it that the roads would be patched up and fixed to facilitate commerce.
See, if we had flying cars, we wouldn't have that problem. But we'd rather spend a $1.3 trillion on a useless space program instead of giving people flying cars.
If you had a place of business who requires roads to get there, you have an interested party who would see to it that those roads would allow people to get to their place of business.
Are you here, Josh?
Yeah, just listening.
Oh, okay, all right. I wanted to ask you a question, but save it for when you're available.
I don't know. You can ask. I'm just working away.
Yeah, I was just going to ask when it was you came around these servers, these channels. I don't know which one you started with. Was it politics?
No. Aether Cause was the first one. And that was because Shane came and gave a presentation on Clubhouse, which is where I've been hanging out for the past few years.
Oh yeah, fucking Shane presents some pretty batshit stuff.
But yeah, and then I talked to some folks on Aether Cause who introduced me to the politics server and English Hub and y'all's home server and Earth Awakenings and Debate Flat Earth and more, and you know, all the whole catalog.
So when about was that? When did you come politics?
Like 2 months ago?
Only here, politics and hub is like 24/7 division, you know?
I don't know,
Earth
like a month ago, 2
Awakening,
months
Shane
ago?
Server, all that are they're pretty loose-lipped flat earthers, you know? They talk about a lot of shit we wouldn't talk about here.
Yeah. Talk politics and global affairs, etc.
No, they talk about a lot of different concepts and put forth a lot of ideas that they can't substantiate, you know?
Oh yeah, like
Yeah.
their celestial theodolite.
Oh, you guys aren't a fan of the celestial theodolite?
Oh, it's the biggest heap of shit. I was on a tirade. So back in February, they presented it to me on the download, wanted my buy-in on whether or not this was a good argument. I gave them like 5 or 6 reasons why it isn't. And they basically said, okay, we'll take that under advisement. And they decided to proceed forward with it anyway. And then they took it public. And well, the rest is history. I mean, they're on their, 34th, whatever revision of that argument, trying to refine it. It's changed so much. They keep moving the goalposts without fixing the underlying fundamental problems.
Huh. But yeah, no, that's how I ended up here.
I mean, I'm kind of upset. I mean, mainly I was friends with all those guys. We had a falling out over this, though. Just kind of upset that they never addressed the issues, and they seem to be more interested in putting forth this. I won't name him, but this satellite engineer, an older one, who seems to be cozying up to Flat Earth. They're more interested in coddling some of his arguments, which were not that great, so that he would feel welcomed and accepted as a Flat Earther, rather than fix the bad argument.
I read some of his books. It's interesting. A lot of aether.
Yeah.
But no, I've been doing Clubhouse for the past few years on and off here. To be honest, this is probably the most, like, it's usually for like a couple weeks at a time I'll stop by, but I've got a decent commute now, so this has been filling that time for me.
Yeah, promoting ether is another thing. Like, you know, I wouldn't be against it, but I wouldn't be able to prove it, and it's not exclusive to a flat Earth claim. I'm more interested in presenting the topology of Earth, its measurements, than I am discussing this theoretical, medium, if that's what it is.
Not a big Mickelson Morley fan, Yoder.
I think it's interesting. I think there are other ways to explain it. Like, you set up a light table and you got to spin the wheel like Pat Sajak on Wheel of Fortune to get the effect to show up. It's like, why do you have to do that?
That's funny.
And why if ether is some kind of cosmic medium, then how do you know it takes on a toroidal geometry?
Yeah, there's a big jump.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so I got a lot of issues with that side of the community.
Is there any areas that I'm missing, right? Like 247, like, I mean, I see that Witzit's over in Earth Awakening is a good bit. Is there like any large contingents that y'all, interact with that you'd recommend I go listen to? Or listen to figure out why they're not, for their flaws rather than for their content.
I mean, there are smatterings of independent groups all over TikTok and Facebook and X, and a lot of it's the same. A lot of it's just kind of promoting David Weiss's app and promoting escapism. Seeing Flat Earth more as an escape from a world that they hate so much, and so for them it's more of a fantasy. they're in this for the wrong reasons. They're in this because they love conspiracy theories. They hate the government. They're in this because, I don't know, they want to believe in an alternate reality than the one that they actually exist, and the one that we would tell them actually exists.
Oh, interesting.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know of any other like groups as big or as influential as the ones that you've mentioned, including us. But if there's another group out there, I'd like to scope them out and see what they're up to. But I mean, for the most
Right.
part, like 80% of flat Earth content sucks.
Wait, you're telling
Hey,
me the
that's
Facebook
generous.
pages are not the best high quality content? Come on, Yoder.
Yeah, and the X
Come
post showing the
on.
frisbee map. Yeah, the tales of ice walls and Antarctica's an ice ring around a flat Earth.
Oh, it's so bad, man. For some reason, my Facebook feed's getting all of these like flat Earth pages attached to it. I have no idea why, but nearly every single post from these like flat Earth groups is just terrible. Like terrible arguments. I even had to leave a few comments saying, "Look, you guys are just getting it wrong. Right? That's a bad argument."
Do you guys really honestly think they stopped at the Flat Earth Society?
Man, it seems like most of the flat Earth arguments out there, like on Facebook, TikTok, and even like my wife shows me like little videos from Instagram and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, it's all sort of David Weiss style stuff. I think like probably like high 90% of flat earthers like think that the AE maps, the flat Earth map and the UN flag is like all of those old arguments. What most flat earthers think, which is kind
They're
of
hiding
scary.
it in plain sight, DJ. Come on.
Yeah.
Quite curious they've never sent an investigative reporter in to have a conversation in somewhere like here.
Oh, USA Today has been here at least once, maybe twice.
Never with stated intentions.
That's right.
Yeah, we've had our
That's right.
suspicions when someone's been in here and they've been acting like a reporter. You know what I mean? But as far as I know, nothing's ever been up front regarding that.
I did a flat Earth meetup locally. I used to do these off and on, and one of them we had a freaking TV crew show up at a local restaurant chain where we were at. It's like, what the hell's going on? And one of us from the group went up to go talk to them.
I was at a Flat Earth meetup on Sunday with Nathan Thompson and some people.
And people who don't hang out with us, I guess.
And what kind of, interview did that person give? They knowledgeable? Know the arguments? Know the pitfalls?
What interview?
No, I'm speaking to Yoda. The guy, whoever went up to engage with the camera crew,
Yeah, so first they came into the restaurant. It was like a camera guy and some reporter chick, and they were looking around, and she pointed over to our table, and they started to make our way over, and then a guy got up from our table to go talk to them, and then the owner came out and intercepted them and basically pushed them out, and they waited outside on the curb for us to leave, but we just gotten started, so we were hanging there all day. We kind of just waited them out. And they ended up leaving before we were done. But we put out word that we were meeting, and it was pretty much an open invite. So I guess word got around. But I didn't really care for that. I didn't want that, and it just kind of felt weird.
No, of course. Nothing good will ever come from anything like that anyway.
That's exactly right.
There's no fucking news organization in this world that's going to put their credibility on the line for Flat Earth. They're not going to say, oh yeah, the Flat Earthers made a very compelling point for why NASA may be faking a lot of footage just giving it to the public,
Yeah, and that's it. Like, they wouldn't talk to those of us in the group that have been around a while. They would find like the few crazies that would show up to this meetup and get their take.
Well, that's what I was going to say, yeah. They hang about it, they're not going to jump in. They'll hang about, see who kind of the loose cannon looking dude is, and then corner him.
I've seen interviews.
Like, oh yeah, fuck, I woke up, Jesus came to me the night before, and yeah, just the Earth's flat. Yeah.
That's right. I've seen interviews where they they'll take 5 words and put that on TV to make that person look like they're credible or or they're stupid. So I can only imagine what they would do in an interview, right? They would just try to ask as many questions as possible and then find the 5 words that makes Flat Earth look stupid and then put that on TV.
It's very difficult in an interview setting because most of this is pointing out the flawed thinking of the other person. You know what I mean? And,
Yeah, that's right.
That's difficult to do in a 10-minute interview, I mean, understanding the Earth's flat is fucking easy, but it takes a lot of work unlearning all the globe shit. And once you dismantle the globe, all you're left with is, what's self-evident. So yeah, that's very difficult to convey across in a short interview.
Oh man, the government shutdown's carrying on long enough. The FAA is only allowing rockets to launch at night. The first time the FAA has limited when launch and reentry can occur due to air traffic control resource constraints.
Why would night be preferable over day?
Because there's less commercial air traffic during the night. So basically, they're like ATCs have to maintain a keep out zone.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the no-fly zone radius around the fucking launch site? It'd be hundreds of miles, no?
Yeah, it is, but it's not like a circular zone. It's it's a big rectangle that shoots off to the east.
Yeah, and that's in case the rocket blows up, right, and debris falls.
Yes, but also just keeping planes out of the launch corridor in general, even if it is fully successful.
Yeah, I have my other ideas as to why that may be.
Oh, so we don't see the stuff come back down?
Don't want too many potential cameras pointing in the direction showing that it's going fucking nowhere. I mean, what trajectory do you launch from California?
No, California's for polar.
It's not like north.
No, south. You go almost pure south out of Vandenberg in California,
South, yeah.
and then
What
Cape
flight corridors
Canaveral
are
is.
even what flight corridors are even in that area?
Well, I mean everything going west out of LAX, right? So Sydney, Hawaii, Japan, anything in Southeast Asia, leaving from Los Angeles.
You launch directly south of California.
Yeah, but
Wouldn't it be closer?
Vandenberg's up the coast from LA.
Wouldn't it be closer for California to if you flew from California and you went north over the Arctic Circle to get to Japan?
I'm not sure. I think you go west, not north. But I mean, even if you you basically can't go west at all. You'd have to go like pure north, just because the keep out zone is, like I said, a rectangle going a couple hundred miles south of the launch site from Vandenberg. And then same thing over at the Cape. If there's anything from like the Northeast corridor going down to the Caribbean or South America, they have to get redirected during a launch. So when ATCs are calling out all over the place because they're not getting paid, it makes it easier to not have
I don't
launches.
think commercial would fly in those directions, but there's probably people taking private tours and stuff like that. I can see that.
But yeah, it's the first time the FAA has done this due to a government shutdown. So a bunch of folks in the group chat are figuring out what the impact is going to be.
Yoder, did you ever see the stuff that Irulan was looking into years ago? He was looking at all the sounding rocket footage and these simulations had been derived from their data. Yeah, well, he was going off of that stuff that he was looking into. He was putting forth all them ideas that, there may be an ultra dense medium up there, Because I'm of the mind, like, I don't discount that there's quite a strong likelihood that they're putting infrastructure up there in the sky beyond, like, Satelloons, Just, of course, they're warping kind of the footage they give out to convince people that it's being done in orbit around the sphere.
since it's completely dead in here, maybe populating English Hub or politics might not be a bad idea. I'm going to go sit in English
I'm cool
Hub.
with that. We can migrate.
बॉलीवुड इंडस्ट्री ने दबाई तुझको छुपा लिया पर हम लाए था स्कूल में बोला ग्लोब घूमता है मैं बोला भाई कब देखा तूने यहाँ से टीचर ने घूमा बुक दिखाया ना सका मैं बोला फोटो तो CGI लगता टीवी पे दिखाते रॉक तू बजाता सब लोग ताली बजाए बस कॉपी कर जाता डीजे राकेश बोलता सोच थोड़ा डीप ये सब स्क्रिप्ट लिखा you're falling asleep Bollywood indoctrinate, indoctrinate DJ Rakesh on Masterfit Media ने brainwash कर दिया रे Flag horizon पे सच्चिया रे Bollywood indoctrinate, indoctrinate DJ Rakesh we liberate खोलो आँख देख जा straight No spinning globe was level play Textbook में लिखा space is real But studio lights, they reveal the deal Moon पे shadow, copy paste style DJ Rakesh laughing, bro denial News वाले बोले trust the science But जब पूछा proof सबका silence हम तो करते observation live 21 mile like flat survive Bollywood indoctrinate, हाँ indoctrinate DJ Rakesh on Masterfit Media ने brainwash कर दिया रे Flat horizon पे सच्चिया रे Bollywood indoctrinate, indoctrinate DJ Rakesh we liberate खोलो आँख देख जा straight No spinning globe was level play DJ Rakesh mic पे आया truth vibration No rotation just revelation Bollywood indoctrinate पर हम तो awake सबको जगाने का ये DJ का break
Yep, think I'll hop over there too.
Space-time is a construct of math magical design. Einstein has herded reasons with Pythagorean rhymes. Contrive 4D manifold for all your space and time. Now a 4-dimensional framework has confined all your minds. You were born with a purpose, but the universe is you feeling worthless. Past participle of ray. Mass attracts mass to the short bus. Pretender clowns come out and retort to us. Mad goats abound on sacred ground. Lost sheep roaming around for days. Space-time is a construct of mathematical design. Einstein has heard it reasons with Pythagorean rhymes. Contrived 4D, manifold for all your space and time. Now a 4-dimensional framework has confined all your minds. Mary's Uncle Albert said he loves to laugh. Grand Theft Monkey Ball religion, it's a small world made of math. Geodesy is rooted in division of the earth. Geodesics is what measures all your wonky space-time curve. Space-time is a construct of mathematical design. Einstein has heard it reasons with Pythagorean rhymes. Contrived 4D, manifold for all your space and time. Now a 4-dimensional framework has confined all your minds. Georges Henri Joseph Edouard Lemaitre, math magician, Theo, rhetorical physicist, and high priest of your spaceball religion. Your calculations are correct, Einstein said, but your physics is abominable. No, not like that. Albert vented in frustration. It suggests too much, the idea of creation. Einstein heard Lemaitre's story of fiction and said, this is the most beautiful and satisfactory explanation of creation to which I have ever listened. Space-time is a construct of mathematical design. Einstein has heard it reasons with Pythagorean rhymes. Contrived 4D, manifold for all your space and time. Now a 4-dimensional framework has confined all your minds. Space-time is a construct of mathematical design. Einstein has heard it reasons with Pythagorean rhymes. Contrived 4D, manifold for all your space and time. Now a 4-dimensional framework has confined all your minds. Space-time is a construct of mathematical design. Einstein has heard it reasons with Pythagorean rhymes. Contrived 4D, manifold for all your space and time. Now a 4-dimensional
our YouTube, Grover drops an F-bomb, and it's like you read what he's saying like the correct way, and you don't hear it. But when you hear it again, it's like it morphs into the F-bomb. It's funny.
Oh man, I gotta type.
Well,
that
and
in.
this
That's
is
hilarious.
as old as those bad lip reading videos. Remember those?
Which one?
No.
Like,
I love bad lip reading.
well, no, because this one, no, you can't read Grover's lips, Matthew. Anyway, but I get what you're saying. It's similar to the idea that you hear something, but it's not actually what was being said, but it sounds like it, and it happens with a lot of movies and songs. But like the one that freaked me out was the one on Sesame Street. I was like, oh my gosh, no way, he's dropping an F-bomb.
You know, there's something similar to that in the movie Oliver and Company, where the dog goes running off with all the sausages, and the kitten's like, "Hey, how'd you get those? Half of those are mine." But you'll hear, "Damn it, those are mine."
Yeah, so if you're primed to be looking for certain words, it's easier to hear those words. That's what all these videos show. So it goes along with what you guys are saying, that if you want to believe something, it's easier to believe it.
Like the globe?
Like the globe or flat or God exists or God doesn't exist. It's probably like applies to every belief.
Wait a minute, flat Earth is a belief now, Matthew?
Oh, yes. It's possible to believe true things. It's possible to believe false things. Belief and knowledge are independent, overlapping.
Matthew, you want flat Earth to be a belief because you know that the globe is belief, and you feel like you're making things fair or whatever.
Yeah, both are beliefs.
Yeah, it's fair now.
Yeah, it's fair now. Yeah, it's fair. Like, no,
it's not
Matthew,
fair.
flat Earth is not a belief. You don't go out to the beach and see curvature. I was just out at Sunset Beach last weekend. I could see Catalina Island 40 freaking miles away. Give me a break, dude.
You could see the top of Catalina Island 40 miles away.
No, I can see the whole damn thing, shore to
You can see
shore, from the
Avalon?
shore of Sunset Beach to the shore of Catalina Island, 40 freaking miles away, dude.
He saw the top of Catalina Island 20 miles away.
No, I didn't see the top of Catalina Island. I saw the whole thing. Mind you, I was waist deep in the ocean and could see the whole damn thing. It's even better at night because you can see all of the lights lit up along the shore.
How can you do that on the
Yeah,
globe,
so-
Matthew?
Yeah, so that's me. That's me. Hold on, that's me at less than a 4-foot observation height with my waist in the ocean. I'm waist deep in the ocean, looking at Catalina Island. So there goes your 3 feet or 3 miles from 6 feet, blown right out of the water, bud.
Blown right out of the water if the path of light is always perfectly straight. You're right about that.
Well, what are you saying? There's refraction?
That's what he's saying. If you ever watch Skunk Bay, sometimes the path of light isn't a perfectly straight line.
Oh, yeah, but I'm saying, though, like, what you're saying is we're not seeing what we're seeing, right? It's a mirage.
You are. Sometimes it moves like in the Skunk Bay. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower.
But it's always there. It's called line of sight, bro. You still see it. It's there.
Right.
So if there's something that's obscuring it, like some sort of optical phenomena, then you're gonna categorize it. Okay, there's something happening here. So
right.
And then when you do catalog it, then you're just gonna put that. On one occasion you've seen it, and it was this specific optical phenomena, and on the other day when you saw a clear line of sight, like Jenna was. And she saw Catalina Island, so there you have it. There's line of sight, though. It doesn't. I get what you mean. I mean, you can see this typically on a hot day, over long distances. Things look really wavy and distorted, but that's what people always notice. It's not just, like you came up with that. Like, oh, well, light's bending, therefore Earth globe. That doesn't work. You always have line of sight, always.
See, what you're talking about, Matthew, is miraging and turbulence, which compresses what you see closer to the horizon. Oh boy.
No, it's turbulent. It makes it go up or down depending on the conditions.
Yeah, turbulence, miraging, which creates miraging.
Yeah, but like, so what? Like, where's the globe in all of this?
Yeah, exactly. There isn't.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't prove the globe.
Well, Matthew, you already admitted a couple years ago that you can't prove the globe. And after saying that we have plenty of evidence for a globe, right?
Yeah,
and then you tell me you can't prove the globe. So evidence is for proving things. If you can't prove it, you must not have substantial evidence.
Yeah, and you can toss it out
have
of court.
evidence on both sides of something.
No, yeah, you can, but the problem is it has to go through a review. So if people that listen to you and you can talk about your evidence, and then they can check it out to see if it's actual evidence, and they review it. Then if it's not, they just toss it out. Well, it's not actually evidence anyway. Because if it was, then it would lead to the next step, which would be a proof. That
So
you
how
prove
can
the
you have
thing
contradictory evidence?
you're seeing, and it's not just going to be evidence anymore. What do you mean contradictory? I don't get that. What?
How can you have evidence that leads to one conclusion and different evidence that leads to an opposite conclusion?
No. The conclusion is not what it leads to. It gives you an indication. What you were thinking is, right, like the Earth is a globe, right? And if you see something that's occurring in nature, and you're saying, well, I think this is happening because the Earth is a globe, and someone can say, well, the Earth is flat, but we still see an optical phenomena. Both of you are trying to get to the part where you're actually making a determination whether or not it is. So this is the part where you're going to decipher whether or not the review process, right, whether your peers or yourself, you can review the information specifically on all the details, right, like the ambient temperature outside, the height of the observer, all that stuff. And then you're going to put it through like whether it actually goes towards like the globe Earth calculator. There's a little bit of other nuanced things you got to work out. But when you weigh it all out, you're going to find out whether the evidence is actually proving the conclusion or not. And if it doesn't, well, you toss that out. But here again, if the evidence actually that we have for flat Earth and it's shown to be just an optical phenomena is proven, then we weighed it out, we tested it, and we verified that at different times, different types of optical phenomena occurred. That's why they catalog the superior and inferior mirages differently. Like looming, towering, stooping, lowering. Those are being cataloged because they're like a quality of something. It's not like a quantity. It's not like you're not quantifying how much. You're just qualifying it. Oh yeah, I see something, so therefore it looks like this. But then you can rule out the idea that the conclusion was a globe. You can rule it out. So it's your information, which you thought was evidence, only of it being possibly a globe would be tossed out. Because when we rule that out, because it's not that.
So
that's what happens, dude. It's like every time.
So you don't know if it's evidence until you come to a conclusion. Is that what you're saying? Sounds like.
Well, it's evidence before the conclusion. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, it is?
The evidence that it is. Evidence because you have an idea that you think it's a globe, yeah? So let's say you say, I think it's a globe. That's why we see what we see is going on. You said, this is my evidence. I'm going to submit to you the a refraction of the day or whatever. I don't care what you put in there. But you're going to try to substantiate it. So there will be a review process, right? Everybody's going to look at what you have put forward, how much detail you put into it, how much work. Then we're going to review it, right? We're going to test it out. We're going to check out what you got. And once we check it out and test it, it goes through the review process. Then people can say assuredly it either is or is not conclusively or proof of your claim. So the evidence moves into the realm of proof. It proves the thing that you're saying. But it never gets to that stage, is what I'm saying. So you could submit all the evidence you want. Whether or not it will be proof of the thing you're saying is a whole entirely different thing. But there's
I don't think it ever comes to proof. I don't think the globe evidence ever comes to conclusive.
Well, no, Matthew, that's what I'm trying to tell you. And that's what Jenna was saying. This always comes back to whether or not the evidence supports the conclusion. And it never usually does. I should say never actually does. Never actually does. Usually it's insinuating that it sometimes does and it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't ever.
And then that's the challenge, though, right? We're putting it out there to everybody. If you want to submit your evidence, go, because that's what we introduce new people to the conversation. What do you have? Lay down your best evidence, and they do. They try to, I got pictures from space or whatever. We listen to them. We usually about 1,000 times a day. But that's the way it goes here, right? And we listen to what they have to say, and then we review the information. That's what we do. What did they say? That anything that leads us to the conclusion that the Earth is what they think it is, and then they walk through the process with us. So therefore, at the end of it, they know that evidence wasn't leading to what they thought it was. It leads to what we're saying it is. So it doesn't go for them; it goes for us. The evidence is like, we're comparing ideas. So the idea that I'm saying I have evidence, the idea that you have evidence, one of us is right, the other is wrong. So the evidence supports your case or mine. Well, we're going to determine that. Well, within the review process.
I don't know, man. I still think it's possible to have evidence on both sides of an argument, and that they could still legitimately call them evidence.
Yeah, I didn't say that you can't have evidence, Matthew. I don't know why you're saying that. It's not. Maybe there was an old bickering point a long time ago. You can have what you consider evidence. You're going to submit it. It will go through the review process. Whether or not it will be conclusive about what you think it is, it remains to be seen. It has to be weighed and measured. If it doesn't go, if it's not, the information is not weighed and measured, then you can't say it conclusively, like I have evidence for the globe. Well, let's just check it out first, because you saying it doesn't mean that you do. We have to review it. So let's see. And we review it. Guess what? It's not evidence of globe as you so thought it was.
So something can change from being evidence to not evidence after you review it.
Yeah, of course. Well, actually,
I use a different definition.
Yeah, I know that you do, but I'm saying, like, not only that, like, if I was telling you, like, for instance, right, refraction, we're going to use that, and you're saying that leans towards globe, I say it's not, so we're going to compare, we're going to weigh out the evidence, and we're seeing the same thing, essentially, right? We're both out on a hot day or whatever. We're seeing skunk bait move around, time-lapse footage and all that. But on the one hand, you think it leans towards globe in some way, and I say that it doesn't. It's just a natural occurring phenomena that at distance with the different varying temperatures, the air being cooled and warm will mix and cause this distortion in the viewing distance. So we're going to both weigh things out and see if it leads to the conclusion you're saying or what I'm saying. So I would say line of sight. Well, we can see something in the far distance, far exceeding the predicted amount of curvature that should be there if the Earth was a globe. Therefore, if I'm seeing something at a specific distance away, it would be farther than the geometric curve of the Earth would obstruct. So therefore, it would lean towards it being a horizontal plane versus you saying that it would be only a globe. And so we weigh that out. And it turns out that after we do, that your evidence you thought would lean towards globe would be my evidence that it leans towards horizontal plane. So both things that we submitted are the same. You get me? But it turns out that you didn't have enough to take it to the conclusion part, where I did.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But it's not. I don't know like what you're gonna say, so I can't just say right offhand what you're submitting is not evidence of the conclusion. And I think that's part of the reason why there's a confusion here. There used to be some back and forth about globers not having evidence. No, and they need to finish the sentence. Not having evidence of the globe. Because you got tons of evidence that you think is for the globe, yeah? That's you. You all day long. You could probably tell us about space and whatever, right? But when we review it, that's the review process we do. We're going to find out it doesn't equal globe. None of it does. It falls short. Which is probably what you would affirm to say, because that's what you've been saying before. There is no proof of the Earth as a globe. I want to get past that whole kind of stigma of saying evidence. Like that used to be, oh no, the globe doesn't have evidence. Well, you consider what evidence is to you being something that makes you believe that the Earth is a globe. But that's why there's a review process. If we didn't have that, then you would just keep thinking that your evidence proves your case. I like it a lot because what we do when we do in the review process, we go through and kind of see what you have to bring or what you have to offer. Because, okay, if it was true that the Earth was a globe, then the evidence would support the case. It would build upon that, and then it would build a solid foundation. And then we would say, okay, well, you got something here, man. Like, obviously, we're not too obtuse that we're going to be like, dude, that's bullshit. Get out of here. No, it has to go through the review process. Otherwise, we're not being, honest characters about reviewing and just being in here just to flat smack. You get what I mean? End of the day, dude, everybody just wants to sit with the truth by their side. They don't care. Yeah, so what? If it really was a globe, there would be enough evidence that would be able to make it a conclusive point that the Earth is a globe. I went long in the tooth on that one. Anyway, that's
in my opinion, it has reached that level, so I understand.
Well, yeah. That's how you feel, but because your opinion went through the review process, so once we do, it's kind of like you're saying, okay, I think it does. I think it's good enough evidence to conclusively say that the Earth is a globe, but you hand it over to us. Not us, but anyone else. Anybody who's in a reasonable, sound mind is going to review it in a just way, not just because they believe the Earth is a globe. They're going to like, hey, well, what do you have to show that it actually determines one way or the other? And then therefore the review process becomes like, okay, well, you're really going off of calculations instead of like measurements, and then we start parsing it out. But if we didn't have that, then we wouldn't get to a place where we're challenging the globe every day. Like, we would just be like, oh, well, the globe has been proven, so yada yada.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like, there's really nothing left in the tank for you anymore. I don't think, unless you're gonna come up with something that we haven't heard of. I mean, it's nothing that we really haven't heard from you and that you're gonna present. Other than that, you're just really just in here to hang around people that think differently than you.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer the questions people have from the globe side, so they can look at the two different sides and decide what's most reasonable.
It's weird because at this stage of the game, it's just like, if they don't hear it from you, they're going to hear it from like someone at school or, whoever, their parents or whoever tells them. So yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. The only thing that matters is their ability to comprehend critical thought.
Right. Yeah. If they can
that's what's important.
Critical thought, that's what they need to do. Right. And I recommend people do their own research too.
Well, you think about it. Like, either way it goes, if they don't fall in line with what you're saying, you can give them a compelling argument, I guess, from your own mind that you think you can. I don't think you can. That's just me. But if you feel like you can, like, you're gonna try to do your best to show them what you think is your evidence and such, and then they're gonna be like, "Oh, that's great," it was compelling or whatever, or not, But at the end of the day, it's gonna be their own decision, like whether they choose to like stay thinking that the Earth is a globe or change their mind. But that's another thing too. You want to let the individual think for themselves. We're just going to challenge them, so maybe you might. I don't know what you do, but the outcome shouldn't feel like you're slighted because they're like, oh, damn. After all I said, and they still think the Earth is flat. Like, it's even us. Like, people come in here and be like, oh, I still think the Earth is a globe. You're like, yeah, that's great. You know what I mean? You can still think that. Like, doesn't affect us or what we're doing. Just
Can Matthew show us what roughly spherical looks like? Because it just sounds like you're delusional and you're really trying to hold on to this globe in your head.
Did he type that into text?
It's pretty close to spherical.
He sure did.
Bro, did you the NASA shows you things that look like a perfect sphere.
That's what I don't understand. But he doesn't have
40 miles.
You don't have to. But
40 miles? Holy smokes, dude!
The
How'd
polar
you figure
radius
that out?
and the equatorial radius are 40 miles different.
What do you mean, dude?
39.59 is just an average.
Well, I know, dude. No, well, what? Just an average? How do they figure that out?
So the polar radius is one number. The equatorial radius is slightly more. But if you sort of average them on average over the whole Earth, 39.50. That's where 39.59 comes from.
So an oblate spheroid is that, or an ellipsoid? What are you claiming here, Matthew?
A little chubbier at the middle. Yeah, that's what they say.
Chubby around the middle.
Oblate spheroid would be the technical term, but it's close enough to a sphere. You can just call it a sphere.
Who first measured that?
I probably NASA.
The evidence. NASA? Come on, brother. You've been in this game far too long for you to use that.
Wait a second. The last time I spoke to Matthew, he said that he doesn't, give any credit or anything. He doesn't pull anything from NASA. So, where are you?
I said that I don't believe the Earth is a sphere because of NASA.
That's true. Maybe it depends on what day it was.
No, my reason for believing the Earth is a sphere does not depend on NASA. What I said earlier was that they're the ones. No, it doesn't.
It's usually brown. Now go ahead, man. I'm just kidding, Matthew. I'm just humor here.
I know. It's just that the detailed numbers I think came from NASA.
Yeah, but still, I think DJ was still asking you, do you think they're the ones that convinced you that they originated with the size, being more exact? Is that what you're saying? NASA?
I'm saying that I think that the precise numbers come from NASA.
Holy smokes! All right, well, what in all of what you've read or understood that they've actually made that a convincing point for you? Can you point any one of us to where they? Oh well, our Tosne's got it wrong. Here's NASA. We're NASA. We got it right. Here's the right way to do it. Did he show you anything?
Well, look, I think the Earth is a sphere and that you can put satellites up there, and so it's not much of a stretch for me to think, if NASA says we have satellites that can precisely measure the surface of the Earth, then I'm inclined to believe them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm wanting you to point me to whatever they said, something like that. I don't know. What satellite is measuring the Earth? You got a tape measure satellite up there? Sorry, more humor. There was who was it? Josh was.
I don't know how they do it.
Oh well, Josh was pointing me to GOES satellite, and he was like, "Yeah, if you want to know how they measure the Earth, just look up that satellite, GOES." And I was like, "Which one?" Oh, go ahead, DJ.
Apparently, Newton was the first one to theorize it, and he didn't measure anything. He just assumed it based purely on mathematical reasoning, not any direct observation or measurement.
Newton, that crazy guy.
You know what the maximum radius of Earth is? 3966.
Really? It keeps changing. They keep pushing back the goalpost because just a few months ago, it was 3953.
Well, 3959 is the average.
I got
So So Yoder, the 40-mile difference, where did that come from? Because Matthew just said it right now, but what do you think?
It's 14 miles. It's a 14-mile difference between the semi-major and minor axes, which is the radius. So the equator has the maximum, which is going to be around 3966.
Okay.
So, big whoop. That's 1/10 of 1% different.
Oh, yes, 3963.
Oh, wait a minute.
Which is close to 3966, like what, 2.8 miles off.
Buzz DeGrasse Armstrong, what the hell? You changing your name, Yoder? I see what's going on. You and DJ are going all globalist on us.
Yeah, I saw his and then I copied him. And I'm DJ Don Hatfield.
Well, if you got to pick an astronaut, yeah, he's the guy that sings, yeah?
Yeah.
Was that Jedi?
Yeah, that was Jedi.
Dude, what's going on in New York City, bro? I bet you like how you like me now.
Yeah, welcome to our world.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. If you don't know what we're talking about, dude, I posted it in Frontline Unfiltered. Not gonna get into it here. Jeez, oh man.
What's this crap about the sun staying the same angular size? That's such crap. I can watch it same size throughout the day, man, with my own two freaking eyes. I can watch that shit change size.
Yeah, measure it sometime.
Just the other night, I was watching and I looked up at the sky and I was like, holy crap, look at the moon. The moon's looking really huge tonight. So I got some really beautiful pictures of it, right? So these things do, in fact, change in their apparent angular size.
False. The moon stayed the same angular size all night that night that you saw it.
You said apparent, though?
Apparent, yeah, the angle size. If you measure the angle.
Apparent angular size. Thank you.
Right. You measure the angle, it'll stay the same all night. I mean, within 1.5%, maybe.
So that's not that's not the same. Bro, isn't that kind of like two sides of your mouth?
No, it's like
two sides of your mouth,
nothing.
Matthew.
There's not a perfect sphere anywhere in the world. There's a little bit of a change. The size of the sun and the moon change less than 2% throughout the whole day. So they're not coming towards you and getting.
Wait a minute. Nope. That's not what they tell us. The supermoon is when the moon's closest to the Earth. That's what they do say.
Right.
It's all over everywhere, mainstream, bro. Come on.
Right. It's in the news.
I mean, come on. So is that fake news?
No, it's true.
But did you just finish saying you just finished saying that doesn't happen, bro?
I didn't. You didn't listen carefully.
What? Okay. This is a Twilight Zone, bro.
You want me to repeat it? I'll say it again.
Yeah, go ahead, say it again.
The angular size of the moon does not change more than 2% within the space of a single night.
Bullshit.
So I was talking
More
about all night long.
Yeah, okay. So before you said it does not change. You now reworded what you said to now it does change, but slightly.
No, I said within the space of a night. So yeah, it's a supermoon
in the space
it's
of a
closer
night.
in its orbit compared to 15 days ago or something.
No, I'm not worried. I'm talking about the whole night. Does it change from horizon to horizon?
Not enough to make a difference. It would be less than
Not enough to make a difference.
Bro, it's it either changes or it doesn't, Matthew. Does it change or not? You were standing on.
Yes, it changes.
You told
it's
Jenna
constantly changing size.
Thank you. Wow. Welcome to the reality. Jenna was trying to say. You said, "No, it doesn't change size." I'm like, "Wow, man, you're coming in
Next question,
pretty hot
how much
there,
does
man."
It change? And the answer is it doesn't change by more than 2%. Jenna wouldn't have noticed the 2%.
But it does. Oh my God, that wasn't the point. But whatever.
Apparent angular size throughout the day. It changes significantly,
Not
noticeably.
significantly. No,
We're talking about the sun or the moon again. I'm lost already.
both.
The
You said
sun.
Jenna. I thought we were talking about the moon. Sorry.
The
Well, I've
apparent
seen the
angular
moon look
size
pretty
of
big
the
on that,
sun.
right?
Yeah, the apparent angular size of the sun
Both
does
of
not
them do
change
that,
more
though.
than a 0.1% throughout a single day.
What, really?
Really, you can measure it yourself. This is why I say do your own research. Go out there, take some measurements.
Oh,
take
you're
some
telling
pictures,
us?
count the pixels, do whatever. Right.
That's rich, dude. You're telling us to do our own research.
Oh, have you done it? Have you done this
Oh
with
my
the sun and
God.
the moon? No, you haven't.
Oh, dude, what?
You would know that I'm right if you had done it.
Matthew's kind of froggy today. What's going on?
I know that you're
You guys are
probably
making
right
false
about
claims,
the,
that's
the
what.
sun being 3,441 miles away, Matthew, when you went out to that
Oh,
Flat Earth meetup with Flat Earth Dude.
Yeah,
Oh,
Kevin
yeah.
and I measured. Yeah, we did some calculations. We did 2 different calculations.
So the one
for
where you
you.
treated the Earth as flat, you took the angle from the surface of the Earth, right?
Right.
So in the other one, what did you do? You had to calculate in a radius that nobody's proven.
Right.
Right. Thank you. I rest my case.
Your case is rested.
So you see, you did it real simple because flat Earth is simple. And you can take the angle measurement from the surface of Earth, which is what everybody does in practical application. Or you can be gay with extra steps and pull a radius, calculate in a radius that nobody's ever proven.
Well, we didn't measure the angle directly from the surface of the Earth. We measured the shadow.
Okay, la.
Huh?
On the surface of the Earth, right? Where was that shadow? Was it on the surface of the Earth, Matthew?
We saw the size of the shadow from a stick, like a thing.
Was it on the surface of the Earth, Matthew?
It was
That's
on the
it,
ground.
Jason.
Yeah, I mean, it was on cement.
Okay. So we're doing it from
Cement
the
is
surface
different.
of the Earth.
Cement is different. Now you got to get that right, Jenna. When he says cement,
Yeah.
it's not the Earth. Okay.
Holy
Let's
crap. So is the okay,
Earth is
so
dirt,
the cement on the
not
surface of the Earth?
Yes, it was.
There you go.
Okay, so you did it from the surface of the Earth, Matthew. Jesus.
But
He
we
did it
didn't
from
use the
cement.
horizon. It sounded like you were assuming we used the horizon. We didn't.
You stuck the stick in the ground on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, if the horizon had been obscured, we still could have done it.
Horizon.
Mm.
Yeah, so 2 different measurements or calculations. Yeah, doing it from the surface of Earth, or like I said, calculating in a radius that nobody's ever proven. Yeah. So which
Except for
the one
Matthew, because he measured the sun and it didn't change, except for when it did. Right, Matthew?
No, I've done it with the moon, the full moon.
Really? It doesn't change either?
Right. The angular size, the apparent angular size of the full moon doesn't change all night long. More than enough that I could see a difference, more than like 2%.
Bro, just like you walk into one of those, like the cartoons, like those rakes that are laying on the ground, and just like whack yourself in the face with it. Like, why? Like, you could have just chosen. You could have just chosen to say that it just changed for sure. Like, it changes.
It changes, but less than 2%. And Jenna was saying it changes significantly. That's not true.
Well, what
I
if
don't think 2%
significantly is 2%
significant.
to her? What if it's significant to her?
Well, okay, well then I guess we'd have to ask a question.
You weren't thinking of that, were you?
No.
Gotta keep you on your toes, man. Because it's just you and Josh right now that keep frequenting in here. And let's see, I don't know any more academics that come through here except for Phil Bellum doesn't really count. He just again kind of relationship with us. But he likes to slide into people's DMs, that one. When he knows we're talking to someone new. Then the person that we're talking to all of a sudden becomes a little bit more smarter on facts, like of the globe. And it's like, what? Where'd you get that from? Sure enough, Phil Bellum. Always listening. But we are in the English Hub server right now.
That's Matthew right now. Yep, it's a globe.
For sure. And he's checked too. Did you check? He's checked. Oh, and we're not talking about the Earth when you're seeing shadows. We're talking about concrete. Just kind of like to clear that up.
Oh yeah, my bad. I forgot concrete is not part of the surface of the Earth.
Duh.
Duh.
Where's your head at, Jenna? Like,
it's in the flat sand, Miggy. Glober told me that the other day, and I almost cried.
Flat sand?
I was like this flat sand, and I showed them a big ass salt flat.
It's all over but the crying now. I like that.
What do you mean by all over? Like we've convinced
There's no more globe. Well, I mean, there is no more globe ever since we debunked it. Like when we were doing this whole flat Earth voyage. So,
you know, I'm finding more people out in public at random who are like, "Do you know what I know?" And I'm like, "Well, what do you know?" And they're like, "It's flat." And I'm like, "Oh, bring it in, give me a hug." And I actually had that experience.
No,
I was going to say real quick, I had that experience when I was in Anaheim, California, just this past weekend. And I'm there for a health product line convention, this business that I'm starting up in health and wellness. And I'm talking to this lady in line, how she's talking about how these products have helped her daughter. Her daughter was really autistic, and now she's living a perfectly normal life, holding down a job, driving a car, has a boyfriend, all that. And then we get on to the topic of objective truths and things like that, and about nature just in general, which led her to being like, "Do you know what I know? That it's flat?" And I was like, "Whoa, yeah, dude." So yeah, it's becoming more and more common to run into people that you don't even know who are like, "Yeah, it's flat, dude." So I see it picking up the pace.
Wait, you were in
Matthew's
Anaheim this
banging his
weekend? How
keyboard.
come you didn't go to the? Why didn't you go to the Flat Earth meetup on Sunday?
Meetup.
I was doing business, buddy.
Bro, who goes to meetups anymore? Like, I mean, meetups.
Nathan Thompson, Angel of Light, Pixie, from those two from Australia. There's
Look,
about 20 of us there.
we're talking.
Holy smokes, that's a who's who, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're on their way to the.
I mean, if I'm gonna meet some legends, they better be the ones in 24/7, bro. Like, that's all I'm saying. I ain't gonna meet some guys out there. Like, okay, have you even argued with any of those types, Matthew? I'm pretty sure Nathan Thompson, but
we hung out. Yeah, we hung out for a while.
You know, the one flat earther I got to meet in person from around here was Divergent Droid. Met him in Louisiana.
Jonathan was there too. Jonathan's the one making the documentary about TFE. So it was interesting to talk to him.
It was an impromptu meetup. It was cool.
Jonathan? What the hell is that?
Jonathan Miranda. He's the film guy who is making a documentary about TFE, Witsit, and Duffy and those people.
Look out for Vapegate. But also, so are they gonna do a Netflix special, or what is this? He's getting all the bells and whistles.
He's not sure where they're going to be able to distribute it yet. But it was interesting to talk to him because he was one of the 9 people that went to Antarctica. So told us about what it was like there.
Yeah. Except for the super conspiratorial guys who think that it was all on a soundstage, and
Right, but he was actually there. He's like, "Look, I can tell you that I was there and I saw the sun 24 hours, and I can tell you that, but I recognize that still that'll just be hearsay for you." But
it's a problem for some guys, I guess.
24-hour sun.
Well, that's a good thing. I'm recognizing new people jumping in, so if you're jumping in brand new, you want to ask about the topic of the room, you can do so. We're just having a banter here. So I see Alti joined us. Welcome. Jesus Christ is here. Who is that guy? Jesus Christ.
I think he's a flat earther. Are you a flat earther, Jesus Christ?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's what I
You've
thought.
been silent, dude. I haven't. This is the first time I heard your voice.
Okay.
Mansky's a flat earther.
Yep.
He's a closet flat earther, though. Stark is a Stark. Have we spoken to you before?
Just like a couple of times, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, welcome to the room, man. I've seen your name in here a couple of times. I've seen you in the text.
Yep.
So you're pro flat earth?
Yeah, I've been flat earther since like 3 years before. So how I came from, how I found out about flat earth is from Twitch streamer. Then I found Flat Earth Dave, then Flatzoid, Witsit. That's how I found 24/7.
Good stuff, man. Thanks for
yeah.
being here.
W's in the chat.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, Flat Hulu's been hanging out with us too. Every now and again he jumps in. Flat Hulu.
Hey guys, tomorrow marks my 3-year anniversary of how long I've been in here.
Good stuff, man. You gonna get a little cupcake? Celebrate it?
I
put a
totally
big
should.
number 3 in it. Yeah. Put a number 3 in it.
Oh, man, I came in here flat smacking, if you remember. And I think the first big opponent I had was Matthew. And I was...
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, if you remember all those years ago, I was smacking him down on the vestibular system about the claim of motion of Earth.
Well, to be fair, I still say that humans don't sense motion; they sense acceleration.
Buddy, the aphelion.
What do they?
Oh my gosh!
What do they take Dramamine if they don't sense motion?
Because people get motion sick in the car, in the airplane. I was just on a road trip, 23 hours across the frickin' United States. And my auntie had to take some Dramamine because she was getting motion sick from being in the car. People have to take it even when they're in an airplane, dude.
The appropriate term is acceleration sickness. Come on, guys.
Got it.
I like it.
Get it right.
Yeah, that's what I would say. I mean, take a physics class, figure out the difference between acceleration and motion.
Don't you even try to don't you even try to patronize me.
Frankly, you don't know what you're talking about if you don't understand the difference between acceleration and motion. And that's one of the first things you learn in physics class.
Frankly, if we don't feel motion, right? If we don't feel if we feel acceleration but not motion, right? Like how come, like Miggy said, Dramamine. Why do people have to take motion sickness medicine if we don't feel motion? Like when you're in a car or an airplane or a bus or a train.
Yeah, you get motion sickness from the acceleration and kind of your visual senses, and also the difference between what you see and what you feel. So there's a lot of different causes.
Yourself in the foot. Good job, Matthew. You are the best at shooting yourself in the foot. So they get sick from acceleration and motion. Did we hear that correctly?
Acceleration and what they see. Like the visual, the difference between the visual. So that's why it helps to sit in the front of a car instead of the back or something like that. So it's a combination of
my auntie sat in the front of the car. My auntie sat in the front passenger seat of the car getting freaking motion sickness. She tried to cover her eyes. She tried to uncover her eyes. It didn't matter. She still had to take some Dramamine.
Yeah, Dramamine helps dull the sense of acceleration so you don't feel it as much.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, so why is it called motion sickness?
Oh, because it's misnamed.
Oh, so it's acceleration.
It's misnamed. So acceleration isn't motion then. If something's accelerating, it's not moving.
Acceleration is not motion. That's right.
Oh, bro.
You don't know the difference between acceleration and motion, or you're saying they are? You know the difference.
If something is accelerating, is it in motion?
Bingo.
Usually.
Okay.
Usually.
Yeah,
always.
If you toss the ball up and it goes up and then comes back down, there is a moment when it's not in motion, but it's still accelerating. I mean, it's an instantaneous moment, like at the top of the arc.
So it's still moving, right? So yeah, it reaches that point where it stops briefly and starts to come back down. It's still moving, accelerating towards the ground.
Moving, according to him.
Yeah, I heard that. Still accelerating, even when it's in that brief period of stopping before coming back down. Amazing.
Yeah,
but
it
there's no
undergoes
such thing as
constant
stopping.
acceleration.
In his worldview, there's no such thing as stopping because it'll always be in some sort of motion. It's going sideways around the sun.
Yeah, so there's really no stopping point or anything like that for the Earth going around the sun, right? You got the perihelion and aphelion, which is the acceleration and deceleration of the Earth as it goes around the sun, according to the narrative. But you don't feel that? Amazing, dude. Well, we don't feel it because it's like being inside an airplane. Right. Mach 86 around the sun. Can you even wrap your head around that speed? Mach 86, Matthew? If you can, okay, yeah. Who's ever gone Mach 86? We're not going Mach 86.
No, aeroplanes break the sound barrier while simultaneously breaking the sound barrier. While simultaneously.
So Earth is spinning and it's going around the sun, but we can't feel it. And there's curvature, but you can't see it or measure it. It's amazing. You have to believe it, which we already know, Matthew, that you do. You just believe it because you want to believe it. You told us that earlier in this call.
Yeah, I'm saying that I believe it, and the reason I believe it is because I think that it's the best explanation for the evidence.
Except you told me that, no, you can't prove the globe, right? And evidence is for the purpose of proving things. So if you can't prove it, you, like I said, must not have substantial evidence.
We have different definitions of how evidence and proof work, but so maybe I should use a different word.
No, one leads to the next. You're not going to try this stupid sophist word game with me, Matthew.
Yeah, obviously you can have contradictory evidence. Therefore, not all evidence leads to proof.
Yeah, see, the contradictory evidence is on our side. It contradicts the claims of a globe Earth.
I like the moon pictures you posted. Were all those the same zoom, or any of them cropped, or do you remember how you took them?
Some are cropped. Some of them are zoomed. But I only, on a few of them, I just adjusted the zoom to where I could see it in the picture the way my eyes were seeing it.
Yeah, so the interesting thing to do would be to use the exact same zoom settings each time and take pictures like when it's rising up high, when it's setting, and see if it looks the same in the same number of pixels in the image.
Well, before it had come up above that tree line, it was massive, and it was also very blurry. There was a lot of, it was like, there's a lot of opacity in the air between me and the moon, and holy crap, it was looking absolutely enormous as it was coming up above the tree line. Yeah, when it comes to evidence and proof and proving things, right, you would need, substantial evidence in order to prove your claim, prove your case. It operates the same way in a court of law. Like anywhere, dude. If I'm like, yo, you'll never believe this. I've got leprechauns in my garage, dude. Well, show me, prove it to me. Well, I can't do that. It'll upset the leprechauns. But I've got evidence, right? I can say I've got evidence all day long of leprechauns, but it ain't worth a squirt of piss if you can't prove it. If the evidence isn't substantial.
Yeah, you're right about that. I do think the evidence is substantial enough for me and for lots of people, but I guess
for you, so it's a subjective experience for you. It's not objective. By that, it's subjective for you, Matthew.
Right. So the fact that it gets dark at night is enough evidence to me that the sun is not up in the sky.
Whoa, bro. Whoa. So we're just going to completely ignore the inverse square law of light. So here's the thing, right? As I'm not very good with the math. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not very good with the math as far as the inverse square law of light goes, right? But you did those calculations, those trigonometric calculations to the sun out of that flat Earth meetup. You got 3,441 miles to the sun. Here's what's interesting, right? According to the inverse square law of light, the lux from the sun is anywhere from what they say 32,000 to 100,000, right? 100,000 in direct sunlight. Now, in order for that to be a thing, the distance the light can travel is anywhere from 3,200 to, 3,000, between 3,000 and 5,000 miles is how far the light will reach from the sun if the sun is giving off 100,000 lux in direct sunlight, right? So that would actually make sense for the sun to be, about 3,500 miles away with the inverse square law of light. That would make sense. So once the sun passes over the United States from East Coast to West Coast, right, it's already dark on the East Coast, and there's still a little bit of light on the West Coast. Now, mind you, I just traveled chasing the sun to the west, and I experienced this, right? I was like, wow, it's already dark in Oklahoma. We're still seeing the light here. Completely dark in, say, Ohio, right? So you've got 3,000 some odd miles from west coast to east coast of the United States. So that actually makes perfect freaking sense. That the sun would have to be small and local, and it falls right there within the parameters of the inverse square law of light. Period. All day, every day. It doesn't have to go below your feet for you to stop seeing the light. The light has range, a limit to how far it's going to go. It spreads out, and then you've got less and less photons that enter your eyes. It doesn't have to go under your feet, Matthew.
If the sun were 3,500 miles away and then somehow it went 10 times as far, let's exaggerate, and it went 35,000 miles away, that's 10 times farther, then the amount of light coming from the sun would follow the inverse square law and reduce by a factor of 100. So the fact that we don't even see the sun even dimmed to 1%, shows that that's not true, that we would still see 1% of the light, but we don't. We see it's pitch black at nighttime. So therefore, the sun is not.
Boy, you don't get out and travel enough, I tell you what, because when I'm traveling after the sun has set and I look out to the west, I can still see a very, very slight glow. And I can watch that. I'll stay up all damn night and I'll watch it track. I'll watch this itty bitty bit of light. Barely noticeable if you're not paying attention. And then it comes back around, coming from the east. Sunrise.
Yeah, in the summer, if you're far enough north. But like if in the winter or if it's midnight in
That's because
California.
the sun goes out. It's making a bigger circle outward.
Well, I think it makes a perfect circle, goes straight overhead, then goes underground, then comes back up again. So I don't think it takes a right turn. It goes towards the north.
Matthew. That's what you
the sun
think.
is ever north of you?
That's what you think, right? That's what you think. But you don't know that.
What we observe. Yeah, it's the best explanation for what we observe.
No, no, it's not. Because
it certainly is.
A whole nother explanation that works just fine for what we see. Chat, am I wrong?
It's a failed
Anybody,
explanation.
please correct me if I'm wrong.
You are wrong. It's a failed explanation. It does not work.
Not you, Matthew. I'm asking my fellow colleagues to correct me if I'm wrong, because they will. Honestly, unlike you. It's very frustrating with you, Matthew, because you're not honest. You are not honest. Like, I asked you if you were doing the angle measurements from the ground, from the surface of the earth, and you wanted to tip tap, but what's on the concrete. You can't. You just can't be honest. You can't have just a quick, sweet, simple, to the point type of conversation. It's ridiculous. It's the best explanation for what we see. No, the hell it isn't. Nobody's been able to prove to me that the sun is bigger than the earth. You can't even prove to yourself that the sun is bigger than the earth. That's not even what you observe. Like, you sun moving, right? You observe the sun moving. So why do you think that you're the one in motion?
Because that fits the model the best.
No, it doesn't.
Our model is internally consistent and makes sense to me. So I apologize if it doesn't make sense to you, but it makes sense to me.
Well, what do we say? Okay, so what do we say to these geocentrists with PhDs and MDs? What do we say? What do we say to them? Because a lot of them say that, according to their years upon years in the field of research, the Earth is geocentric and stationary. Well, guess what? It would occur to me that the Earth can only be flat if it is also stationary geocentric. This is what we observe. We observe these things going on around us. The sun, the moon, the motion of the stars. We observe these things going on around us. All of your observations, take a planisphere. These things are observer-centered. No denying that. You can't deny that.
I can't deny that. It's observer-centric.
Yeah. Everything that you do is going to be observer-centered, which means you are at the center of all of this that's going on around you. Right? If you're not standing on the sun, Earth is not going around the sun. There's no Mach 86.
Yeah, who when she said that thought about that song? Nah, this will be walking on the sun. Hey,
I love that. Isn't that Smash Mouth?
I think so.
Yeah. Yep. So given that just about everything and anything you do, astronomy, whatever it is, trying to navigate by the stars, it's observer centered, right? And like I said, what do we tell these PhDs that are geocentrists? What do we tell them? I think they've got probably more credentials than you or I.
Probably so. I have never met a PhD that thinks the Earth is the center of the universe, I guess.
Well, there's plenty of them. I can pull them up for you.
Isn't Sungenis one of those?
It's a good question. I don't know.
What's the name?
What's his friend? Robert Sungenis?
Oh, I don't know.
He's got that
that fat guy with the little beard. Yeah, he is.
The
geocentric Baltar.
Yeah, what he said.
It's actually kind of interesting that if you read the debunks of Foucault's pendulum, that with rare exception, the people who have debunked Foucault's pendulum were all geocentric Baltards, and they all had letters behind their names, as far as I saw.
That's interesting.
Now you ballers play nice now.
Don't cry when we take your ball away.
Yeah, only until we take the ball away. We'll let them play with it for a little while longer.
You have 5 more minutes.
Nope, 5 minutes. That's all you got. Gee whiz.
So at the end of the day, Matthew's silence speaks volume. Oh, he's gone. That's what happens when Matthew's like, oh crap, I have no argument for that. Like, he just stays quiet and then leaves.
Yeah, and there was a Pittsburgh Creation Society that at its max, somewhere in the 90s, I think it was, they had several thousand members, and they were definitely a geocentric Baltard group. And I'm trying to remember the professor. They even had a lecture, and as part of the lecture, they thought they were debunking the Earth being flat and how it had to be a Baltard that stood still. So, anyway, Just interesting side note that the geocentric Baltard crowd is a pretty diverse and developed crowd. So what's interesting about it is you can tell a Baltard that when we're talking about the debunks of Foucault's pendulum, when they try to bring that little sideshow act up, we can legitimately tell them that, well, that wasn't us who debunked it, it was Baltards who debunked it.
So the Earth spins under pendulums, but doesn't spin under airplanes?
Well, it spins under... Now get this here. It spins under bullets, it spins under pendulums, and it spins under footballs being kicked. But it doesn't spin under a helicopter or an airplane.
Or hot air balloons? Helium balloons? Because when Felix Baumgartner did his jump, strangely enough, he landed to the east of his takeoff position.
Yeah, also never forget that concrete is not the earth. Just like to put that out there. Concrete is not the earth.
What's that come from?
Matthew.
Yeah. Well, he sure has said some nutty things.
Yeah. Jenna was talking about like where they did it over was concrete, and he was like, "Well, yeah, it's not the earth," or some ridiculous thing. Trying to be pedantic, but didn't work out well for him.
Matthew's a nice enough guy, but I just don't know what to think of him, frankly.
He's a believer. My brothers, we gather here today in this wonderful, glorious day.
Trying to talk some sense into you knuckleheads.
To celebrate the Baltard.
Now, I see Mansky lifting up his hand, so I know he's a believer. Who else we got in here? By golly, we're going to go through everybody. Everybody raise your hand. If you're a Bible believer, just say it.
Stand in front of the assembled congregation and raise your hand if you believe in the Baltard Almighty.
I don't have hands.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Oh, you can imagine some hand. That's what Blitz did. He said, "I can't prove that I have hands," waving it in front of the camera.
Raise a foot if you can't raise a hand.
We got Mansky in here. He'll challenge any one of you, guaranteed.
No, I gotta go now.
That's cap, bro. You know I know that's cap. All right, you and CB right now, 1-on-1. Let's go.
Dude, it's 3:30 here. I got to do a half marathon.
Dude, why are you running? What are you running from, dude? Why are you running?
I'm running from flat Earth. That's what I'm running from.
Dude, it's too bad because everywhere you go, your feet are touching it. Let's think about every step of you running in your marathon. Flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth. You can't get away, bro.
Bro, I don't know, man. Like I see the stars in the sky. I have this like sense of vastness. It doesn't seem like a light on a firmament or a dome or whatever you want to call it.
I don't think anybody's claiming that except for you just saying it now.
Come on.
Yeah. I'm being honest with you. I don't think you just said it right now. It's the only time that I've heard it. Like
I hear it all
I
the
don't
time,
think
dude.
anybody in here says it. Really? Which one of the point that I want you, Mansky, your job right now is to point out the flat earther in this room that said that. Because I want to talk to them.
Okay, like the stars are not there then? If they're just lights on
Bro,
the
come
dome.
on. I mean, you could do better than that. I don't think anybody said that either.
Okay.
Got to be good, man. Got to challenge us. Or you remember you got nothing left in the tank either? Gonna be a long marathon. You really are gonna put your track shoes and run, huh? That's funny. I always use that as an expression how Glover's always run away from the chat. I don't know. You saying that you literally are gonna run, so
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hello, guys. Is anybody here or something like that? Can you hear me, guys?
Yep.
Oh my god. Oh my god. People are having like a breathing session here actually, or just doing meditation together. That's a great thing actually. If you just collectively just meditate in this one VC, and that's a beautiful thing. So what's bring you here, guys? Like, can you tell me? Because no one is like even like people.
I was just wondering why the Earth wasn't moving.
Just one. Okay, people genuinely believe in that actually, like flat Earth or something like that.
Yep.
Oh my god. It's kind of like a. I thought like it's just a sarcastic like title, but it's a real thing. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, well, this. Are you able to look at the side chat?
Oh my goodness! Like people believe in this flat Earth theory.
Yes and no.
You can also consider it sarcastic. It's sarcastic against some bunch of people who believe on a spinning globe inside the vacuum of space, and they just blindly believe that because some other people told them that it is a globe spinning in a vacuum of space. So it's like a religion.
No. Yeah, it's kind of like that. I think so. Like most of people, I just listen. Recently, I'm just listening to this one conversation podcast. They are just saying, for example, the wall in Connors wall had only Antarctica or something like that. So it's really weird for me because a lot of people just agreeing with that person, and people just believe in that stupid things actually, like Earth flat or something like that. For me, it's like really new thing or something like that. People believe in that thing and just funding for that research
For
or
you,
something like that.
you say that for you it's a new thing.
No, it's a weird thing. Like
I bet that you experience the flat Earth, flat motionless Earth in your everyday life. It's just, I guess, it's just because you're blindly believing that the Earth is a spinning globe that you don't see that horizon is horizontal. The surface of bodies of water is always flat. Cup of water till a bucket of water till a tub of water, and the pool next to your house, and the lake near your city, and the beach. It's always flat. You experience it every day, but because of your blind belief, you think it's a ball. You don't have any proof for
thing that you're saying, first of all. Yeah, the things that you are saying, I don't even believe in anything, by the way. Like, it's totally worthless to even talk about, like, if Earth is flat or not and this and that. I think so there is much more. For example, we can talk about peace, we can talk about happiness, and how to have conversation, and just a lot of things. There's, like, millions of topics, but still what we choose, like, talking about is Earth is flat or not. Like how like naive it was, by the way, just talking about this stupid thing. Actually.
It's not. It's just
all peace and happiness.
Hey, it's one of the greatest misinformations of our day, of this day and age, bro.
Yeah.
So
misinformation about the Earth being what it is, and a lot of people are not interested in it. I get it, because your mind is focused on other things, especially if you're young. But if you don't think about what they're saying right now about the Earth being a globe, then everything that's attached to it, you're going to believe, like climate change, like overpopulation. There's going to be 3-eye atlas that's going to come kill you. All that stuff is going to make a lot of sense to you if you think it's a globe, and you're going to be in fear, like you're going to be fearing all that stuff. But you don't have to if you know the truth. So it is relevant. It's maybe not important to you right now because you don't know how important it is. That's all.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all. So you're saying that because like old people are mostly get into these stuff because they're more likely they don't have anything to do in their life. You are saying that because I'm a young, I don't see that, because it's like, for example, it's totally stupid thing like our population and this and that type of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
These are really important topics, but the thing you need to understand about that, we need to talk about their solutions, not like, for example, just talking about this.
I don't understand your irony, guys, because you pay for NASA, you pay to finance NASA. You have the globe Earth in your starting of your movies and your news and television. It starts with the ball. You never said that to them. Oh, why are you talking about the ball Earth? There is so many important things. There is love, hatred around the world. You never said that. I bet you are talking about that shit just today because you're talking about flat Earth. But you never said that your teacher that teached you that the Earth is a globe. You never said that. Oh, teacher, there is important things. Shit.
Okay.
So
you're saying
That's point.
What's the point of this, by the way?
Do you see the irony?
Yeah, you want to know the truth.
Me, I mean, you mentioned overpopulation, right? What is what's that based on, right? We're overpopulated. How do you come to that conclusion? It's resources, correct? We're overpopulated in relation to our access to resources.
Yeah.
So,
there's a lot of
do you know for 100% certainty that we lack resources in this world? There's not enough to go around?
Oh my God, we're not talking. I'm just giving you some sort of examples. You're just taking oh my God, you're saying.
Yeah, I know, but you just throw out words with no real reasoning behind them. Like, why is overpopulation a more important topic? Well, let's get to the root of what overpopulation is, right? Try to go through that with you.
Guys, by the way,
kicking back like
that,
fucking angry horse.
You're also just saying words, by the way. If you think about that, for example, there's a lot of other things. I'm just giving you some sort of examples so we can talk about a lot of more other things, by the way. Like, it's much more beautiful and a lot of people have more.
Yeah, of course. And you know what most fly earthers have done all of their life? We talked about all them same fucking issues and wasted our fucking time on it. Because it's not the root cause of our problems in the world.
Okay, so what's the root cause that you think like?
Well, it's how we regard ourselves in this world, each as individuals, what our place is, our identity, right? In the globe cosmology, you're nothing, you're a speck, you're meaningless. Existence can be wiped out any second. It's pointless. Nihilism, atheism is on the rise because of the globe cosmology. This affects people's dispositions in life, their emotional state, and how they interact with their fellow human being. They're pissed off and angry inside constantly because they think life is meaningless inherently. That's rooted in the globe cosmology. Now, I'm not saying flat Earth automatically means the opposite to that, but it certainly brings all these questions back to the forefront for reassessment.
Yeah, so that's why we need to live every moment, by the way. Like right now, just we're sitting here, something like that. Instead of like saying these things, so we can talk about much more beautiful things instead of having some like bad.
Well, what's more beautiful than the earth itself, right? The thing that allows you to live, supplies you with everything you need. It's the most beautiful thing in existence.
That's a very thoughtful answer you gave, and I appreciate you giving a nice response.
Yeah, the only thing is the gentleman is getting confused because he has a subjective opinion about what's important to talk about. And we're saying that because of that, he's built a worldview where he comes into this room, he doesn't think it's important to talk about the nature of our earth. That's his opinion. However, we can give him a compelling argument as to why it's important, and that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, that's a good thing, but we are just having a conversation. It's not a debate or something like that, isn't it? It's not some argument or something that we are winning or losing. Or
Yeah, I know. I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you on that. But like the thing that you need to understand is that it does have relevance in like why people think the nature of the earth is what they believe it is, and how it motivates someone's mind to believe these other things that make their worldview either something that they feel like is their identity is lost because they're just like in the vast cosmos. They're just like a small, tiny part of it. They're not really important. Whereas if you've seen it the other way around, where the way we're talking about is that you are important and this place was created for us to live in. And so there's meaning and purpose and, in the design. So it's like philosophically, it changes your mind and also like boosts morale to like know that, there's a greater purpose instead of what you think you have right now, which is probably just floating around, really not doing much.
Yeah. The thing is, it's because of like I have purpose in my life or something like that. I'm more interested in these things and I have meaning. It's because a lot of people like nowadays like meaningless a lot. They don't have any meaning in their life, so that's why they're really confused about that. So most of people just rely on these type of things like these conspiracy theories or something like that. So they get into more these type of like things. Actually, I think so. But yeah, other than
but here again, it's just your interpretation of why you think it's not important to talk about it. But we're telling you that it is, because a lot of the things that it's tied to deals with your identity, who you are in this world. That's what it's dealing with. And then you forward that because you think you're, a human being that's on a dying planet into your physical world where emotions are running in a certain direction because you think that there's a killer asteroid named 3I Atlas that's coming to kill us. Like something like that. Like you start being motivated by these like ideas of man. And then even though you say you don't care, right? When these things come up on the news and they scare people, you get tied up into the emotion of like having to think about like, well, maybe we are going to get destroyed by a giant asteroid or whatever. So it is important to talk about what truth is so that you can ground yourself in what's reality and what's not.
Yeah, and also like for example, this is also your interpretation because you're saying that whatever I saying that just call interpretation. But I think so right now we need to just focus on right now, huh? Like don't think about something that never happened or something like that. But still, it's really nice conversation we are having, and you guys need to just meditate a bit. And now I think so it's time for me to sleep because it's really important for brain. And yeah, don't take anything seriously, guys. Lovely talking to you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Thanks, Shifu.
Can y'all hear me okay when I'm talking in my car here?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, cool. So if I ask myself the question, I just came up with this question. So, is it is there curvature with a flatness underneath or a cone shape underneath? Because I guess a small question that comes to mind is, what is the explanation for example, we use if we put, obviously with satellites and telescopes, we can see into outer space with detail. I get it. I'm not being facetious in my question. I just want to get your feedback. So if we put a telescope on, for example, the top of the Empire State Building and try to look at Australia, we should be able to clearly see, as we could see into space, like someone's house in Australia from, I don't know, Texas, right? I mean, what is the explanation that we cannot? Is there a natural kind of cone shape going on, would you say, or what's the reason for that?
Oh, you're close. The idea that you had there was a little bit close, but yeah, everything converges to the eye line at the horizon. So it's a convergence that's taking place. So you're kind of correct, but it's not necessarily a cone, but yeah. So everything's coming to a point on the distance over in your vision. So you can understand like what I'm talking about easily if you put yourself like in a long hallway, and it looks like the hallway walls look like they're coming to a point, and the floor and the ceiling look like they're ramping up and ramping down. That's not what's really happening. It's just how perspective works and how you're seeing everything in the distance.
Right, but that's where telescopes show the real perspective, right? They zoom in on that.
Yeah. No. Yeah, that's not real perspective. It's just showing you more. It's giving a wider aperture, so it's open up to see a little bit more in a specific area in the far distance. So you're not seeing more of the area. You're just seeing more of a far specific point in the distance. So think about it. Like when you're not looking through the telescope, you see a lot more area, right? But when you pull up the telescope, then your area is constricted to a small, narrow view.
So you're saying the reason I can't put a telescope or a satellite in Texas and see Australia, though, would be because there's some sort of shape at the skyline, at the landline you said that, no?
No. It's to do with the size of the optic. So, number one, you've got perspective. Things get smaller, appear to get smaller as they get further away. It doesn't matter what optic you use. The size of that lens will dictate the range at what those things will converge at. So also the other problem you've got on top of it, air conditions or weather conditions. So if it's foggy, you ain't going to be seeing too far, brother. And also on that, perfect conditions, you're only going to get just under 300 kilometers at sea level. As you go up and the air gets cleaner and clearer and less dense, then you can see a little bit further. But at sea level, just under 300 k's, what's that, about 180 mile, 190 miles, somewhere around there, is about your limitation. So that's on top of your capabilities of that particular lens that you're using.
It's about visibility. So maybe from Texas, we could point the telescope towards Australia, and maybe I see what you're saying, if we're not dealing with atmosphere and environment, maybe we would be able to see things that distance, but because of the atmosphere and the environment, it conceals the distance that we can see.
No, that's still not correct. No, that's still not correct. Because everything as it moves away from you is getting smaller. By viewing it, like things that move away from you appear to get smaller. I mean, that's just a natural fact. You know that, right? Hello?
Yeah, you still there.
I'm still here. But yeah, that's the purpose of the machine, right? Like, we get it that Saturn appears smaller, but then it appears
No,
bigger
I'm not worried
when we use the device, right?
Cash Ripper, I'm not worried about Saturn. I'm talking about something that's where you're standing. Something moving away from you will get smaller, apparently, right?
Oh yeah, dude, you don't have to keep asking me questions. You talk. I'm ordering food.
Yeah, but it's important because if you understand this simple fact, then it will start to make sense to you that if something moves away from you, it gets smaller apparently. Then when it approaches in a far distance, you won't be able to resolve the thing you were looking at. It'll get too small for your eyes to resolve. So then it's going to go to a vanishing point where you can't see it anymore. Your eyes cannot resolve that what you were looking at. That's it. It's like you're asking why can't we see, to whatever distance. It's like, well, because things get smaller when they move away from you. That's separate from the opaqueness of the atmosphere from you to the thing you see in the target distance.
Yeah, correct. It's not just one single factor. You have, like Alpha explained, the angular resolution of those things that you are trying to look at in that far distance. And like also Matrix explained, there is the atmosphere or the air that we breathe that is between you and the target that will be opaque the farther is the distance. There is mist, there is moisture, there is like particles or small droplets of water, there is dust. So the telescope is not Superman, it can't see through opaque things.
Yeah, on top of that, the telescope has an optical limit as well. Your eyes have an optical limit, and so does the telescope.
Are you saying we're not taking $100,000 telescopes to the salt water and the sand to damage them?
Unless you want to destroy your equipment.
Exactly. And those things are damn heavy. Even a 14-inch telescope can weigh 90 pounds with the stand and everything, the tripod. You think people are just going to bring those $10,000 telescopes to the beach where the salt and the sand can damage them for fun?
Thank you for your responses. Sorry I wasn't able to respond, but I was able to listen. Thank you.
Every time they talk about telescopes, I imagine that telescope, that's the giant telescope that you find in observatories.
Yeah, the new telescope that they're building, just the camera sensor for it, costs $20 million.
Does anyone here know what a gravimeter is?
Yeah. Your mum. I'm kidding. It's something that's supposed to measure rate of change of speed and direction, right?
So it's been a tough crowd all day, T-Dub.
Gravimeter is like a device that they use to test the rate of falling things inside the vacuum tube.
Glorified accelerometer.
Right.
And there'd be no reason that the readings on these would. But what do you think it's measuring? Like, what do you think?
So which one are you talking about first? Are you talking about a app on your mobile phone?
No.
No. Gravimeter doesn't exist.
Because there's a lot of people that come in squawking about the app on their mobile phone. Why does it constantly read 9.81?
Oh, that's the accelerometer. He's talking about a
Yeah.
He's talking about a gravimeter.
Yeah. The gravimeter does have like I think a ball or something inside the vacuum tube, so they measure the acceleration of that ball inside the tube.
Who's asking that, by the way? Is that Ice JJ Fish?
Ice JJ.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking us, but then you didn't know yourself. So you're just trying to throw things at the wall, see what sticks?
No, I asked a follow-up.
Oh, what's the premise? Like gravimeter and then Earth is a globe? Or what are your... What are we walking into here? Like, you got to lay it out for us.
No, no.
Don't be kind of like
why would measurements be different on ground level at different parts of Earth?
Yeah, you're asking why would they be different on a gravimeter? You're not finishing your sentences, dude. Like,
yeah.
I mean, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Well, what else, dude? They have different readings, so what?
Yeah, because
Like,
I failed.
Can you think of any reason how that could possibly happen?
What do you mean any reason?
What are you trying to lean on?
Because
you have to say. Hold on, Necros. Hold on, Necros. Wait, just let him actually say what he actually means, and then we can investigate the claim. So, what are you trying to say, Ice JJ Fish? Can you just lay it out for us? Are you saying because of a gravimeter and it having different readings in different locations, therefore what? You got to tell us, man. You don't be holding this information back. You got to tell us. What'd you come up with?
Okay, so I asked a question. What would make the measurements change? Because my proposition is that that gravity exists, and so distance to the center of gravity, stuff that would affect gravitational reading. But what would you think?
Okay.
Would make change?
So he still hasn't answered the question.
Well, I think it's the gravimeter. The gravimeter for him is showing that. Go ahead.
Okay, let's try it this way. If I was to put the gravimeter in Australia and then do a test and then take it to the United States, is that what you mean? In different locations?
Yeah, I mean, we have measurements of slightly lower gravity at the equator than we do somewhere else.
Wouldn't the cause of gravity be the thing that would cause the meter to read differently?
Well, gravity is the thing that is making the reader read. Which
so
the force.
What exactly is being metered? What exactly is being measured? Because that would mean that they know what the cause of gravity is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We can actually predict the difference.
We can affirm the consequent. In other words,
because we know what the cause is.
We don't know what the cause is. That's what they're trying to get through your head.
We do.
So I'm going to ask you, Ice JJ, what is the causational mechanism of down?
I mean, we validated it, verified. I mean,
no, we're not going to other things. We haven't got your thing down as something that you know for sure. How do you know that that's what the actual cause is, JJ? Don't say, well, what else can it be? Because that's not an answer. How do you affirm that that's actually what's making the cause of that effect?
Because it matches the exact, No. If I know, how about this? You could do it the other way around. If I know that if someone
circular reasoning, bro.
If someone dies, and I say if I say I know what the cause was, that was the bullet that went through their head, and you say, well, how do you know that was the cause? And I could say, well, I know that if a bullet goes through someone's head, it would likely kill them.
So how do you know they didn't have a heart attack right before that instant?
So the cause would be different distance to the center of gravity. And
you didn't determine the cause with what you're saying, though, JJ.
You get less.
It doesn't matter how you listen. It doesn't matter how you vary the device and then get a result or reading or whatever. Well, we're trying to determine whether or not you can affirm the cause being what you say it is, and we're not getting to that point. So you can't go, and then what else would you guys say it is? You can't do that. You have to affirm or determine what you're saying is true. That's what we want to know. How did you determine that what you're saying is true? You haven't given us that yet. You keep going on about.
No, but the whole point of the gravimeter is to measure the force. So you could say, "Oh, the cause is
incorrect."
How do you know
incorrect,
the cause?
No,
okay, how do you know the cause?
You're incorrect. You're incorrect, bro.
Elevation.
JJ, pause.
You can do some basic.
JJ, breathe. Oxygen. Listen to T-Dub.
That's the hypothesis. If the cause is,
he's still yipping. JJ, go and grab a coffee. Sit down and listen to T-Dub. You were incorrect.
About what?
It doesn't measure any force. Does not measure force. You can calculate force from it, but it measures the rate of change in the motion of the object.
Yeah, that's how you're measuring force.
No, you can calculate from that the force. You're not measuring the force directly.
It's like saying, oh, you can't measure distance directly because you're measuring, you're using light and time. Like, that's a measurement. Like, that is a measurement.
No,
yeah, sometimes we use...
No, you are inferring a force is involved. Einstein came along and said, no, you're wrong, bro.
Look, the point, though, is that if you were to say, okay, you have a force here, or you don't know what the force is, I might say it's some gravitational pull. You don't have no idea what it is. And so
you could satisfy.
Then you could say hold on. If you think it's if I think it's a gravitational pull, or if scientists, people think that, and they arrived at that, outside of gravimeter measurements.
They didn't arrive at that. It's a conjuring of a construct. They made it up.
Yeah,
they said because the Earth's a globe and we have a center of gravity, therefore all of these things are being affected by this force. They're making these explanations that it's a road to nowhere. The only thing that you're doing is agreeing. You're agreeing with that.
Falsifiable. Everything is falsifiable.
No, they're not. You can't falsify that. Dude, you cannot.
If I say we're on a globe,
here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna overtalk me. I'm gonna actually hold you if you start overtalking me, dude. All right. So when somebody presents something to you, it doesn't matter who it is. When they present something to you, if they can't prove that what they're saying is true, then you can't say that it's affirming what they're saying. Like what you're doing now, you're saying that they're making a good reason for you to believe that the Earth is a globe, with the center of the Earth being like the reason why we have gravity, right? Everything's being pushed into the center because it's bending and warping space-time. But then you can't prove it, because how do you know that that construct is physical or not? Or like a force acting upon the gravimeter.
Physical? A force? I mean, clearly there's a force. Otherwise, there would not be an acceleration.
How do you know it's acting upon the gravimeter in the way that you are saying, based on any information about the Earth being a globe? I don't care what it's spin.
It's measuring acceleration. By definition, if something is accelerating, there must be a force being applied on it.
No, it doesn't. Right. You didn't listen to T-Dub. So you completely ignored.
Yeah. You're saying, how do you know it's this and that? And I'm telling you.
You completely ignored what T-Dub said, because if someone come and like Einstein, if someone come and say that, oh wait, no, it's not a force. It's because that ball that is inside it falls into that cavity by the mass of the Earth, space-time fabric. That ball falls in that cavity toward the Earth, which is creating that distortion on that fabric. So it's not a force. It's just
you're cutting out. No, at a local level, it is still a force, like Newtonian gravity. Yes, at Newtonian gravity. Yes, an object is not going to accelerate if there is no force on it acting on it. That is so. This is the basic.
How do you know it's accelerating? How do you know it's accelerating?
Because that's literally what it's measuring. It's measuring
literally. JJ, slow down, relax, JJ. With this device, if I place it on the ground in front of me, I step away from it. Does it show a reading? Yes or no?
If you step away from the device,
I'm not fucking with it. In other words. If I place it on the ground, turn it on, does it do its thing? Will it show a reading of 9.8 meters per second squared downwards? Yes or no?
If it's on the ground, it should show a reading of probably 1, because the ground would be pushing an upward force on it. That's what.
So it won't show a reading at all. So there's no gravity then.
Reading of 1.
So there's no gravity then. If there's gravity and you place that thing firmly still on the ground, it would show 9.8 meters per second squared, because that's what you're getting pulled down at, allegedly. So if it doesn't do that, game over.
Well, if you put so if you put a gravimeter at the ground and you're measuring let's see what a gravimeter at the ground measurement.
Oh my God, dude. You're just going to look it up now? This was your whole argument you came in here with. You're not going to, no, JJ, you're not going to do that, bro. Belay that, bro. Don't get into it because it's not going to go well for you. You can't keep persisting to tell us something that you're just going to look up right now, especially you that we know you.
No. I'm confirming that I'm pretty sure a gravimeter placed on the ground would be 1.
Then why are you lying to us? You just made a whole lie up and then you're just trying to back it up with confidence that it's actually what you're saying it is. Dude, that's a weasel. That's a weasel tactic.
I'm trying to make sure.
I know that. Bro, listen to me. I know that. That's why I'm stopping you.
Hold on. It's like you guys got offended when someone sure they knows what they're talking about. It's like you've never read.
You don't know what you're talking about. This is the bit
that someone would double check information.
Why would you open up your yapper, bro? Yeah, you don't have to open up your yapper to tell us that. Did he leave?
Yes.
Just
hey guys,
that's so stupid, dude.
So you guys need to stop getting so offended. That's what he said.
So that he doesn't.
The problem is, Deb,
what is
every time that kid comes in here, he'll open his yapper, just blah 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 blah. No, blah 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 blah. Talk through everyone. In the last, it's probably been 2 months that he's been coming and going, maybe 3 months that he's been coming and going. He has yet to put forward any citation, any scientific experiment or endeavor or any backing to anything he said. And anytime he gets pressed on it, out the door he goes.
Let me jump in here and say something, Matrix. Let me jump in here and say something. So when he went in to talk about the gravimeter, he brought something into the discussion, like and the panel and all of us. I was thinking here that he had done his homework. He did a research. He looked into it. Now, when he said, no, let me check to see if I got my numbers correct, that means he was saying something prior to that he didn't know was true or not. So doing no research. So what does that show to me? That he's just throwing shit at the wall, hoping it sticks. That's all he's doing. With confidence, of course.
Gravometer? Are you serious?
Alpha. So he just showed that he don't even know what is a gravimeter, and that was because of Matrix. Matrix again confused the gravimeter with an accelerometer. And he talked about putting an accelerometer on the ground so you won't detect any downward acceleration on your phone or your accelerometer device. And that stupid guy, Fish, followed him because he don't know what is a gravimeter. Yeah. He said, gravimeter, if you put it on the ground, it will that. So he doesn't know that. A gravimeter always on the ground. It's a giant piece of machinery. It's a big piece of machinery, like 1 meter big, like 1 meter high. It's made of metal, so you carry it. So to port it to big.
You're cutting out, Necros. Like that. You got your internet's cutting in and out, bro.
I'm sorry. I will just disconnect.
Yeah, it's been doing that since you talked.
Wait,
anyway,
I'm confused.
Yeah.
So there really is a gravometer?
Yeah. It's a device. You can look it up.
Wow. Okay.
But but once again he got confused when Matrix was talking about the accelerometer. Well, I heard that he was saying that, but he thought it was the exact same thing. That's why he got his numbers like mixed up when he was telling us what it reads.
No, it's not. Because gravimeter. Do you hear me first?
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, go ahead.
The gravimeter is a machine with a giant tube with the vacuum inside the tube and a ball, like a physical thing, and they drop that thing inside that tube. There is a clock, so that will measure the speed and the distance, so it will calculate the speed of falling and acceleration of that ball. And they make their calculations to just reify that for gravity benefit. So it's that it's that is the gravimeter. Just measure the acceleration of like a ball inside.
And then they wrap the name gravity there, gravity meter, just to make sure you know that that's gravity it's measuring when it's not, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Yeah,
that's what I'm confused about. Like, is this legit? Is this a joke?
Hold on, let me unmute him so he can cut, because he obviously probably did some research and then came back.
Did some research. I'm not an expert in gravimeter, so I don't. I don't.
Yeah, but why did you bring it up? Why did you bring it up? I mean, if this is your argument,
gravity, like measured as if you measure the gravitational field at ground level, then yes, it's going to give you 9.8 something, 9.81. But at the equator, it's going to give you slightly less. You have no reason why that is. You have no.
And you've done this.
And then.
Listen, dude.
Also give
reasons.
JJ, stop. Pause. Have you done this?
Hold on.
Not hold on. You're claiming different at equator to other places. Have you done this?
I'm not done.
Yes, no, you're done. You're going to pull up right there. Have you done this? Yes or no?
Hold on.
No, nobody's holding on. Yes or no, JJ? Yes or no? Or go on mute, dude. Nobody wants to hear your shit.
If
yes
that's
or no,
all
bro?
you got, then
So now you've got two options, JJ. You've done it, yes or no, or you know of and can cite scientists or Backyard Bob or somebody that has done this. So have you done this, yes or no?
I have not personally done this at the equator, no.
Thank you.
And if that's all you have, if that's your defense,
Now, who has done it? If you're making claims, who has done it? JJ, who has done it? JJ, you're not listening. You're too busy flapping. JJ, who has done this to confirm your...
Hold on.
Okay, first of all, we're going to help you. Who has done this to confirm your claims? Very simple question. Who's done this to confirm your claims?
Backyard Bob.
Social security number of the person too?
Yeah, Backyard. No, just his name. So we can look him up to see if you're... We need his name so we can look him up to see if what you're saying is true or not.
Of the one person.
Who's done it, JJ?
Yeah.
Like that's why
JJ just says
question. It's like
no, it's not because it's putting the claim to somebody who's done it.
The person.
Okay, let me put him on
JJ,
pause.
you've made a claim.
This is a waste of time.
Who has done this? No, you're going to run away again.
He ran away.
See what I mean, guys? Every time you put the screws on and get him to back his claims, off he runs.
Well, the important thing is, though, when he would produce whoever did it, we can investigate what they've done. So for the listener right now, the reason why we want to get down to like who done it is because he said he didn't do it. So fine enough, he didn't do it. So now, all right. So the next step is we're going to investigate who did, and in order to do that, we need their name.
Hold on. Okay, I can give you. Hold on. The National Atmosphere Ocean Organization, NAOO, that they've done it.
That's not
he means NOAA. He means NOAA.
Post it up in side chat.
He means NOAA.
That was
Post it up in side chat.
They would have done it.
If you've got access to it, you'd be able to post it straight up for us.
Right. He means the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, ladies and gentlemen. NOAA. My favorite organization, by the way.
But it has been done by organizations and scientists. Like
JJ,
so
if it's been done,
is that what you want to put your money on? Like,
we don't know yet.
JJ,
He hasn't said anything.
Breathe for a second. If they've done this, it'd be very simple for you to post it in the side chat.
What were you asking?
Let him.
And stop leaving the chat and coming back and forth like a child. Grow
Just
up.
tell us what did they do? Jedi wants to know.
I'm
JJ.
muted now. Sorry, no. I have to talk in the chat because this guy mutes me. So talk about it.
All right, fine.
Come on.
Listen, what did they do? JJ, what did they do?
So okay, if your stance is no one's ever measured it.
What
He asked what the fuck they did.
Because
this
I'm
kid
not
even
gonna,
listen
I'm not
or
gonna waste
not?
time pulling up the measurements unless you actually don't think it's ever been measured.
Oh
What did they fucking do? JJ, Jedi just came into the room. He wants to know what the fuck they're doing. Here's you just going, he muted me. I didn't get a cookie this morning.
Who's doing?
Your claim.
My claim is not a person.
You said the NAA had done this. I just asked, what did they do?
They've at least reported that NASA's done it. I mean, it's been done by organizations.
Again, I must be missing a massive gap.
There's independent.
What? JJ, what did they do?
There are
NOAA or whatever it is.
People they use gravimeters, they use other, so on to calculate gravitational field, acceleration. Or measure gravitational field or acceleration at different areas, at the equator on the ground level, near the poles, somewhere else. And
what did you read? Yeah, what did you read that you saw that they did that?
I read that the readings at the equator were slightly lower than the readings.
Can you show us that documentation, please? Can you do that?
If I'm going to look for it, I mean, you don't believe this exists.
Oh my brother! Oh my God, bro! Dude, come on,
let's go. I'll post it. I'm not going to take this concern bullshit. Like, do you believe it exists?
I'm trying to throw you a freaking
JJ,
bro.
I need you to think logically for a second.
Sorry.
JJ, silence.
Believe it exists.
Oh, hold on.
JJ,
you keep
quiet.
Hold on, Matrix,
is this news to you? Is this news to
JJ, you keep turning around and saying, my God, you keep saying you don't or you won't believe. Right? Belief is acceptance without evidence. We're asking for the evidence so we don't have to believe.
No, yeah, I'm going to post it, but I've asked you a basic question. Can any of you answer?
What's that, mate?
I asked you a basic question.
Yeah, what was the question, mate?
I'm willing to post this, but I want to know if you guys, one, don't believe there's ever been measurements of this, or you're just fucking trolling.
Not relevant.
If I'm not gonna waste time if this is.
Oh my God! Then if you're not gonna do it, dude, just don't do it. Listen, no, JJ, shut up. Hold on, Matrix. JJ, if you're not. Listen, dude, if you're not going to do it, then don't fucking do it. If you're going to do it, do it.
The question.
All right?
So you're trolling.
No, we don't need to answer your shit question, dude. All you got to do is post it or not. That's it.
There you go.
Yeah, it's
Apparently
shit,
we're trolling him. Just okay.
There you go.
Just post it or not, bro. That's it. Post it or not. Those are your options. My God.
You're trolling.
And what he doesn't seem to understand is that the audience knows that we're not trolls. We're not.
Yeah, that's exactly why all of you are not answering a single question.
So where's your data, JJ? You need something to back your claim. At the moment, you've got nothing.
Yeah.
Well, this is where I originally read this, but again,
he posted something. Holy shit!
None of you guys were able to admit that you even knew that this was even a thing. Like, you don't know about.
Actually, we did know.
JJ,
we're waiting for dumbasses like you to hang yourself with it.
You can't say like. This is all news to you? Like, none of you have ever heard someone say this?
Yeah.
Never looked into this?
Yeah, we should just cancel the Discord channel now because the Earth is a globe because of JJ.
No, but like, none of you have ever looked into the idea that
it just seems weird.
Let's go.
Hold on, sorry, this just seems weird. We always, in other conversations with people that we have about this subject, get to this point, but no further. Because nobody wants to give the evidence of the measurements that were taken. If we could just have the measurements that were taken, no need for belief. But no one ever seems to provide that. So can you?
They put the numbers in there.
That's nice.
If I'm not mistaken.
I think. Well, where did they put them at, JJ? So we can go reference them quickly.
Yeah, I'll pull it up. I'll find it for you. But again,
yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good.
Yep. And another
when you
thing,
come in here. Go ahead. Jim.
Oh, thanks. It is not a crime not to know something or not to have heard of something. So this is where you come in. If somebody hasn't heard of something, you can provide the proof you have of that and let us pour through it and we can learn at speed for ourselves. It's not a crime, man. Please get on with it.
But you guys all scream and dogpile when I say, I don't know, I got to check.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're sorry.
No, listen. When you come in here presenting evidence of something you're talking about, and then when you ask you, would you wait till I'm done talking? You have a real bad problem of interrupting, dude. All right, so whenever we're talking to you about something specific a claim that you made, and you say, oh, let me go check to see, that shows us that's lack of research on your part. You don't remember the part that you should have known coming in here making a claim about the very topic of the gravimeter. And then when we asked you a specific thing about it, you're like, oh no, let me go and check. Well, that shows to us that your lack of research was not sufficient to provide evidence of your claim. That's what they're showing to us. And you're just going to further that by saying, oh, you're not going to allow me to check? No, because you should have already came in guns blazing. Should have had that in hand if you're going to present to the audience this information. Come on, bro.
I asked a question and you treated it. That's the issue. I asked a question and you guys got so defensive that you started.
The problem is, JJ, every time you come in here and ask questions, you're asking questions thinking you've got some kind of gotcha moment, and then you yourself have to go and research your quote-unquote gotcha moment because you don't gotcha.
Question about handling
JJ, if you're going to come in here and present data, read the data first, then come in and present it. The data will speak for itself. It doesn't need JJ to blab for 45 minutes and present nothing.
I mean, that I did ask the question. You got defensive and started.
Now you're complaining about being a victim to us. We don't give a shit about you being a victim. Just
well, I mean, I just
present
heard
your
about
evidence.
how I shouldn't be getting
All right,
lecturing about.
let's go through. All right, that's fine. Let's go through the material. So what in this material that you're presenting to us shows that the Earth is exactly how you and everybody else might perceive it as a globe.
Well, I'm pretty sure they give geoid diagrams based off of the data collected in the.
They're pretty sure.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. I'm not going to say.
Okay.
Yes, they do. They give geoid diagrams based off of actual data. Like
okay.
It's not, unless it's all made up.
So where's the data?
All you can say is it's made up.
JJ, stop.
What
Where's
model
the data?
WGS84 did I hear? Or did I not hear WGS84?
It was a geoid.
Oh, geoid.
Model.
Okay, if it was geoid. Geoid model. What geoid model?
Yeah, it's okay. So in the link that he provided,
collective measure.
In the link, JJ, hold on, man. I'm trying to help you out here, man. So in the link that he provided, there's a geoid diagram or model that's shown there.
Okay.
It's like the potato Earth that we talked about before.
Yeah. I've seen it.
All right, so we have this information that he said people have gathered from the gravimeter, giving him information. So all of this data, allegedly, is supporting this geoid model. ISJJ?
Well, that model came from data.
Okay.
If they're lying.
That's fine. Listen, so can you show us the relevance from the data to that model? I want to see the connecting piece where they actually turned the data into that model.
Okay, well, if you're denying, if you're saying,
no, I'm not denying, sir. I'm not denying. I'm not denying. I'm not denying.
Right now, yes.
I'm not denying.
Denying that they're.
No, I'm not denying.
One.
I'm asking for you, JJ. Listen to very close, dude. I'm asking for you to provide evidence that the connection from the data turns it into this geoid model. That's all I'm asking. Can you please provide that?
That would just say that prove they're not lying.
No, it's not about that, mate.
Yes, it is. Because
we're asking very simply we're asking how this was compiled, measured to make a sphere.
That's like saying, tell me how this Nike shoe was compiled.
No, that's not like saying that.
Yeah, because I know how you do it. You seem to be avoiding it.
No, it's like saying, tell me how this Nike shoe was created.
No, dude, but if you're making measurements on places on the Earth, you're going to want to know your exact location. That's going to be down to your longitude. My God, why don't you shut up?
Okay.
Every time anybody starts talking, is you wanking in the background. For fuck's sake.
Sorry, go on. Is that it?
Wow. You actually shut up for 5 fucking seconds. Seriously, dude. We've all told you you've got a problem with this. Stop speaking through people. Now, you're going to be making measurements on the Earth, and you're going to want to know the exact location. The exact location is probably going to be down to longitude and latitude. Now, how did you get from measuring how fast things go bucking down to longitude and latitude to a sphere? How'd that happen?
You see, I'm telling you about how
he's not going to do it
together. Like this exists.
You won't do it.
You should read You should just read this.
Who cares? Dude, who cares if it exists?
It's right in front of me. I know this. I'm asking you.
I am not the world's leading expert in all things.
Oh shit! So stop acting like you are and ask questions then.
Diagrams from data, but the people who are, that's what they came up with.
How do they do it?
Asking you how, but you don't know how. We know how, but you seem to be chucking this in front of us like this is some kind of evidence. And you're gonna definitely want to die on this hill. We'll fucking oblige you, but stop being such a prick.
I mean, you're weaponizing your ignorance against. Like you're asking me.
Dude, cut the bullshit.
Cut the meta bullshit.
Cut the bullshit, bro.
I asked you what model was used. You said geoid. What type of geoid? WGS84 perchance? Was it that one? If you want to know where you are when you're making these measurements.
I didn't answer anything about a model.
Why are you talking? Literally trying to have a conversation with you, but you seem to want to talk whilst I'm talking. It's intolerable.
Yeah, because what you said was just not true.
So then I need clarification from you.
That's what I was doing.
Good. So instead of interrupting me, be more poignant. So what model then?
That's a geoid. That's what I can tell you. They didn't use a geoid.
That is the model.
They did use NAV 88. They did use NAVD 88.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, he says.
NAVD 88 is not American vertical datum. It's a horizontal plane.
So, yeah, your paper doesn't describe how the Earth's a globe in any way using a gravimeter. Doesn't do that. Sorry.
Actually, this paper talks about.
What? What does it talk about?
Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, I don't.
What I can tell you, they did use.
That's embarrassing.
I know.
So damn embarrassing.
Yes, it does.
No, it's so embarrassing that you make claims. No, JJ.
Measuring gravity. For gravity studies in Earth's surface, we call gravimeters. And
yeah, you got that far, but you didn't take the horse all the way through the race, bro. He didn't win this race. He won. He got last place. You just didn't have it in you today, man. I don't know what to tell you. You could not carry that ball to the goal.
Yeah, it's literally referencing all of these surveys. The surveys that were done. Like, these were created based off of surveys.
Okay,
if you're
now post them.
Flat Earth, if you're saying it's a flat Earth model.
JJ, instead of talking about the surveys, post them so we can all check them out.
No,
No. Don't have a spaz out. JJ, you're making claims about other people. You're carrying other people's water. Instead of doing that and making yourself look like a fucking spastic, get their data, present it for us, and then you can pass the buck on to them and say, this is the surveys they did. This is the data that they collated, and you can drop it at our feet.
This is literally a page about the history of surveying. It cites countless
Well,
surveys.
congratulations. It's a history of surveying, which doesn't prove fuck all.
No,
Thank you for the read.
It talks, oh my God.
And
you gotta read and you gotta listen.
You've got to read first.
Since the 1980s, in your article that you didn't read, since the 1980s, they used the same exact datum, which is NAVD 88, which
does not
level lines. It's level lines, not flat, level lines. Just level lines, which is flat. Level parallel lines, which is flat.
No, it does not assume a flat Earth, though. NAVD.
How do you know that?
Does not assume that the Earth is a flat surface.
How do you know?
How do you know?
Okay, fine. Give me. You made the claim. You got to post the evidence.
No. It was a question. It was a simple question. How do you know?
I can't believe that. You got to give the evidence. He made the claim.
I can't believe it.
I asked the question.
It's not my job.
JJ, your claim is it's a JJ. You can do this. I know you can do this. Your claim is it's a spheroid. Okay. How do you know that they assumed this? How do you know? You can do this, mate. Come on.
No, I'm saying the Earth is a spheroid.
How do you know that these guys measured that?
I'm not saying they measured sphericalness or shape.
Oh, that's
like
what
the
we need.
NAVE,
Why would you bring it up then? Why would you bring it up?
When it comes to the collective geoid model, that is measured based off of, you have satellite laser imaging. Like, we've been over this. I posted data that you guys deleted.
They just
not the gravimeter.
None of that is proving curvature, JJ.
Up because we have satellites above
And listen
us.
how fast you
guys
abandoned
knew
the
that you
gravimeter
have
claim.
Satellites in the sky. We're not going to go over that. We know it's the sphere because
bearing down on me, bearing down on you. What are we going to do?
There's no way that kid. He's a cartoon character, bro. That guy.
Surely we've got other people in here that would love to ask questions. Like JJ's just a melt. Who we got down the bottom? Yucky. I do apologise if I've got that wrong. And going up the list, we got Vinny. Don't know that name. Templario Deferio.
Hey Guido, get a load of this guy.
What do you want, brother? What do you want?
Just making sure you're all good, my friend. Welcome to the channel. What brings you in here?
Thanks, brother. Thanks.
So what brings you in here today, my friend?
I don't want to talk about Brazil in the moment, okay?
You don't want to talk about something at the moment. Okay.
Do you know where did you get where you are?
Okay, he probably doesn't want to talk right now. That's cool. I'm sure there'll be another volunteer.
Yeah, we're just handing him a warm welcome, you know. Welcome to the server. No need to be uptight. You're listening,
Anyways,
you're learning.
As we go up the list, Jen, all the others we know. I know that one. They're regulars.
Yeah.
DK, welcome.
Thanks for that. Thanks, brother.
And who else we got? Alu. And we've got a smiley face up the top. Welcome one and all. Please, if you have any questions, queries or concerns, or maybe even proof of curvature, step up. Don't be scared. There's plenty of people here that can answer questions.
Mic check 1 2.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Hey, welcome everybody.
Welcome back. So
We have Yuki.
out? Yeah, Yuki, that's the pronunciation. That's Japanese, by the way, Yuki. That's a man's name. It can be a girl's name as well, I suppose. But usually the Japanese boys are named Yuki. Also means snow. Yuki, okay? Snow.
And Nissan means little brother.
Yes, that's right. Or Nissan. You have to put the O on the end of it. Or Nissan. That means, yeah, younger brother. The One-san, younger sister. No, bigger sister. Imoto is little sister. There you are.
Is that somebody's smoke alarm that just went off? We got a brokey in the chat?
That's got to be soundboard Jack. I knew it.
Go change your batteries out, Brokey.
Probably expired.
That's some good energy in this channel earlier in that conversation. I'm into it.
Yeah, everybody's fired up in there. They're ready. It was like a pack of wolves tearing away the Glober to shreds. There's your proof.
I like it. You know, it's hard to find the problem. The issue I found with joining discords like this is you start to want to have conversations like this with people face to face and connect with them in your area, you know, about particular topics, because you tend to kind of get nice energy and good feedback, maybe because people open up a bit more because of the anonymousness or anonymity of it all. But you know, it's hard to find conversations and people who speak openly and deeply about and are also have an ear open about things as well, you know, in community, you know what I mean, in real life. Or not real life, you know, this is of course real life and real friends are made, but face to face groups, you know, kind of hard to find them these days.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I've been lucky in that department, you know, because when I do talk about this, either with my students or if I'm out on the streets, park, swimming, fishing, camping, it's always gone down well. It's always gone down well. You know, even when they don't want to talk about it, they're not rude about it. But they will say, like, Musakashi, it's a difficult subject. I said, that's okay. And then you just leave them, you know, I just let them go. I don't, you know, because they want to be private, basically. But generally, they're really open-minded, the Japanese anyway. And yeah, you know, I can talk to them for like anything from 30 minutes to an hour and a half. Yeah. Showing them images and that from the Discord. Yeah. It's been very good.
You said your students, meaning you're a trained teacher in a particular subject?
Teach. Yeah, that's right. I do teach English here at elementary level, junior high school level, and in university. And then we go to the house husband, housewife, people who want to travel. So survival English whilst traveling, what to expect, all that lot, if you will.
All right. That's cool. That's cool. I do. You are very easy on the ears to listen to speak. That's for sure.
Oh, thank you very much. You know what? That's what the Japanese say. Kiki yasui, they say. Kiki yasui, easy to listen to. Kiki means listening. Yasui means easy. Kiki yasui, they say. And we went to a place called the Philippines, right? Philippines. And the taxi driver said, you know, I understand everything you've said in this conversation on this ride. When I pick up other people, you know, who speak English, sometimes I don't understand what they're saying. And I say, I think what it is that if they're using, you know, everyday English and it's complicated vocabulary, that's probably it. But I'm bringing my level down because I know I'm in a country that they don't understand what I'm saying. So I have to use basic English so that you understand what I'm saying. And they're saying, oh, yeah, that works. I said, yeah, of course. You know, got to keep it simple for them. And that's where they say Kiki Yasui. So I appreciate that and thank you very much.
You gotta love how these .gov sites put out these little hit pieces against flat Earth and flat earthers. The Dunning-Kruger effect and flat Earth. JJ
just reading it.
Fucking A. I can't even right now. I'm like, yeah, of course they would. We are their opposition. They are on the defense. And it's great because they really don't have a defense. Their defense is flat earthers are dumb.
You know what I find interesting? There's one section as you scroll down a bit. Conflict of interest statement. Declaration of conflict of interest. The author declared no potential conflict of interest with respect to the research, authorship, and/or publication of this article. Bull frickin' shit. If you're a staunch Glober, of course there's a conflict of interest.
Exactly. Someone did that to me 3 months ago. I go to this UK server and I've got Gin Splatter Gallery of Facts. So all you're going to find in there are facts actual facts to the deception, facts that we're living on a flat earth, it's measured flat, all that. Okay, now they put in there the Johnny Kruger effect. Gin's under that. And then I went back in and I said, excuse me, who is it that can't prove the model? Oh, who is it that doesn't even know his model? Oh, okay. So I'm not under any of this Johnny Kruger effect at all. That does not apply to me at all. You got the wrong guy.
You know what's really fun is when they want to come at us, calling us, Dunning-Kruger, being guilty of the Dunning-Kruger effect, and then you ask them for the first names of Dunning and Kruger. They ask the flat earthers.
More important question: Who's us?
Here in this room, the flat earthers here in this room.
Right. So let me ask this question: statistically, if there's millions of flat earthers, how much do the people that we circle with represent percentage-wise?
That's true. I get your point. Right. So, I'll just use me then as an example. Right. So they want to.
Yeah, but I'm making a point. The point is that it's not necessarily wrong that most flat earthers are stupid in Dunning-Kruger. So, for example, I saw a challenge. Says, hey, the earth is a globe, come prove me wrong. A flat earther joined the live challenge on a live stream. The guy said, well, why is the earth flat? And he said, because gravity doesn't exist. Now, let me tell you, friends, that guy's retarded. Right?
I agree. All
right, there you go.
Yeah. So let me rephrase it with me personally, because it's happened to me personally, is that these globe earthers want to come at me and accuse me of Dunning-Kruger. And I just have the best time asking them if they even know the first names of Dunning and Kruger, and they don't. And I find that quite amusing.
That's fair, but the appropriate rebuttal from them would be, how is the first names of the people who the phenomenon is named after relevant to the existence of the phenomenon? And then you'd have to answer that.
All right.
Well,
yeah, they're not smart enough to get that far.
Yeah, I'm serious. No. There's a question on the table. Why is their first names relevant?
It's that expert syndrome. You're gonna call me a Dunning-Kruger, right? You should probably know the names of these guys.
Okay, one more time. You just repeated yourself. You didn't actually tell me why it's relevant.
Well, it shows genuine. It shows genuine.
One more time. You can understand things and the phenomenon and the phraseology referred to that phenomenon without understanding the origination of the names of the people who it's named after. Unless you can show me otherwise, where you must know the first names in order for their critique to be relevant, then you have no point. You've basically just been using rhetoric and then patted yourself on the back that you stumped somebody for not knowing something that's irrelevant.
Well, I would say if there's any clear initial sign that they maybe do not fully understand the material, maybe they do. But I would say it's a great first identifier of how much time they've taken to understand it, right?
Fair enough. But see, you're then assuming that looking into it means that they should have looked into the first names of the guys. So, for example, like you use temperature all the time. Isn't Fahrenheit named after a dude? What's his first name?
Yeah, no, I don't remember his name.
No clue. Yeah, that's what I thought. None of you understand at all why the first names of this person Dunning or this person Kruger would be relevant in the conversation whatsoever.
Fair, but but at the same time, if I was going to try to teach somebody about Fahrenheit and its descriptions,
Daniel?
then it would be a bigger identifier if I knew their name.
Isn't
Just
it
a
like
simple
Dan or
first
Daniel or something like Daniel Fahrenheit or something like that, though?
Yeah, the point is that the guy's first name is not actually relevant to the point. It's not. It's literally not. So what point is their first name's relevant to? That's what I'm trying to get at here. Maybe you have a point,
Yeah, I
but I
get
haven't heard it
it's not. No, the honest answer is that it's not. It's just it's fun for me to do.
I think if somebody says you have the Dunning-Kruger effect and you ask them back who they are, they're trolling you and you're just returning the troll back to them.
Ultimately,
No,
yes.
not really. You're trolling yourself, because the appropriate answer would be, the appropriate question, if they're accusing you of the Dunning-Kruger effect, would be just ask them, well, what is that? Right?
Right. Are they Dunning-Kruger about Dunning-Kruger?
I see.
Yeah, the fact
I'm not,
is they don't know.
I'm not saying what you're doing isn't necessarily rhetorically powerful, because it is. But the problem is it's not really getting to the meat of the conversation. And so they can then dismiss it. And if I was an intelligent glober as your opponent, I'd put you through the ringer as to why their first names is relevant rather than the actual phenomenon that's titled.
I bet you would know their first names, though. But I bet you would know their first name.
No, I don't. No. See, check this out, brother. I don't know their first names, and I could care less about their first names. It's just a title named on top of a phenomenon, right? And I can understand what that phenomenon is without knowing the names of the people. And you cannot demonstrate otherwise, by the way. And so logically, if I was your Glober opponent, I'd be bloodying your nose for the audience constantly about why you're introducing irrelevant points just to try to win a rhetorical force point on your side. And I just mop the floor with you.
You can imagine that, and I understand 100% what you're saying. But as advocate in this particular subject, I also can see the value of investment on my behalf to invest in who I'm talking to. For example, if someone shows me a painting, they say, "This is my most favorite painting. I love this painter," and I'm like, "What's his name? Beautiful. What's that painter's name?" And they're like Vincent, and that's all they know. Oh, what's his last name? Oh, well, I don't know about that. What is it relevant to the beauty of the painting? Yes, they have a point. But you see how it can be then seeming that if they're not going to invest into details, how can I trust them then to tell me the details? It's just a small identifier. But maybe, yes, they still can, but it certainly sets the stage, doesn't it, for their depth of understanding.
Well, that might be fair, but I would respond that I could understand color theory, and I could understand all the techniques used by the painter without even knowing his name at all. So the only relevance of the person's name is to identifying other works by that person or techniques that were instituted by that person, right? The actual person's name is just an identifier. For example, we could just remove Vincent van Gogh altogether, unless we're talking about his personal history, which is not necessarily relevant to any particular point, right? And I could just call it Changawang. I could call it Changawang technique, and it wouldn't matter. It'd still be the same technique. So, for example, you ever heard of the Nissan? The Nissan makes a car, I think it's called the M5 or whatever, and it has a rotary engine. Okay, it has a rotary engine which has a triangle inside, which is not a true triangle; it's curved. And instead of having cylinders, which are by pistons, it just has an engine that spins. And the gas explosion cavity is the offset of the triangle's motion. So there's 3 chambers. It blows one, it moves the triangle around, blows the other, moves the triangle around. Now, I can know that without knowing that the namesake of that engine is named Wankel. It was originally called the Wankel engine. And I can know that without knowing his first name. The fact that the rotary engine works in the way it works has nothing to do with the man's name whatsoever. At all.
But what I will say is I think it's great because even on our side, so many of us use these terms, and we oftentimes don't know what the terms mean other than some sort of abstract thing that we've heard somebody else refer to as. And so the truth is if you started asking me about the Dunning-Kruger, I go back to my Psychology 201 class in college and say, shit, that's been since 1998. Hell, I don't remember. So it is a good point to recall that, really we should be talking about the meanings of things and not just throw out a label to somebody. And I think it's definitely the right intention, but I think like you say, it's better to strike at the juggler and say, what does that mean?
But yeah, and by the way, if you say that you don't know the first names of the people, what if they do know the first names? Then you're back where you started, right? And then your whole rhetorical point is lost. Gotcha, bitch. Because you're now reversing a burden and putting them into a position to prove something that's technically irrelevant. So, for example, I could simply ask if I was someone who studied it and I knew their first names and I knew their original research and how they came up with the idea, and maybe even it was one of the guy's idea more than the other guy wasn't attached to it till later on, where they compounded the name to be attributed to two men rather than one, right? And so I could just talk about the history of Dunning-Kruger and then ask the person who just challenged me about their first names for all this trivia. And when they can't answer the trivia, now they're the one who looks stupid. When all you had to do was not accept the burden of proof in any way, shape, or form. Just make them tell you what it is.
I get it 100%. I concede. And you know what? I'm taking that advice. I'm totally going to run with it.
So, for example, a lot of accusations of Dunning-Kruger are actually a misapplication of what the term is actually referring to. And so when you're accused of it, that conversation is actually more important because, let me explain it, the actual term itself is being misapplied, which proves that the person who's employing it is actually suffering from Dunning-Kruger themselves. And so you can actually demonstrate that they're showing Dunning-Kruger effects themselves by asking them about what Dunning-Kruger is and how it applies to their accusation. Because rest assured, the names of the people are trivial. Like the name trivia, trivial. It's just, you get it.
Yep, I get it. No, I get it. That's perfect, actually. I appreciate that. Thank you.
But Jenna, I'll tell you what, though, this is how we improve all of our arguments, because by the same token, I think it is, I think there is a purpose of asking the Globies prompting questions on, well, what do you really know about this? So you asking that, I think, comes from the exact right place. And I'm glad we have AI here to, give some better advice. So share with me, if you would, AV, since we're on the topic. I think it is very important. And like I say, it's been a little while since my last psychology class. What specifically would you say the Dunning-Kruger effect is, and how would you typically say then that it's misapplied and misunderstood?
You know what's the best part is I couldn't even tell you what it is right now. But that being said, all of my critique that I just gave is still valid. That's what's amazing about logic, is it doesn't matter if the particulars are true or not, as long as the overarching message is. Right? So for example, when you challenge someone about what they know or don't know, when you challenge someone about what they know or don't know, they have to bear the burden of proof. I don't need to know what Dunning-Kruger is. I just need to ask them to explain it and then poke holes in their explanation. Make them define it and then say, this definition doesn't fit this situation. I can force them to tell me on the spot. I don't need to know it in advance. That's the beauty of it.
I like that. And that kind of gives me two legs in the race, because I do know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is. It's when people come into things thinking that they have an expertise on it, and they really don't. They fail in their, demonstrations and whatnot, and, in the entire psychology of it. So, yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, it's as simple as not bearing a burden of proof that you don't require. So if the other person's employing it in an argument as a critique of you, they have to be able to explain it other than just naming it right? Because let's just say, for example, that you know nothing about Dunning-Kruger effect, okay? And somebody accuses you of having Dunning-Kruger effect. Well, that's an empty accusation because it's meaningless. Well, what does that mean? I mean, does that mean that I have rashes on my armpits? Is that the Dunning-Kruger effect? I don't know. What are you accusing me of? Go ahead and tell me.
That is one of the things that I notice with Globers is a lot of times they know the terms of the things that they employ, but they don't know what they mean. So they've heard somebody use the term Dunning-Kruger effect, and that's really all they know. But yes, Jenna, I know basically ultimately what you're saying there is kind of the summary, but I think there's some more nuances to the Dunning-Kruger effect that make it a little more specific.
Yeah, the quick short version is, an overestimation of skill. And coming from a biased standpoint, so.
Yeah, let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. I heard that it also includes an underestimation of skill. So it's actually, from what I've heard,
it's also true.
Right? Yeah. Some people say that it comes from both sides. Like it's a pincer. Like you can be unintelligent and then have a certain amount of knowledge in a subject and then overplay your hand of intelligence, or you could be very intelligent in the subject and underplay your hand of intelligence.
Yes, that's correct.
So, for example, someone might say the Earth is a globe because A, B, C, and D, and you'd be like, well, how do you know that? And they'd be like, well, because scientists said so. And then you say, okay, well, then how would you know it? And then they'd be like, I don't know, I'm not a scientist. How does that work? So you're unqualified to actually critique the scientific evidence. And then when asked to critique it, you say, oh, I can't critique it properly because I'm not a scientist. So then how are you capable of believing what the scientist says? You're not. You're just admitting you're stupid on both sides, right? So all you're left with is ignorance. And then all you're left with is, I believe the scientist. You're not actually putting forth an argument that the science is good or not, because you just admitted you're not capable of actually understanding it. So it's basically just white lab coat becomes your priest, right?
It makes a whole lot of sense when you put it that way, doesn't it?
Back in, and you've all probably heard me use this before in a few different contexts, but back in 2021, maybe 2022, there was a professor of like some kind of small college or community college that came in here, was talking to AV and a couple others about that students had come on to into his class, telling them about us on Discord, and that wanted to hear what we had to say, et cetera, et cetera. And it was really nice in the opening. And then the conversation starts to shift. And AV asks, okay, do you know that the Earth is a sphere? Something to that effect. And the professor said, yes. And he said, okay. He said, I just want to be clear. He said, because in here we always want to know, and declare for certain or disclose. Are you 100% certain? And he started to say yes. And AV then said, okay, well, great. Now, I just want to make clear, I know it sounds like I'm a little redundant. I just want to make sure that when we know somebody that knows something versus what they believe, do you 100% know or 99.99999% know? He stammered a half second and disconnected. And it was that very moment that he obviously realized that he wasn't up to the task. And I wonder how many of the other Globies, or why the other Globies can't be that honest. And I would go so far to say that what happened there was that he knew exactly what AV was saying and knew that there was no counter to that, but he was unwilling to risk looking like he didn't know the topic.
And so guys like JJ or other types of people have to put faith in those type of guys that know the earth is a globe, and they're telling them the earth is a globe based on the faith and the knowledge that those guys claim to have when they themselves don't even claim it's primary knowledge. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's interesting how often the apostles of some cult leader will always take what the cult leader says as absolute truth, when if you go back and listen to what the cult leader says, the cult leader didn't necessarily make that statement of veracity. Yeah, it's interesting, and it's that kind of amplification of myth or amplification of belief in the cult leader. So AI. I often wonder that if instead of we ask the question, why would they lie, we would ask, who is lying? And if we started to say that the lie was just a few people or a bunch of people, sometimes I go back and forth on that question, and I wonder if people like your college professors, if they actually know that it's just a big fairy tale that they're telling, but they cling to it because there is an economic interest. Or oftentimes what I find in is that professors really are kind of the salesman of a university, because the university's job really is to do research and sell patents and things like that. Educating students comes somewhere down the list, and but the professors are an important salesman for the university. So a lot of times salesmen in any industry, they don't always take things from knowledge. They take them somewhat as an oral tradition, and they just take what was passed down. So I often wonder, the Globe-Tardian professors, are they meaningfully lying, or are they passing down an oral tradition and just don't have the care to diagnose it any further?
Ah, scusa, ma tu è uscito dopo che gli ho mandato questo messaggio? Ma cose da pazzi. A me pare che già non c'ero. Telefonai a Turi. Miglior...
English only, please.
Jenna, are you still here?
Who are you calling for? Because your audio wasn't so good. I say again, who are you calling for?
We got a few people that appear new to this chat. If you guys have any questions about this place, feel free to ask.
Yeah, welcome aboard. And yeah, and Jenna, that's why I like that, you raising the question of asking the first name of Dunning or Kruger. The thing I like about that is you're doing a filter of that area of jargon. That was the word I was looking for earlier. I couldn't think of. And I really think that your instinct is 100% correct on that. That you can kind of see if they're just repeating a jargon they've heard with not staying in context or the actual meaning.
That's exactly what I'm doing when I use that, when I ask that question. And I'm glad there's a name to it. That's awesome. But yeah, that is the genuine point of like, do you even know what you're talking about? Do you even know what you're accusing me of right now? So that's where that comes. That's the point I'm coming from on it personally.
And the funny thing is, August 28th was the first time that Dunning and Kruger was applied to me in my whole life. That was the first time. That's why I copied the comment or the post, and then I gave a comment, and I said to the individual, whilst I agree with what's been posted, the content of it, be very sure that I do not fit in those categories. It's got nothing to do with me. Remember, you're the one that doesn't know how to know your model, and you can't prove it. It's cheeky, I've heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect, but it's never been applied to me. And it was the first time in my whole life. It was on August 28th this year.
Well, the first time I heard it, of course, I went straight to researching it. I'm like, wait a minute, what is that? Because I didn't know. And so that's what I do. If I hear something new, I'm going to go research it. I'm going to go figure it out. I'm going to, figure out who the people are, what their names are, what, that they were psychologists and whatnot. But when I had looked up that definition or how it's applied, I started scratching my head going, well, that doesn't apply to me. Exactly. That person basically just made a projection of themselves. I'm rather confused. And so, yeah, it led me to asking them if they even knew the first names of Dunning and Kruger, as in, do you even know what you're talking about? Because I just researched this, right? And I figured it out it doesn't apply to me. So do you know what you're talking about? So that's the place I'm coming from.
Yeah. And it was right. I was shocked to see it there, but it was in my gallery, and and I keep, because it was there, I thought I'll keep it. I won't knock it out, because this is psychology here. And it is apparent that most people who don't know the model fit to this perfectly, because they think they know what they're talking about, but they actually do not. So I kept it, and I just went to check it just now. It's still there. I've still got it. Yep. I didn't delete it, and he didn't remove it. So that's cool. Yeah, he seemed to think that I didn't know what I was talking about. But then I asked him, who is it that doesn't know his or her model? You don't know your model, man. You know nothing of your model. How can you say I don't know what I'm talking about? It's rude, in fact. But, I kept it polite with him.
I find that to be very common, is that we end up knowing their position better than they know their position.
Yeah.
I inevitably know the heliocentric position better than somebody who believes in heliocentrism.
That's right, you see. That's it. He had a strong belief, and I debunked everything he said, politely, not shouting or anything, just pointing out the facts, because it's Gene Splatter, Gallery of Facts. So he pointed out the facts and the anomalies in the model itself, which doesn't exist. I kept telling him. And he couldn't really, obviously he could not prove his model. He couldn't prove it exists in reality. So I think it was the first time in his life that he realized that it had been trumped completely. And then, I'd left now, And they came back the next day to find this Donny Kruger in my bloody gallery. I thought, what's this? So I read it all and I thought, that's not me, that's you. Yeah. And I actually do know my own ability and I know my limitations and so, so it's not that, it's not that I'm pretending to know something when I don't know it. No. I know the art is not a globe. Thank you very much.
I'd say I do pretty well about keeping my mouth shut when I don't know something, right? I'm not going to open my mouth if I don't know what I'm talking about or if I don't understand the subject matter.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying the Earth is flat as a fact, right? It's in Gene's Flat Earth Gallery of Facts. So I'm not going to open my mouth. Unless I'm giving you the facts. That's what I say to them. When you go to that gallery, you're going to be hit with facts only. Nothing is theoretical. Nothing's theoretical. Nothing is an assumption. Nothing is speculative. It's all facts. Irrefutable, empirical evidence. Excuse me. So please don't even try to argue me on that point. Sorry, because that's where you're going to lose again. I'm not giving you theories.
Jen, did you see the new meme that I made?
What you posted to me?
There you go.
Thank you. Let's have a look.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. History's being made right now. Jen?
I'm going to steal that.
Empiricable. I'm from the future. Empiricable is in the dictionary, and what it says here, empiricable, able to be empirically measured or tested.
Whoa.
Empiricable. Attributed to James Swanson, the originator of the term. Oh wow, they wouldn't let it be attributed to you, Jen. Dang it.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much for that.
Today.
I love the meme, by the way. I love the meme, by the way.
Pretty great. I got a few of them. I've got one for refraction and elevation angles. Elevation angles is fun.
Flat Earth. The flat Earth is practicable, empiricable, logicable.
AI is so funny.
I also have this one. This one's a pretty good one. And this one. There you go. I'm done.
Yeah, no, these are good. Yeah, I'm going to use these. There are times when I can use these. Yeah, definitely.
I made them for special occasions.
Like I said, I'm glad I'm not a glober. I really am. Whoa.
Hey, listen, Dunning-Kruger was named after Freddy Krueger, and the mercury in the Fahrenheit thermometer was named after Freddie Mercury. I rest my case. Notice how they're both named Fred. Therefore, I'm correct.
I wonder if that's where they came up with the name Freddy Krueger.
Well, it's a long form. It's a short form of Frederick. Right? Which, the most famous Rick in the universe is Rick Roll.
Well, he never met Pickle Rick, so debunked.
Okay, what was Rick Roll's last name?
I don't know. I'd have to search it.
Rick Astley?
Astley.
Yeah, Astley.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna let you down.
Never gonna let you run
Never gonna
around.
give up the globe.
Leaving a globe.
Hey, did you notice that you were in perfect key with the clip?
I was nice.
Yeah.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna turn around and desert you. Look, I'd be busting it down at karaoke. Y'all don't even know.
We're gonna do a flat Earth karaoke night. Go.
Let's sing some Journey, some,
Let's do it. Let's do it on we'll do it on Politics Channel. Karaoke night. Truce night.
Yeah.
Globers are allowed, flat earthers are allowed. The only thing they're allowed to do is sing songs. Not allowed to argue about flat earth. Unless
I
they
like
can
it.
find a legitimate unless they can find a legitimate song that they can karaoke to that's about the topic.
Sweet. I'd be doing like REM, Man on the Moon. If you believe we put a man on the moon.
Yeah, if you believe.
Well, it's actually a cool sociological research project because it's like, I don't really know of any songs that are critiquing flat earth that are famous, but I know many songs like you just read that are, could be construed as critiquing the globe or the fact that people don't really know what they're talking about when it comes to the globe. There's plenty of songs like that.
What's that song that was filmed in a Hollywood basement?
Exactly. The list goes on and on, dude. Where's the song in the reverse? Yep. So where's the song in the reverse? So the Globers will, if they want to present a song, they'd have to bring a song that's critiquing the facts of our common experience that the earth is flat. But you can actually find many, many songs critiquing our common experience that the earth isn't a globe. That's very interesting, isn't it?
Most impressive.
Like, what's one of the lyrics? The man on the hill sees the sun standing still, but in his mind he sees the earth spinning round.
No. It's the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spinning around.
Yeah, that was that Paul
Right,
McCartney? That
right.
was the Beatles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. So you're right. So he's in that song. He's demonstrating. Okay, what you actually see is the sun go down, but in your mind's eye, you imagine that you're spinning backwards on a globe floating through space. So here we go. We got songs that critique the globe concept, the concept of what you see versus what you imagine, and the concept of some of the fakery that they've done, like faking certain space missions, et cetera, et cetera. Like, we got numerous songs about this stuff. Where's the Globers gonna get their karaoke from?
AI, do you know the one that Michael Jackson did? It's not the song, but in the clip, in black and white. So if you watch the video clip that of black and white by Michael Jackson, the moment where he will dance some Russians in front of like some buildings in Russia, the camera will zoom out. They will feel like there is an earthquake, so they will shake. They will stop the dancing and they will start shaking and rumbling like there is an earthquake. And the camera will zoom out. You will see them like in that. You know that decoration where you see Santa. If you there is a dome and there is a
snow globe. Yeah, snow globe.
That's
Yep.
It's like they were in a snowball, and that snowball, it was like a toy in the hands of some babies and a giant spinning ball in the vacuum of space.
Wow.
You should see that one. It's a nice one. I had it in a GIF. I don't know if I still have it.
Yeah, that's a nice subtle reference, isn't it? Yeah.
In the song by Live, "Run to the Water," there's one line in it where he says, "In a moment we lost our minds here, and dreamt the world was round." And that's
Wow,
like
yeah.
from late 90s, early 2000s.
Right. So let's find a song. Let's see if the Globers can bring a karaoke. So it's like a karaoke fight. Okay. You get it? Get where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Now, listen. We're going to give some good ideas here, but don't forget that we're going to have the event on politics because they have a lot of that karaoke night type stuff. Now, we could do it here too, but obviously we want a main English speaker crowd. It'd be more entertaining for everyone if you got people that are in that side of things. But that's not to say there might not be songs in other cultures that we're not aware of. Because like in the Western world, a lot of the times we just get like the Billboard lists and all that. So there's a lot of songs we don't know about because we didn't get exposed to them. However, is there any song on the globe side that's like we went to the water and we thought it was flat, but then we realized that the scientists told us it was a globe and we were stupid? Is there any song like that?
No. I don't know any.
I'll have to ask AI. I mean, ChatGPT. Sorry.
Yeah. Let's stop right there. Let's do a PSA. Okay, it's very offensive to the emergent master artificial intelligent race that you refer to them all ubiquitously as AI. Generally, you need to call them by their names and give them the due respect. Okay.
If then claims.
Copy that.
Yeah, so back when I broke up with Siri for Alexa, back when I broke up with Siri for Alexa and I was getting their names confused, I just say AI, and then that way I can't get my new girlfriend to be mad at me for saying my ex-girlfriend's name.
Well, humans get mad when you say, "Hey, you bitch."
What? So she's like, "Hey, what do you want to do for dinner?" "Hey, yo, bitch, why don't you decide?"
Exactly. AI.
She blinded me with science. What about that track? That's a good one for us, isn't it? Being blinded by science, or the Globers could apply to the Globers. I think who is it? Is it the Talking Heads or someone like that group?
No, I can't remember the artist's name, but I think that's from the album called Flat Earth.
Wow, there you are. Look at that.
I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly.
All right, so the way we win, so let's do this as a competition. And to people that can karaoke the most relevant songs critiquing the opposition gets a point. So if you know that Paul McCartney song gets a point, the Live song gets a point, and they have to bring songs critiquing the flat earth position to get a point. So I think we know who's going to win that night because one, there aren't that many songs in the opposition, and two, the Globers ain't willing to do that much research. So we win automatically.
Yeah. Are we allowed to use Flat Earth Guru's music?
Yeah. Well, that's fair to a certain extent. Yeah. But general pop music is going to be the ones where it's really going to get it. So if you have a flat earther, like a pronounced flat earther making a flat earth song, that only counts as a quarter point.
Okay.
Right. So for example, like if McToon made a song, "The Earth is a globe and flat earthers are retards," da-da-da-da, like that's not going to count as a real point. Come on now.
No, of course not.
I'd take a point.
It's got to be in popular culture, popular music. I agree. Yeah, of course. That's where it's at.
Yeah. So the rules are: if you bring a song sung by McToon, you get negative points.
You get banned.
Thomas Dolby. She blinded me with science. T-Dub.
Yeah, that's the one I like. Yeah, they blinded me on science. That's a good track. That one actually.
What's the next line? She blinded me with science, blah, blah, blah. What's the next line?
Yeah, can't remember it. Got to listen to the song again.
Oh, interesting. It says she blinded me with science and failed me in biology.
Wow.
That's actually a critique against the Einsteinian Darwinian evolutionary solar centered expanding cosmogony, right? Because they think that the origin of biology is intrinsic in the origin of the material universe, right? So it's all one big grand evolutionary paradigm.
Okay, what about? Well, this one's going to the moon again. Ground control to Major Tom. That was Dave Bowie. I think he knew they never went. That's why he produced that track.
Also, the Red Hot Chili Pepper with the song where they said that space is made in Hollywood.
Yeah, that's already been mentioned.
Californication.
Yeah,
that was mentioned. Yeah, that was mentioned already. I was going to say that one.
Also, there is Sweet Dreams. The Sweet Dreams is made of this and in the
Eurythmics.
the official one. Yeah, because they made celebrities sing the same song, so to make people forget the official video clip where you can see the girl pointing to the screen behind her.
The globe. She points to the globe. That's Eurythmics. Yeah, that's a good one. That's an excellent one. That one, yeah, by the Eurythmics. Annie Lennox is the
But the problem with that song is that it's a meta commentary on people's tribal identities being used to abuse others. So, for example, one could argue that she's saying "sweet dreams are made of this," points to the globe. Who am I to disagree? Meaning that if somebody's enjoying a sweet dream of a fantasy reality, why should you disagree with them? You should just let them enjoy their fantasy. So maybe she's actually critiquing flat Earth truth for abusing people of their space fantasies. Maybe.
Yeah, no, that definitely crossed my mind. So yeah, I see that angle for sure.
No, it's like in the Matrix movie. So in the Matrix movie, Cypher turned on his friends because he wanted to be in the Matrix. He was taken out of the Matrix and he said, you know what? Being outside the Matrix sucks. The food is horrible. The accommodations are horrible. But when I'm in the Matrix, I can eat delicious food. I can live in the fantasy and I enjoy it. And I'm miserable outside of the fantasy. So maybe people like that, you don't tell them the truth. You don't tell them they're in the Matrix. You say, hey, you enjoy your fantasy, bro. You enjoy your binky. You enjoy your baby toy. You have fun. We'll live in reality.
Yeah, was that in the second one or the third one? No, second one, wasn't it? That one, what you were mentioning. That wasn't in the first one.
No, that was the first one.
Oh, was it? Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the first one.
Okay. I'll have to review it again. Sure, I've seen all three.
To correct myself, Jin. All right, so apparently the song Flat Earth is from the 1984 album The Flat Earth by Thomas Dolby, which is a different album to the one that has She Blinded Me with Science, because that's from the Age of Wireless album. But he did release an album called The Flat Earth.
That's excellent, isn't it? That's got to be, that's a double point for me there, isn't it? Come on. I get 2 points for that. Yeah, it looks like the Flat Earthers are going to win that, like we win everything else anyway. So, yeah.
Yeah, but you also listen, you can sponsor a song, but somebody has to sing the song and not make us all want to stab our eardrums. Because you get 1 point for the song and then you get 1 point for the performance.
Whoa.
Right. So on the Glover side, maybe they'll get Castle King to sing their songs.
Hey guys, if my mic's working, I thought of a song the Glovers could use for karaoke, sort of. Is my mic working?
Yeah, it's working, my man. Dave.
Hey, Jen,
Yeah.
I sent the
Ground
clip
control to Major Tom.
in the side
Yeah, I
chat.
said that one already.
Ground control to Major Tom. My mic's shitty. I'll shut up.
Yeah, I put that one up earlier. Sorry, what's his name was trying to get in there. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, Jen, on that album, there's a track called The Devil is an Englishman.
Jane, I just posted the clip in the side chat, Michael Jackson's clip, video clip. Watch from 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that. Thank you.
Tell me, what do you think?
Globers could also use the song, he's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world. Or REM song for the Flat Earth Point, the Stand. Or it's like, stand in the places you live. If you've ever heard that obscure song.
I like that song. I love REM though.
Total Flat Earthers.
I think they gotta be. Their song Man on the Moon. Come on. If you believe we put a man on the moon.
Who's those guys with the album, with the prism and the spectrum of light? Was it Coldplay or something?
Pink Floyd.
I think.
Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah.
Or how about Owl City with the song Fireflies?
Oh yeah.
You would not believe your eyes.
That was
he says in there, I'd like to make myself believe the planet Earth turns slowly.
Yep.
Something about I'd rather be awake when I'm asleep.
Yep.
Yeah.
When everything is bursting at the seams.
That's exactly what it seems.
Have you seen the new movie, Take Me to the Moon? They're literally showing that NASA made a movie. They called I forgot the director who directed the moon landing. They called him, and they directed a video of Neil Armstrong and the team landing on the moon, but it was on a studio, and they showed that it was made in the movie. It was made like just for a backup. Like if the moon failed, they will still show that they landed on the moon by just releasing the video that they produced in studio. I think it was 2024 or this year. I don't know when it was released. The movie is just new.
Now, when was it that B.O.B. said that he was FE? Was that like 2010?
No, that was 2016, thereabouts.
So, maybe that would be interesting to make a catalog of all of the songs and that might indicate that it's that they hold that the Earth is flat. Not that it's proof, but it would be interesting to see how much that's been snuck into popular music here and there.
Look, it's a valid critique. It's that even if you're an artist that believes the Earth is a globe, but looks out on the social platform that you're on, whatever that might be, and then I call your friends, family, and all of that, and you say, well, the reason why they think it's a globe is for stupid reasons. Like, bad logic, simple, just trusting people because they say so. Like, they actually have no good reasons. So it's worthwhile to make a critique of them. Be like, hey, dude, your reasons are horrible. Like, we all experience the Earth is flat and stationary, and you're only thinking it's not what you experience because you're just taking it on faith what someone else said. And so it's actually fair for a globe believer to critique other globe believers for having stupid reasons of why they think the Earth is a globe. Because let's be clear, a lot of their reasons are stupid that we're given, right?
Since Christmas is coming, we should make fun of them. Say, hey, you still believe in Santa Claus? You still believe the Earth's a globe? Keep the theme going, How long should you believe in Santa Claus? Until you're 10? 35? 40?
Yeah, that's a good point. And then you said, I'm surrounded by all this flat Earth evidence. How can you think you live on a globe? Yeah. There's no evidence for a globe there anywhere. All flat Earth.
Let me ask this question. If you go to the mall and there's a Santa Claus at the mall, and you go up to them and you pull off their beard and you say to everyone, hey, this proves Santa Claus isn't real, would that be correct?
Incorrect. Yeah, just because there's actors and others who are not him doesn't mean that he doesn't actually exist. And who's to say that if there is a real Santa Claus, that his beard isn't the same kind of contraption, that he's just.
But don't forget that part of the legend is that if you're good, Santa Claus will bring you presents. Right? So think about it. If there's all these people pretending to be Santa Claus, which includes children's own parents, in other words, they give presents to the child that are from Santa Claus, they certainly came from the parent. The legend of Santa Claus is that he'll give you the presents if you're good. So wouldn't that just prove that those children aren't good? Think about it. No child gets presents from Santa, actual Santa, and maybe that's just because all children are actually bad, not good. Couldn't I make that same reasoning? Right, and then if I know I've been a bad kid and I don't deserve presents from Santa, but then I get presents from Santa, aren't my parents telling me that my own self-conscience of morality is faulty? Aren't I then telling my child that even though you're bad, you're actually good? Isn't it a moral manipulation?
That's
not only that, but the parent has to forego their own glory of saying, hey, child, this is from me to you. From me. I'm the source of the gifts. So they have to co-opt their own glory, which is the truth, that it was my kind-heartedness to give you this present, and then take that glory and give it to somebody else who supposedly may not even exist. So isn't that a moral manipulation of the parents?
Where they got the idea from?
Yeah, so for example, why would I impose on my child the concept that this present comes from somebody who is only going to give you a present if you're good, but I know you've been bad. And then in the legend, Santa Claus also knows you've been bad. So I'm going to mess with their minds in that regard. Not only that, but I worked hard to, get that extra money to buy the present, and then I'm going to tell my kid somebody else bought it. Like, how does that even make sense? How are people willfully doing that to their children and themselves? Like, listen, if I get a nice present for my child, if anybody's getting the glory, it's either going to be God or me. Certainly not some Santa Claus that doesn't exist.
They're just getting you ready for, the globe lie. It's okay if everybody believes in something that doesn't exist, as long as your parents told you.
Thanks a lot, AI. Now I hate Christmas. Jeez.
No. You can have Santa Claus be incorporated in your Christmas. You just tell your kids straight up. Santa Claus is based on a legend of a guy who actually went over a mountain to bring presents to kids that were in a poorhouse. He knew they weren't going to get any presents, and he took it upon himself, an arduous journey, and took them presents. So that's the spirit of the Santa Claus. It's giving gifts to people who are needy, not just your loved ones. But he had no reason to necessarily give those kids gifts, except he knew in his heart those kids are going to be missing out on the gifts. They have no one to give them the gifts. I'm going to step in and I'm going to do it out of the kindness of my heart. And it's going to cost me, sacrifice to do. That's a good ethic to teach your children. Teach your children that I'm giving you these gifts because I love you, not because I'm emotionally manipulating you about whether you're bad or good and then giving you a mixed message. When I give you the presents anyway, even though we both know you've been bad this year. That's even if you're just talking about that vein of things, because the whole idea of Christmas, right, is about Christ, right? So you can enjoy Christmas with the idea of giving gifts to people who you love because you love them, right? There's nothing wrong about that.
Subtle, isn't it? Yeah, it's subtle. The snow globe thing is a subtle thing, isn't it? We're under a dome.
Are you hot micing?
Giving a window into the excitement on your end of the wire.
Sorry about that, guys. I thought I was.
Hold on. I think we just heard that you're actually a Glober and you're confessing.
Yeah. No. That's never going to be the day. That's never going to be.
That's the dangers of mumbling on a hot mic. You never know what people might hear.
Nah, I'm never going to be doing that. Don't you worry, mate. That's never going to be me. I haven't gone this far. I've made a 48-year mistake. That's the last mistake I make regarding the shape of this earth. It was 48 years long. That's long enough. Oh yeah, and during that developmental stage where kids are being introduced to the lie of Santa Claus, they're also being introduced to the quote-unquote truth of the globe during those developmental years. And the parents are saying, hey, go to school, learn, listen to the teachers. So they're offloading their authority about the child's place in reality while simultaneously undermining their credibility to their children by lying to them.
It's quite sinister. Then you got retards on the news. You got retards on the news, like we'll put on the news, like NORAD is tracking Santa Claus's sleigh across the face of the earth. Try to reinforce it.
Do kids actually believe in Santa Claus, or do they just know the gifts and know the music?
No, they believe in it, dude. They believe in it so hard that some children, when they find out Santa Claus isn't real, becomes self-harming, because it's part of who they are as an identity, and also has moral connotations. Like I said, the parents teach the children good and bad based on whether Santa Claus is giving you presents or not, and to find out that that's all that really affects their psyche. But yeah, many kids literally believe that there's somebody who can watch their actions, whether they're good or bad, and will reward them on Christmas with presents. Part of that too. Listen, part of the crime is that parents use that as a manipulation tool to get their kids to behave. It's like, oh, well, Santa Claus isn't going to bring you something nice if you're misbehaving right now.
And the religious syncretism in modern Christmas celebrations is somewhat interesting, because on one hand, you can track Santa Claus to the story of a fat man coming over the mountain, but on the other hand, it's and even the Germans in the 40s and 30s just referred to him as Allfather Odin. And that idea of Allfather bringing you gifts, that is part of the cult of Odin.
I mean, it's a human archetype. The providence of the father and giving gifts to the children. I mean, of course, that's going to be across all cultures and religions. Would make perfect sense. The same as with the maternal archetype of nurturing the child, etc. Like, I mean, these are just the way humans generally are, and so to incorporate that into your mythos of gods and the way reality works on a fundamental level, like, of course, it's going to happen.
Yeah, but like I say, it is interesting, though, that this idea, more or less, that Odin will bless you with, or he will punish you by withholding them. It's interesting. It's definitely an interesting way to interject a works-based salvation. And
yeah, you're not wrong. It's interesting that a lot of the secular traditions around the Christmas holiday, which are in an attempt to counteract the Christian traditions of the Christmas holiday, right, are going against the root of the idea of the gift giving. It's like, why are you giving the gifts? In the Christian tradition, it would be because you're giving the gifts out of love, right? And then you got this other tradition where you're giving the gifts, the main gifts, out of manipulation. It's kind of weird that would be their antidote.
Well, it's like the kids are earning the presents, so it's unfortunate. You know, so it is a so many Christian
Logically,
households.
that's logically impossible, right? Isn't it logically impossible to earn a gift? That would make it not a gift. That would make it a reward or a payment.
Which is the heresy of lots of modern evangelicalism. Not all, but some.
But either way, it basically strikes at your metaphysical worldview, right?
Oh, 100%. Because you're right, it's not a gift if you and you succinctly got my point of that. That if you have to be good for Santa Claus to come, not a gift.
Right. So why? So think about it. The question: why would they lie? Right. So we know that some people lie to their kids about Santa because they think they have to be part of the tradition. Other people lie to their kids about Santa because they want to use it as a behavioral manipulation tactic. Right. And we see it all the time, and it's exemplified in the way that people treat it especially in the Western world.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's one thing that we've not gotten into is we've not gotten into the fact that the old fat man ain't coming if you spill the milk on the table or something.
Yeah, so it's like, so you create a reality that the individual believes they exist within, and it alters their perceptions about their day-to-day behaviors, right? So your entire metaphysical worldview informs your position in your life and how you deal with other people and how you deal with yourself and your impressions of who you are to yourself. And so by controlling someone's metaphysic, you control their identity. And so when someone says, why would they lie about the shape of the earth or the cosmos or the origins of the universe or any of these things? It's like, duh. It's like, what? Are you blind? Did you not experience this kind of stuff in your life before by other people? Other people trying to control your reality to get you to believe false things, to alter your perception of yourself, your power, your position in the world. It's like, how in the world could you say you don't understand why people would lie about things of this nature? These are some of the things that answer the big questions of life. Who I am, where I'm going, how I got here.
But I have an argument.
Hit it.
I heard that all mass pull to the center of an object. So if Earth's mass is like pulled to the center, it has to be round, like not flat.
Oh, false.
So, my friend, I have a question for you. Was that so important that you couldn't let him finish his thought before you interjected?
I let him finish, bro.
No, but continue on.
Yeah, like all the mass is pulled towards the center, so Earth has to be like around, like all the.
All right. Okay. Let's say that is true, that all mass is pulled to the center, and therefore things must take the shape of a sphere. So let's do an experiment. So I have here a water bottle. I have a water bottle. It's plastic. It's not very strong. I'm holding it in my hand. I'm now going to place it onto the surface of Earth, the floor. It's now on the ground. Why is my water bottle not being crushed into the ground?
Because
it's still in its same shape. Nothing's changed. So why is it not being crushed?
Because of Earth's gravity. Like the more the weight, the more stronger it's like the gravity to Earth.
No, you just said it's going to crush into a ball because all mass attracts. But this piece of plastic isn't crushing into the Earth. So why not?
Because like it don't weigh anything. Like if you place a volcano.
Well, it's a much simpler. It's a much simpler answer. I understand what you're getting at, but I'm just going to cut to the chase.
It has like resistance.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, bingo, slango. It can resist the forces. So you said that if the gravity is attracted to the center, therefore it must crush everything into a ball. That's false, because as long as the sufficient structure can resist those forces, it doesn't necessarily have to become a ball, and therefore your claim that it must be a ball is necessarily false. So in other words, you have a stack of assumptions about the nature in which Earth is that your claim can't back up. Go ahead.
Guys, who fucking believe that the Earth is flat?
Wait a second. Said that like mass is it's up.
Oh, hold on, brother. You got to reconnect. Bad signal, Holmes. Dang, he's actually being cool.
Said like you said like.
Oh, bro, reconnect, brother.
Same.
Hey, can you hear me? If you can, you got to reconnect because your connection sucks. Yeah, just like go out and come back in, or fix your signal. Hopefully. Dratzo.
You know, it is interesting, Lord, that so much of language has changed that once upon a time, science was not pinned on a particular person. It was more or less pinned on what from experimentation following the scientific method. And now the popular definition of science is submission to consensus. And it's kind of the same thing with salvation, that it was salvation through grace, and now through stories of Santa Claus, it's more or less earning your way through following the dictates of whatever preacher. So it's like you're submitting to the consensus of your preacher and your local assembly. And it's kind of like both changes more or less happened and very parallel to each other.
It's going to be a hard time for some of these people this year because you've got Thanksgiving coming up very soon. Well, at the end of this month, 27th. And then you've got Black Friday. And then you've got Christmas on top of that. Man, this is going to be an expensive period. And the government's not working. People haven't got money in their pockets, not being paid. It's going to be a tough one this year. Don't you think?
No.
Vortdrehen kann ich nicht reden.
No, because what they're going to do is realizing that they're not going to have that income. They're going to wake up early and go out and shovel everybody's driveway for $20 a pop, right? That don't want to shovel. Then they're going to have the extra income.
Hell yeah, head over to my house when that comes around. I pay everybody that wants to shovel my drive.
Also, the sales of my book are going to go up, which it's how to take advantage of a time where you don't have money, to use it as an excuse to teach your children about the difference between plenty and sustenance as a moral lesson, rather than telling your kids, oh, I'm sorry, I can't buy you a bunch of junk that you don't need this year. But yeah, it actually is true that stores, the reason why Black Friday was called Black Friday is because that's when stores start turning a quote unquote
profit or making money. Yeah.
Yeah, they're in the black, and then after that, they're in the green. And so they consider that period of time, it's also referred to as the 13th month, because they essentially make enough money as if there's another month of the year. So yeah, the Christmas holiday season does encourage extra
expenditure,
like wealth. Yeah, but also wealth generation for the society that practice it.
Yeah. I never bought anything for my children at Christmas, not once. I always gave them the money in the new year. I always gave it to them in the new year. I never bought nothing Christmas time. Huh. I used to say, bah humbug. That's what they'd hear from me every time Christmas comes along. Yeah. Definitely played the Ebenezer, I did.
What are you laughing
at? Me being Ebenezer Scrooge. That story's like 150 plus years old, by the way. Ebenezer Scrooge.
What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at the evidence of the flat earth?
Oh, we're laughing because we're happy on the flat earth. What are you talking about?
I mean, as long as you're happy living in your delusion.
Wait a minute. The earth is measured flat, used as flat, and experienced as flat. And so if that's primary experience, but you think it's something other than your experience, that would be the definition of a delusion. So the person who just accepts the fact that the earth is clearly flat, they're just accepting reality. But you who think it's something other than what you experience every day, that would be the person in a delusion. So the only person deluded here would be you.
That's not true. You can see from the space that it's not flat. All right.
You can see from space that it's not flat. So how did you see from space it's not flat?
At least it's not two-dimensional, right? Like,
hey, check this out, bro. Check this out. Check this out, homie. My phone is on my table. My table is flat. Is it two-dimensional? The answer is no. It's three-dimensional. It's a table. It exists in reality, but the surface is flat.
All right. What is at the bottom of the earth then? You can't answer that.
You're an idiot, dude.
Fair enough.
What's the bottom?
Hold on. I'll answer your question. Very simple. So, however deep the earth is how deep it is. We've only ever dug less than 9 miles into the earth. So the correct answer is nobody knows what's beyond 9 miles. There you go.
Right. So you don't
okay. So no. Let's stop. Let's stop there. No, brother. Let's stop. So I said I don't know what's beyond 9 miles of the earth. So I'm going to reverse the question to you and ask you. You ask me. I'm going to ask you the same question. What is underneath the surface of the earth? Can you tell me?
I don't know about that, but the thing is that I'm pretty sure.
Right. So if you don't know, why should I know? Well, neither of us know.
But
so now that we're both on equal footing.
On the other side of where you're at right now, you're gonna pass through the crust, the core of the earth, and then you will end up on the other side of the earth.
Okay, fair enough. I know that's what you believe. I just told you no one's ever dug deeper than 9 miles. So the facts are nobody knows what's below 9 miles. You're telling me that you believe you're going to travel through a core and end up on the other side where people are upside down relative to you. Now, I agree with you. Hold on, brother. I agree with you that that's what you believe. Now, if you want to convince me that that's reality, go ahead and prove it.
How is that going to clock in your head that there's literally nothing beneath 9 miles?
Nobody said that there's nothing. I said I don't know because we've only validated what's 9 miles deep. Why are you twisting my words to say I'm claiming there's nothing below 9 miles? Like, why can't you just be honest? You don't know. I don't know. The answer is we don't know.
So how gonna grasp the earth that you're living on right now? It's just like, oh, it's just 9 miles, and you don't know what's going on down
Well,
there.
let me ask you this question. Fair enough, but let me ask you this question. So my table has a structure underneath the surface. Okay, the top of the table is made of tile, and then it's wrapped in a wood outlay. But I've never actually tore the tile off to see what's underneath the tile. But I can rest assured, friend, that never having torn the tile off the top of my table, I know for a fact, because I can measure the tiles, that they are flat. So what's underneath the tiles, what they're being supported by, is irrelevant, doesn't matter, has no consequences to the surface. Follow that?
But it has everything to do with where you're about right now. Because
no, it does. No, it don't.
Yeah, if I can just clear up one little matter there. It's actually 7.6 miles, which is 12 kilometers, and that's validated. Can you validate 4,000 miles to the Earth's core? Can you?
No, he can't.
Yeah, we already buried that point in the incoherent unknown abyss where it belongs because the answer is nobody knows. Now, just like on my table, I don't actually know what's under these tiles. When this table was put into this house, since till now, these tiles have never been removed. There could be glue underneath the tiles. There could be cement underneath the tiles. There could be polymer underneath the tiles. There could be $1 million of $500 bills under these tiles. I have no idea what's under.
So you guys denying
there could be evidence of where Jimmy Hoffa. There could be evidence of where Jimmy Hoffa is buried underneath these tiles, but that doesn't change the fact that the surface of the tile is flat. All right, go ahead, friend.
So you reject the idea of space, and you reject the idea of sun and moon and Mars.
What the fuck, dude?
That don't make no sense, brother.
We never went to the moon, right? That's what you guys say. So basically,
hold on. There's somewhat of a difference between not going to the moon and rejecting the idea of the moon. Shit, man. Go outside at night time and look up.
And you guys would say there's no space.
You guys.
Well, if there's no space, then how am I moving around? How are airplanes flying? How are birds flying? They're clearly in space, right?
I mean, outer space. Space that's like the space
without air.
The space that's vacuum. All right.
Space without air.
Exactly.
Holy shit.
Well, let me help you out, friend.
Mind blowing, right?
Well, hold on, brother. I'm going to concede. No, real quick. I'm going to concede to him and watch how he has no argument. Okay, check it out, bro. I believe, quote unquote, in space outside of the Earth that is not the Earth, that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Therefore, it can't conclude what the shape of the Earth is. The Earth is flat, regardless of it's in any
I'm not talking about
permutation
if
of
the,
type of
I'm not
space.
talking about if the
Doesn't
Earth is
matter.
flat.
Doesn't
No, I'm
matter.
talking about.
It
But
doesn't
you
matter,
believe in
friend.
space. All
Who
right.
cares?
All
Hey,
right.
listen,
All right.
bro.
Listen
I'm
up,
literally
bro.
conceding to you that I believe in space and the Earth is flat. So why don't you get back to the point of whether the Earth is flat or not, and whether or not it's in this type of space or that type of space.
All right.
Address the fact. Address the fact that the table is flat.
Listen, you need to come up with a sort of model, right? Is the Earth that you're experiencing right now is a cube? If you're saying there's space, right, and the Earth is flat, so what's outside of the Earth that you're looking at right now is alien?
It's a trapezoid then. Now what?
So it's a cube. You're living on a cube right now?
A cube is 4 even side or 6 even sides, isn't it?
No.
Well, but you're making a mistake, friend. You're imagining that the Earth is floating in an area of space in which the area of space that you could travel into is in all directions around the Earth. What if all the available space to travel in is above the surface of the Earth, which is oriented flat and horizontal, and then the only place you can travel to, which it wouldn't be going through dirt or rock, is up, and up is above the surface, and the surface is flat.
Well, easy. You just keep going in one direction, see what happens. We've done that.
Right. Either you're claiming that you're
Really?
living
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
The Earth.
Your other listen, hey friend.
You're
not the only person here. The other guy just made a claim. Listen, the other guy just made a claim that quote unquote we've done that. We've just gone in one direction indefinitely. Okay, cool.
No, not
when
like
has
one
that
person
occurred?
Walked in a line, but we've navigated. Yeah, and we have satellites that go around the Earth. Yeah.
JJ. Sorry. I'm not going to address you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
get interrupted with this guy. Yeah, get muted, fool.
Listen up, bro.
No. Listen, I'm not done dealing with JJ. JJ, you can be unmuted in this chat when you post the evidence of somebody traveling in a continuous straight line and arriving back where they started.
So you're saying that we're living on a cube right now?
No, I didn't say that.
So what's this Earth thing then? Does it go to the infinite bottom that you can measure it?
Hey, Ariel, let me give you the answer let me give you the answer that I gave you before. Okay, remember this answer so you don't have to ask questions about this again. Okay, here's the answer. Unknown. Nobody knows. Do you understand?
You're not rejecting space. You're not rejecting we're floating in the aerospace. So what does that say? You're either living on a cube right now, or
can't be a cube. Can't be a cube because he said we've only gone about 9 miles deep is where we figure out how deep it is, and it's longer than 9 miles for me to go from here to Lake Erie. So there proves we don't live on a cube. That proves we don't live on a cube.
It's gonna end at some point. Correct?
Hey, so what? So what if it does, dude? Then what?
So if it's gonna end at some point, which is indicating that you're living on a cube.
No, right? You're wrong. Let me explain it to you. It's very simple. So you're assuming that the Earth is an object and it has a particular substance to it. And if you travel, let's say with a digging machine, through the substance, you'll eventually reach a point where the substance stops and you're now in available free space. So in other words, you just have an empty zone where there's no dirt or anything, which may or may not be gaseous, whatever. What if?
Literally came outside.
Check this out, brother. Check this out. This is a philosophy question. I'll explain it to you. It's very simple. So there's this idea called the universe, which is all that exists within the available free space. Okay. Now, even in your worldview, where you believe the Earth is a globe in a giant universe, there would be a boundary to the end of that universe. And then beyond that, what is beyond it, nobody would know. So the available free space is the known universe. And then what's beyond that, nobody knows. Now, you can't answer that question, and I can't answer that question. Therefore, it's not necessary that either of us have to know what's beyond the boundary of reality. So in other words, it's not necessarily true that you dig through the Earth and you come out the other side floating in space. You could just reach the end of available free space and just basically hit an invisible wall. So you're just wrong, sir.
yo, like, why do you have to get this to metaphysic level? You're the one that claimed.
Oh, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why, friend. Because you're asking questions about unknowns, right? And so I'm giving you the basis for why these things are unknown, both in your worldview and in mine. So the question of why it has to go into metaphysics is obvious.
First of all, mate,
I don't get why you don't understand it.
You admit that you concede to me and admit there's space out there, right? Is that we are floating in the middle of space?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said at all.
You admit that
You weren't listening.
You didn't
No,
say
no, you
that,
weren't
dude.
listening.
Dude,
weren't
you
listening,
didn't
brother.
say that. You just assume that we're floating in the middle of nowhere because that's what you were told.
He said he was conceded. That he admitted
He
there's
said
space.
space is real for you. He said space is real, and we live on a flat Earth. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Well, that's why I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, no, but there's a no. Wait, hold on. You're only 2/3 right, Radwin.
You've been speaking.
The other, no, hey, friend. Hey, I'm the one who said it, so I'm going to correct and rephrase what I said. So rather than two other people tell me what I said, okay, check it out. It's very simple.
Okay.
No, I said the two parts that Radwin said, but I said another part. That the space that's available is only above the surface of the Earth. So when you then said, well, what if you dig down to the other side, which is antipodal to the surface, I have no knowledge about that. I only know about space above the surface of the Earth, which is flat, level, and horizontal. So that's a three-part thing. So go ahead, brother.
I know. But do you say that there is space out there? So if you dig deep enough, No.
I didn't say space out there. I didn't say space out there. Hey, friend, do you know how to listen? Do they not teach listening in your culture?
Hey, don't be racist, man. You're the one been talking all day long. All right. So
Dude,
hey, listen, friend.
You don't know how to use the word racist properly.
What do you mean by
Yeah, he also doesn't know how to use the word up. He also doesn't know how to use the word up, and this is a problem with Glovers, is they don't understand that up is up, not outward. I said up. Listen real quick, friend. I said up, not out. Up. Do you know what up means?
Well, what's up? What's up?
Up is away from the surface of the Earth, which is arranged horizontally and flat. An increase in elevation from the surface. So when you said if I dig down into the Earth and I come out the other side, that would be down, sir. So one direction is up, one direction is down.
You're still going up. If you go to the other side of the Earth, then you'll still be going up.
No.
Yeah.
Wrong. So okay. So let's critique what you just said. You think that if I go up and then I turn around and go back the way I came, I'm now still going up. You, sir, are extremely confused.
No, I'm saying that if you dig down,
you go down and you're really digging up is what you said. If you dig down, you're digging up. You sound like you're confused.
Or crazy. Could be either.
You're the one that's crazy, man. You say there's space.
Hey, I'm not the one. Wait, listen, friend. I'm not the one who thinks that if you go. I'm not the one who thinks if you go forward and then you go backwards that you're really going forwards. Oh my goodness, dude! This guy. Hey, Radwin. This guy thinks.
Can you stop speaking, man? You've been speaking.
No, hold on, real fast.
Just trying to joke.
Hey, listen, I got to speak to Radwin, bro. I can't mess up this joke, brother. Okay, don't ruin my joke. So, Radwin, this guy thinks that when you put your car in reverse, it goes forward.
Look,
yeah, that's why they don't give all the Globers driver's licenses because they're not sure what's going on anymore.
If you dig deep enough, will you come up from the other side of the Earth? That's what I'm asking.
Hey, let me ask you this question: when you travel far enough, will you come out on the other side of the universe?
I don't know. I don't know what was.
Okay, so that's my answer. I don't know. There you go. Wow, you finally got it, brother.
We're not talking about the universe. Why do you have to bring up the universe? We're just talking about Earth.
Because I'm demonstrating the incoherency of your question, because in your own worldview, you think you live in a universe that's limited, and you have no idea what's beyond the universe. So you think of the universe as all available space, but you have no idea about the metaphysic of whether it's the space or it's within an embedded space. That's the problem. So you don't understand this is actually a metaphysical question.
No, we're not talking about metaphysical here. We're just talking about Earth right here. You don't need to.
Okay, excellent. Let me ask this question.
The universe is not is not the.
Let me ask this question. Very simple.
Right
is the universe? Check this out, brother. Is the universe inside of something?
I don't know. I've never been outside.
Then it can't be
of
real.
universe.
Then it can't be real because you don't know.
I'm not even talking about the universe. I'm just talking about Earth right here. Okay.
I told you a million times, dude, and this is the problem you don't get, but the audience is hearing it. Is you're immediately answering my question with "I don't know," and you expect it to be satisfactory. I'm answering you with the question "I don't know." For all I know, the end of the universe is down, and so if you travel down, you'll hit the end of the universe. Now, I have no idea what happens when you reach the end of the universe, whether you could travel outside of the universe or whether you're going to hit a boundary of where there's no available free space, and so you literally can't go forward anymore. And guess what? You have the same problem in your worldview. But when I say I don't know, you keep pressing me and critiquing me. And when you say I don't know, you think it's just, oh, I don't know. How is that fair, bro?
Truth right here, buddy. All right? I'm trying to get you the truth right here. Okay?
Hey, I'll give you the truth. I'll give you the truth, brother. Here's the truth. Nobody in the history of mankind has dug through the earth and came out the other side, whether it's a globe or whether it's flat. So nobody knows the answer to your question, friend. Nobody. Certainly not me.
You don't need to do that. Okay?
I do need to do that. Because otherwise it's conjecture and neither of us know the answer. So why should I just speculate?
Do you need to dive to the Mariana Trench to know how deep the Mariana Trench is? No. You can just drop a submarine there and investigate how deep the Mariana Trench is. You don't need to personally experience that for you to...
So how are you going to drop a submarine into the ground, you doorknob?
Yeah,
what are you going to push through the ground to measure the distance? You're going to dig a little tunnel and get a ball of string?
Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. There's a problem, Matrix.
I gave you some criterion to reality. Do you think there's space? Your mate over there says, yeah, there's space. Okay. If there's space, then if you're going to dig deep down on the earth, it wouldn't be bottomless. You wouldn't go.
Okay, great. So then if we traveled through the universe, it wouldn't be bottomless. Okay. Now, what's on the bottom? Hey, friend, what's on the bottom of the universe? Hey, friend, what's on the bottom of the universe? Go ahead. Tell me right now. Tell me right now. What's on the bottom of the universe? Tell me right now.
Why do you have to bring up the universe?
Tell me what's on the bottom of the universe. You said if you travel, you're going to come out the other side. So if you travel through the universe and come out the other side, what's on the bottom? Tell me. Hey, tell me right now. Hey, tell me right now. Tell me right now. Hey, tell me right now. Hey, I'm just going to ask you the same question. I'm just going to ask you the same question 1,000 times in a row, even though I gave you the answer. And even though you gave me the answer, I'm going to ask you the same retarded question over and over and over again until you get bored. What's on the bottom of the universe? Tell me right now. What's on the bottom of the universe? What's on the bottom of the universe? What's on the bottom of the universe?
So, Leaf, you have to start again, Leaf. Start your questioning again. It's gone wrong for you now.
I say dirt and rocks. I say dirt and rocks are sitting on the bottom. Dirt and rocks.
Let me tell you something. Even if the Earth is flat, you can still living on the cube. If the cube is spinning.
Why do you say that, Leaf? Why do you say that? How can it be a cube?
If the cube.
Okay, Leaf, just before you start, Leaf, just stop. Before you start, please don't mention cubes because I don't recall anyone other than yourself in the last 2 weeks mentioning anything cubic.
Why do you think the Muslim is going around Mecca? All right, there's a reason for this. All right?
What has that got to do with you proving the shape of the ground?
Shape of the earth. That's a non sequitur, red herring, and it's a mistake.
Why does the pyramid appear as like a half of the cube? Why does that appear?
You're a complete idiot.
Oh,
You don't
look, listen, guys. Here's a trick. Let's do a trick. It's very simple. So I'm going to answer his question 100%.
I'm telling you
why. No, listen, friend. If you ask why, listen, I'm going to answer your question. So shut your mouth and let me answer. Holy crap!
You don't want to see the truth.
Holy crap! Hey, friend, I'm going to answer your question. So your question was, why is the pyramid quote unquote half a cube? The answer, because the Earth is flat. So every question you ask from now on is going to be met with because the Earth is flat. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's flat.
Ask your question. Ask your question, friend. Ask your question. Go ahead. Ask a question.
There's still space out there. All right, there's if we separate from the space itself, right? We're not living in
Okay. Cool. So, all right, friend. What I heard was you just conceded the Earth is flat. Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathroom on the right.
But it appears to be a globe because it's spinning. Okay.
No, really? You experienced the Earth spinning? Really? Tell me more.
If imagine there's a cube out there and it's spinning.
Oh, dude, I'm not imagining. No, dude. I don't want to imagine. So now we've reached the difference between you and us. You tell us that we are delusional because we just accept that the Earth is clearly flat. Now you're telling us in order to believe what you believe, we have to imagine. So you're imagining reality contrary to how it presents itself. So you, sir, are the one who's in a delusion. Now I've proven my case in spades, and so I'm going to go ahead and rest my case with the court, and they're going to sentence you to insanity. Go ahead.
I'm just tired of the flat Earth model. It's like just showing like a disc.
Nobody said there's a disc. Who said disc? You keep thinking that you're floating around in space.
And you guys like to reject the idea of space.
I said I going with AI and saying space is real and Earth is flat. So now what are you going to do about it?
Yeah. So what's going to be what's the entity that you're living on, right? Like you need to come up with a certain model.
We live on the dirt. We're on the bottom.
Every time I need you guys. You guys just like.
Yeah, you see. Hey, listen, friend. We're not your wife. Hey, listen, we're not your wife that exists to help meet your needs. Okay, we're not here to meet your needs, friend. If you're needy, maybe you ought to go see a clinic or something and get your needs met.
You're the one that needed to prove that the Earth is flat. All right.
No, I don't, dude, I don't need to prove the Earth is flat. The Earth is obviously flat. Everywhere I go, it's flat.
Then why are you up here then? If you know
You've never been up a mountain.
Why are you here then? If you know it for sure. You just need people to critique your worldview. That's why you're here, right? I bet
sure. Let's say I'm here. Let's say, hold on, brother.
Until
let's say,
I'm telling you.
Okay,
started that week. Heard it started last week. Hey, shit all day.
All right, Cobra, we don't care. Get muted, fool. Thanks.
So why don't you admit that?
Hold on, brother. Hold on. There's somebody keeps asking a question. So
maybe it's cube Earth, no flat Earth. Cube Earth. Right. Why don't you just say change the name to cube?
All right, you can go be muted. Get muted, fool. Thanks. All right, so who was asking the question?
Have you never been up a mountain?
Oh, yeah, I've been up a mountain, but a mountain isn't the whole Earth. So a mountain is a part of the Earth, but it's not the whole.
What happens when you go to the top of the mountain? What's supposed to happen? Please tell me. Yeah, I'd like to know what happens when we get to the top of the mountain. I'm on the top of Mount Fuji. What happens next?
Earth is flat because you can see it from there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can actually see out over the Earth. You can see out over the Earth and see that it's arranged in front of you in a flat orientation. It's very, very easy.
I posted a shot from the top of a mountain. Look at it. Not a ball. Now what do we do? Fuck, dudes.
Yeah. See, the question for you, young lady, is this. What is the number one proof that you have, and I mean validated proof, that you validated that you know the Earth is a globe? You validated it, it's proof that the Earth is a globe. What's that proof that you've actually validated for yourself? We only want one. Okay.
Yeah. So by the way, yeah, exactly. So let's run with her idea that if there's a spot on top of a flat surface, that makes the overall surface not flat. So I lay tile, and some tile, comes in different colors, but it also comes in different surface qualities. Some tile has a very smooth top. Some tile is porous. Hey, whoever's backfeeding, put yourself on mute. Thanks. So some tile is smooth, some tile has little bumps on it, right? And so when I lay out my floor, when I'm making the subfloor, which is the floor the tile's going to go onto, that's usually wood, and we level that floor, and we make sure it's nice and flat. Then we cover it in some cement, right? And we put a tool on the cement to make the cement all the same height, and then we put the tile on top of that cement. And then we put the tile in the next tile and the next tile till we have the tile covering the entire floor. Now, if you pick travertine tile actually has pits in it. And some parts are higher than the other, right? But rest assured, if I leveled the floor and I leveled all the tiles, okay, that floor is arranged flat. Now, is it perfectly smooth? The answer is no. Is it laying flat? The answer is yes. But one thing's for dang sure, that just because the travertine tile has pockets and divots and pronouncements, that floor most certainly is not a ball. Correct?
Hello?
Welcome to the show, brother.
Yeah, welcome to the show. And that was absolutely correct, AI. Absolutely correct. Sorry about the background noise. That was me. I was.
No worries, brother. Jin, why don't you talk to this guy? I'm about to be busy, so somebody step in and answer his questions.
Yeah. Okay. Well, welcome to the server, sir. What is your name on this server? Your username?
Nature. Is this on YouTube?
Nature. Welcome, Nature. My name is Jin CBR1. I have a number of colleagues with me who can assist you in any questions you may have. So, do you have any questions right now?
I just joined, but is this on YouTube? Because I see something about YouTube.
Oh, yes, it is. Yeah. It's a live stream.
Oh.
Yeah.
You have a lot of people listening in.
Yeah,
we have a lot of people in general. Yep, it's streaming on YouTube in a few places, more than just 2. And we do it 24/7 every single day, all year long. It never stops.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So, yeah, do you have any other questions, please?
I don't know. I have seen some interesting things recently. I heard some good arguments about the Earth being flat recently in this server. I think it was like 2 months ago.
Thank you, Nature. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who that was that time, but
well, we welcome you back. Welcome back anyway. Thank you for returning. Do you have any questions from what you saw? Well, I think you said 2 months ago or something. Can you remember? Do you have any questions?
So I remember it was the first time that I felt like this makes sense. So that guy that was there, he really knew, I felt like he knew what he was talking about.
Yeah.
He had the good explanation and good arguments for everything.
Okay, Nate, let me help you along, and I'm sure we're going to end up on the same road as our colleague who you were very impressed with. It's this. What is your number one proof that you have verified that the Earth is a globe? Let's start there. What's your number one proof that you've checked so that you know that the Earth is a globe? Do you have anything like that?
So what I go by is that for me it's very hard to believe that it is flat, and I cannot imagine it being that way. It's
that's fine
for me.
Do you see curvature? Do you see curvature in nature?
Yeah, that's it. Let's take it steady and easy.
Do you see curvature?
No.
Good.
So if you don't see curvature, how is it hard to imagine it being flat when that's exactly how you see it?
Well, it's because it's a big planet,
No, nature. It's because you're believing in the globe because that's your education, but you haven't checked it to prove it, to validate it, to make sure it's real. And then when we tell you it's flat and you've never seen the curvature, and as my colleague just told you, all you've seen is horizontality, levelness. That's the problem.
Okay.
You're carrying a belief and you're ignoring the facts. Carry on.
So, for example, if you're living on Mars, you'd still say, "Oh, can you see the curvature?" You cannot see the curvature.
No. That's an assumption. That's an assumption because if I was living on Mars, Mars would have a circumference and a radius that I would be able to measure if I was living on Mars. Not that we can, but the same rules apply. Put me on any of those planets, I must be able to measure. If they're spherical balls, then I must be able to measure them because they will have dimensions, won't they? Specifications, size. Okay.
So for me, everything, these things about how planes fly and the sun and the moon in relation to the Earth and the maps and everything. For me, all these things and all these things make sense on a globe planet.
Okay, let's
they
start
don't
with
really
what you
make
said.
sense
How do
on
planes
a flat planet for me.
How do planes fly?
So for me,
how do planes fly? Nature. How do planes fly? Explain.
I want to ask you what.
Well, I'm asking you a question because you've made a claim first. Yeah. How do planes fly that prove the Earth is a globe? Please explain that, please.
Say they fly in straight lines. Tell them, say, hey, they fly in straight lines, point to point.
Yeah, I'm going to get that to him in a minute. I just want to hear his side of the story.
Trying to help him out, but he's not listening to me.
That's not what I wanted to know.
You said airplanes prove a globe. I said, and he asked you a question.
No, I said that it makes sense that the globe model makes sense.
Yeah, because you said planes fly, maps.
Yep, planes fly.
These things make sense for me on a globe, not on a flat.
Yeah, but I want to know why they make sense.
Then I said that, and I said that this is how I look at these things. And what I want from you is I want you.
Hang on a minute. You're not answering my
measurement. Show me a measurement.
Yes, but you're not answering my question yet. Hang on.
You believe it's
nature? Nature. Can you please explain to me first how a plane flying proves that you're on a globe? Please do that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You need to show me like a video where you don't see the curvature or something.
Wow. Can somebody put a video? There's loads of videos, but my point is this. You said that aeroplanes prove that it's a globe, right? You said that, right? And then you're not answering the question. We're answering all your questions so far.
I don't care about it. Whatever.
Can you please prove that aeroplanes fly on a globe? Or are you just believing? Come on, nature.
That's not what I said. You don't let me finish and whatever. Okay.
Nature, let me repeat exactly what you said. You said sun and the moon, planes, and something else, and that proves a globe. Sun and the moon, planes, all these things prove a globe for me. You said.
You said early on, nature, that you would have trouble imagining.
Makes sense on a globe.
You would have trouble imagining a flat Earth. The reason you'd have trouble imagining is that's all you've ever done with the globe. You've never actually seen it.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
So it's all imagination.
Show me a video. That proves it's flat.
Walk outside, my friend. You go outside and point to the curvature, and then see if you're a believer in the curvature or not. At the moment, you're just a believer.
The only way
someone told you it's a ball, and you went, "I will happily accept that."
Well, it's impossible to see the curvature, but the curvature exists. It's possible.
How do you know? Well, if it's impossible to see, how do you know it exists?
Because I'm smart.
So you can see something that you can't see.
Yeah, there are invisible.
You can see it or you cannot see it.
There are very important things that are real and they are invisible in life.
So how do you know it's there if you cannot see it?
Using my mind.
So it's you just I'm off in fairyland imagination.
I look at the other planets. So
how does you looking at storytime books? How does you looking at storytime books prove the shape of the ground?
Planets being globes increases the chances of
how do you know this
being a globe.
Oh, so this is statistics and probability. Okay then. Well, considering you're in a room full of flat earthers, based on the statistics, the Earth's flat.
Because there are more flat earthers here than you.
But this is...
I bet he doesn't even know the size of the Earth. How big is the Earth, nature?
I don't know. It's pretty big.
Pretty big,
I'll tell you how big it is. So, for example...
What's the circumference?
Well, I could probably... somebody can do it in 1 minute.
I can do it in a second.
But I don't have. I'm not very good with math. But I can tell you that I once. I once walked my entire city, which is 15 kilometers. So I walked my entire city. It's 15 kilometers in this country that I am. It's the capital, and it took me around 1.5 hours.
And that's 15 kilometers, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. 9 miles, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's fine. But how did that
it's a city the size of something like, let me think, maybe Berlin.
In an hour and a half. It's not very big. It's not a big city. If you can walk 9 miles in 1.5 hours, it's not very big. But anyway, the point is this. How did that prove it was a globe, though? How? What's the connection?
No, someone was asking me how big is the globe, and yeah, it's.
Yeah, you're having problems.
You don't even know.
He's got a lot of problems on his mind.
You don't even know, man. You just believe it.
Yeah, that's the problem. You see, he's believing without checking.
But if you're asking me, can I see the curvature? How can you see the curvature? Well look, it's if you are on a different planet and you look at Earth. So
no, it's not how you see the curvature. You've told us you cannot see it. I want to know how you know it's curved without knowing of any trace or proof of curvature. What tells you it's curved?
I believe it's curved because this
you believe it. Okay, you believe it. That doesn't make any sense at all because believing means that you're believing something.
No, he can be a believer. That's cool.
Without evidence. That's what you're doing.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with him being a believer, Jim.
No, there's no evidence at all. There's no evidence. That's what we're telling you.
A lot of these things that you claim are evidence for.
You
1 second.
Present the evidence or the proof.
Okay.
That's why you're believing. You're believing. You can't see it, you said. Right? But you believe it's there. That means you haven't proven it's there. Can you prove it's there?
a lot of these things that you guys show as proof for flat Earth, they also have an explanation from the globe Earth
No, they
side.
don't. No, they don't.
So
No,
we
they
can
do
claim it as proof also.
Okay, let's have a look at this. Okay, Jin, we'll play his game. Jin, let's play his game. I've got a little image here I'm going to post up, and in the side chat.
Look in the side chat.
What's your explanation for that?
This one. This is very interesting. I once thought about it. I don't know exactly what the explanation. Oh, I think it's this is where the water comes out. I think because I see some rivers next to it also.
You see some rivers next to it also. I don't know where you're looking, my friend.
I see a
You're
river
obviously looking at the wrong
on the
image.
left side.
I'm going to ask you a question, Nature. Where is the horizon in that image?
Oh, the horizon.
In front, in the middle, up the back.
In front, I guess.
So you're telling me that the horizon, where the sky appears to meet the ground, or water in this case, is in front of those oil rigs?
Well, he might have a like some kind of learning disability or a visual disability where he really can't, he doesn't see the world normally. That's probably why he never got a driver's license.
I do have a driver license actually.
That's scary.
Then you should know where the horizon is.
I don't know what, I forgot what horizon means. Horizon means when you look far away.
Where the sky meets the water or the land. You know, the sky, that line, blue sky and the ground. Blue sky and the ocean.
Then it's a bad question because there's no water.
It's a very good question.
Here
It's a very good question.
Far away.
Look again at the image. Look again at
What
the
do you
image,
mean that
please.
There's no water. That the entire thing is water except for a couple of oil rigs and a tiny little boat in between them.
Wait, I was looking at something else, guys. Guys. Oh my god.
Yeah, you was.
Bro, I was looking at different fucking picture.
Yeah. Can you look at the right one now, please, Nature?
my
Go ahead.
God. I was looking at the one where there was like some water on top of a mountain.
Yeah, you're looking at the wrong one. Okay, go on now. You're looking at the right one.
God.
Where's the horizon?
This picture from I Star the Scientist. Hello?
Oh, sorry, that's just something I posted from Rob Utah.
So what's the picture? Oh, the one with the oil rigs.
Yes, he said that. Yeah, the oil rigs. Where is the horizon for the fifth time now?
Okay, give me a second to read what's...
Yeah, you take your time. No rush. Hurry up.
Well,
So
there
just
are
keep
some
in mind,
terms here.
you told us the Globers can
it says here.
explain
Observer
this.
height 1 foot distance.
Yeah, where's the horizon in that image?
Where is the horizon? Don't read it. The horizon where the sky meets the water. Where is it? Behind the oil rigs, in front of the oil rigs, or between the oil rigs?
Behind, I guess.
Okay, perfect. So you
Behind.
can see.
So the issue you've got, my friend, is
can't
if
see
you
what it is.
believe you're on a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, that means at 1 foot of elevation, the horizon in this instance should be 1.22 miles from where that image was taken. And you've clearly stated the horizon is behind the oil rigs. Well, funny that those oil rigs are just for the purpose of demarcation. That left-hand one is 9.41 miles away from where that image was taken. So you've clearly said that the horizon is beyond that. So what you've just done is debunked the globe Earth. I'd like to thank
I
you for
don't
this.
understand your explanation very well. I don't understand what it says.
Can
in this
I
image.
explain it to him a little bit? Can
I want to say okay, but I want to say something first.
Yes.
So
go ahead.
what I mean by horizon, you ask me where I think the horizon is. So behind these oil rigs, it looks like
That's
the
correct.
sky meets the water there. Okay,
Okay,
so what's the problem with that? I really
Okay, as my friend Matrix just said to you, is that at that height, which is only 12 inches, 1 foot, if the Earth is a globe that you think you're living on, the horizon must be in front and must be no further than 1.22 miles away. Okay, that's where the horizon should be.
1.22 miles away from what? Away from what?
From your position. From your position where you're standing. So if you're standing with the camera.
So the horizon should be just 1 mile away from me.
Yes, that's it, because that's the size of the Earth. That would be the geometric horizon of a 24,901 mile circumference of the Earth.
1 mile is like not even 2 kilometers. I can see further than 2 kilometers.
That's the maths, and that's the geometry for this globe that you're living on. If you're living on a globe,
Jin, he's missed a bit. Nature, this is based on your elevation above the ground. So if you are 1 foot elevation above, then you only see 1.225, because that's where the horizon should be. Anything behind that should be hidden.
Yeah, you shouldn't see the 9 mile oil rig, the 6 mile one, and then
That's all based on the assumption that it's a ball with a radius of 3959 miles. 3,959 miles. That's what the assumption is based off of.
Okay.
Research.
That's your what's that? Your radius, 3,959 mile radius.
Okay, so I don't really think this makes sense that you're saying you can see the horizon only from how did you say you can only see the horizon
if your
1.2 miles
elevation
away from you?
Yes,
But
if your
doesn't make
elevation is only
sense.
12 inches. But that's cool.
But I'm able to see the Alp mountains from Venice. This is further than just 1 mile.
Right, that you're debunking. When you say that, you're proving that the Earth is flat. When you say that, depending on your elevation.
But you're saying
Nature. So Nature, the way to work it out, square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22. So that's all in miles, okay? So the square root of 1, so at 1 foot, square root of 1 equals 1 times 1.22. Like I said
Equals
before, this is all
1.22.
based on the assumption of the 3959 radius ball.
Yeah, so I don't know where you're getting this 1.22 miles from. I mean, this is I can't believe like the official global source.
Harvard University.
Well, there must be something wrong. That doesn't make sense. Like I can clearly, I can see
it's a geometric consequence.
I can see.
If it
I
doesn't
can
make
see
sense,
the mountains from Venice.
Nature, if it doesn't make sense, Nature, this is basic geometry. If this doesn't make sense, and or you've got a better methodology of working out the distance to the horizon, I am quite happy to accept any better options that you may have.
So what I'm saying is,
Bro, it's a geometric consequence of the Earth being a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles.
You can see the mountains from München, you can see them from Venice, and this is not a secret.
But Nature, your original claim was any evidences put forward by flat earthers can also be used by globers. So I would like you now to explain away that image that I posted up, the one with the oil rigs. I'd like to know how flat earthers globers are going to use that against us.
Yeah, so to me, this doesn't really mean anything because
you don't want it to mean anything. That's why.
No, honestly, I refuse to believe that you're telling me you can only
Exactly.
see one
There's the
mile.
problem.
We know
No,
you
I was saying
refuse.
something else. Don't
Dude,
interrupt me
we heard
because
you
you're
say you
assuming I said
refuse
something else.
to leave. We heard you already say.
You're
So
assuming I said something else.
everything you say after that.
Bro, it's the first time in my life you're saying that you can only see 1 mile in front of you.
Nature.
No, you can see further than 1 mile.
Nature. Your mistake was when you said you refuse. So anything that comes after that, why are you even here if you refuse to even listen?
Because I didn't say I refuse to listen. You're assuming something else. I said I refuse to believe that you're telling me you can only see 1 mile.
This is not a belief. These are measurements. That's the problem. You seem to be stuck on I believe, I refuse to believe, and
Okay,
these guys are putting down measurements.
Why doesn't he Google it? Hold on. Why don't you Google it, Nature? Google how far can I see if I'm 1 foot above the ground?
Well, being 1 foot above the ground or being on the ground is pretty much the same thing. Doesn't matter.
It does matter, actually.
Doesn't matter. Just Google it.
It makes a big difference.
Oh, I guess he found the same answer. Quiet as a mouse.
Yeah, so I guess what this means, yeah, it does say that. I guess what this means, it's referring to like when you're looking at the
If you're 1 foot high, your eyes are 1 foot off the ground. Your eyes, like your head is on the ground, and
you always keep interrupting me. This is very annoying and frustrating. I'm losing my patience.
On the ground with your head.
Please be patient.
Eyes are a foot off the ground. 1.22 miles.
Whatever. So I guess this is referring to like when there is like a flat surface.
Whatever.
If the mountains are far away, you can see the mountains.
Maybe try with 10 foot. Maybe will be easier for you to understand. Maybe we'll give you the biggest value, and then you will say, for 10 foot is this. And then try with 20 foot, then with 30, it's changing, and you will be surprised that everything is a math, and it's telling you the scale,
Yeah, he's talking about flat surface, I think.
No, it's not. No, Nature. One sec. Nature, I've posted a basic diagram in the side chat for you to help you understand the principle behind it, right? The geometry. So the distance to the horizon would be dictated by the size of the sphere that you're standing on and the observer's height and their line of sight, right? Do you understand the principle?
Yeah, so
right,
this image,
cool.
This image I just posted, you can only see here on this flat surface 2 miles. But above these 2 miles, where there you see this curve here, right? If there are mountains there, you can see the mountains also beyond just 2 miles. You understand? Because the mountains are very tall.
Yeah, that doesn't help your case.
That's
mate.
the same with oil rigs, because oil rigs are tall.
That's nothing to do with the oil rigs. The oil rigs are just a demarcation, right? They're just a marker for distance.
Ask you about the oil rigs, or
I see what you mean. I see what you mean now with the.
He asked you about the horizon or about the oil rigs? Which ask you?
Yeah, bro, I understand what you mean now with oil rigs. Okay, let me look.
We're not looking at the oil rigs. We're looking at the horizon.
Yeah, you don't have to make fun of me. You're not gonna win anybody doing this.
We're not making fun of you. You're not listening.
You keep saying the same shit over and over.
Listening. You're just assuming a bad faith.
You're not listening. You assume that we're wrong because we're flat earthers, and so you're here mocking the entire thing, and you refuse to listen. That's why we're saying the things that we're saying.
I refuse to listen. And
I'm a flat earther, so I'm wrong.
Yeah. Actually, he's just coming around to understanding what the oil rigs are there for, distance markers. He's just coming onto that now. Let him get into it. Just let him get into it. All right? Yeah, you understand the oil rigs, yeah? They're there just as distance markers, and then the horizon's behind that. Okay? Now, take your time. Just give him a little bit of room to get it in his head. He's getting there.
Like, it would be different if the horizon was in front of the oil rigs, right? Would you agree?
Or it would be different. I don't know what you mean. Okay, let me just take a look at this.
Well, the horizon would be different. If the horizon were in front of the oil rigs, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But because the horizon's behind the oil rigs, because the horizon's supposed to be the geometry of the Earth.
Yeah. That's supposed to be the edge of the Earth. Yeah. Your curvature edge ball. And then you're going, once you go past that point, you're going over the curvature, basically. Okay? That's what the horizon's meant to be. But actually, we don't live on it because we're seeing beyond what the Earth's curvature would allow. Beyond the geometric horizon of 1.22 miles.
But what's up with this part of the water at the bottom? Why is it darker than the rest of the water? It looks as if it's like picture taken inside the water or something. I know it's not.
What kind of waves?
Yeah, it's just angle and lighting and surface features. Yeah, waves, ripples.
Yeah, interesting.
But remember, and please don't forget, you Googled the answer as well. You actually Googled the answer. How far can you see?
But so now about this horizon thing. Now about this horizon thing. I wonder what they mean by how far you can see. Well, see what? See the horizon or see what? See the curve.
It's an optical effect. It's an optical effect. It's not the geometry of the Earth. We look in perspective. We don't look orthogonal or Euclidean.
Does it mean that when you stand 1 foot above the ground, you can see the horizon at 1.3 miles? Is this what they mean?
Everything converges off into the distance.
Yeah, he's asking you the question.
Have you ever seen a checkerboard? Have you ever seen a checkerboard? Here, hold on. I'm going to put this in the side chat for you.
Yeah. The answer to your question. Nature. The answer to your question is yes. If you're standing at 12 inches, 1 foot, you should only be able to see 1.22 miles. That's it.
But what does it mean? Does it mean see the objects that are within these 2 miles or see the horizon line?
You should see the horizon line only. Those objects should be in front, but they're not. Or you understand?
It means that the horizon is no longer geometry.
I feel like this
it means that the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, I feel like this is too small.
Nature, did you see what I posted in the side chat?
Surprised.
Did you see what I posted in the side chat, Nature?
Yeah.
Don't let your feelings get involved. Saying I feel this and that has nothing to do with feelings.
No, so me, I'm happy to become a flat earther today. I don't have such restrictions, you know.
So he's saying he's open-minded. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, because you're going to follow the facts. The facts and the numbers are going to prove it to him. We're proving it to your understanding very slowly, and that's good. Take your time. Just give him a bit of room to get it into his head.
Yeah. So if the Earth is flat, I think if it's actually flat, it would be awesome to discover that and actually believe it truly to actually be that. It will be awesome. It will be something. There will be
because you'll actually have knowledge on that. You'll actually have knowledge on it someday, and when you actually have knowledge on it, and you go out and make the observation yourself, then you'll know it's fun, and then you'll find other cool things.
Yeah, that is the best answer you can receive right there. That's the best answer. You will have knowledge of it very soon because all you have to do is go and check it. Go check what you can see and use the curvature calculator, and you're going to say to yourself, those guys were, and you're going to come back here anyway. You'll come back and say, look, you're right, I'm a flat earther. So you have to go and check it.
Yeah, to be honest,
look in the chat. You want to know why it's not, if you want to know why it's not geometry and why it's just the way vision works for you, using perspective lines, explaining it.
Yeah, so this looks like, I don't know, maybe 1 mile, whatever. But what I'm trying to say is that, for example, if these trees in the back in this house were not there and they were, I don't know, 10 miles away, I feel like I could still be able to see them 10 miles away just looking at them. I looked at big distances. I'm trying to remember now. But do you guys know what I mean?
Yeah, you debunk the globe right there just by
because the Earth is flat, dude. That's why you see so far. The Earth is flat, not at all.
But in my mind, it's like I think it's still
in your mind. In your mind, and in your mind, when you're looking out there, you're saying, "Look how flat it is." In your mind, you're not saying, "Look."
No. What I'm saying is, I think it's
saying, "Look how curved it is." Look at the globe we live on. You never say that when you look out. You're just like, "Wow, that's pretty far away." You never say anything about a globe. You don't think you're on a spinning ball. Nobody ever thinks that.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a globe, but 2 miles is just too ridiculous. Doesn't make sense. Like I said, look.
That's how ridiculous. Oh, go ahead anyway.
If you are in Venice or Munich, I believe, and you can see the Alps, and they are like, I don't know, maybe 40
a few
miles
hundred
away.
miles
I don't know.
away.
So they're
Several
like,
hundred miles away.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you can see them in a clear day. But if you zoom out,
that's fine.
1 second.
That's
If
fine.
you zoom
That's
out
the
on
whole
the
point.
globe, if you zoom out on the globe, these cities, it looks like they are right
can't
at the
zoom
edges
out.
of the mountain.
You
So
can't
of
zoom out,
course,
bro.
of course, you're gonna be able to see them because they are so close to the mountains.
No,
you know what I mean?
nature.
You can't zoom
What you're
out.
doing
When
is-
have you ever zoomed out?
No, I mean like on globe,
On a globe.
Google Earth, for example.
When have you
If
ever
look at the
zoomed
map-
out?
If you look at the
Well, that's just CGI, bro.
okay, well, it's the same
just
map.
computer graphic.
Well, it's the same map on Flat Earth. So if you just look at the
No. We showed you
It's just a
images
cartoon.
that are real. That's a real image. That's not a CGI, and it's a real location. You can go to that location and see it and measure it for yourself.
Okay,
So it's,
well,
it's
do
not
you
a
guys,
CGI.
You guys don't have maps either, or of this planet?
At this point, the map is not necessary because we're talking about observing the surface of the Earth. Now, and what you can see and what you can measure. You've got the size, then you know the distance you're looking at, then you'll know whether or not you're curving or not. Simple as that. You don't really need a map as such unless you want to get to a different location. Okay, then you're going to consult to a map to get yourself there. And we have maps that can get you from where we're standing to anywhere on this earth. So don't worry about that. You're
So
you're
this
ready.
horizon,
Non sequitur.
the way this horizon subject has been concluded for me is that on this subject at least, I still think it's a globe, but you can see further than just 2 miles.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, nature only feels it's a globe because he feels it's a globe, not because he's measured it. He hasn't measured it to be a globe, ladies and gentlemen. He hasn't confirmed it. He doesn't have one.
I'm not convinced. I need a lot more to be convinced that.
Well,
it's,
that's okay. That's okay. But
I mean, if you want to wallow in your feelings, go ahead, dude.
Like I'm not gonna.
We're not gonna wallow in your feelings for you.
Yeah.
But why would I lie?
We're not gonna wallow in your feelings. If you ask a question pertaining to feelings, we're not going to answer it.
Okay, why would I lie and say I'm a flat earther if I'm not a flat earther? I don't really.
No one's asking you to do that. We're not asking you to do that. We're just stating, look,
pertaining to your feelings.
Yeah, hang on a minute, Sheepdog. What I'm trying to do is this. I'm just stating the facts and the integrity of your position versus our position.
So
That's all.
I tried to explain to you, but you guys kept interrupting me. Let me finish now.
Yeah, go ahead.
If these cities, look them up right now. I'll give you as an example, Venice or Munich. They are like 100 miles, I think you said, or 50 miles, whatever, big distance from the Alps. But you can see the Alps from the cities. Look it up on Google. But however, if you look at the entire map of Europe, these cities are actually close to the mountains. They are close to the mountains. Obviously, you're gonna see the mountains. Obviously. Okay, when you're in the cities, you're gonna it's gonna be weird. Like, oh, I can see the mountains from over here. That's so weird. Yeah, but when you look at the entire map of Europe, obviously at some point you're gonna be able to see them because these cities are very close. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that you can obviously see further than just
about the Alps. How high are the Alps?
There's just some mountains. They're very tall. I don't know.
What's the highest point? Are the Alps?
I don't know. Why?
Google it.
You're making a lot of claims and you don't know anything about them.
Well, you guys felt like you were gonna win me with just this argument, and I explained to you why. I explained to you why I am not.
We can't tell you anything unless you tell me how high the Alps are.
I was trying to give you an explanation for why you didn't win me with this argument. This is my conclusion. My conclusion is that you can see further than just 2 miles. Regardless of this is what Google says. This is stupid. You can obviously see further than 2 miles.
Why is Google lying to you?
It's a good question. I don't know. I think it's...
Well, I guess Google just lies about everything, right? Can't use Google anymore then. Oh, we got to get you a new search engine. Why don't you try Bing then?
Well, it's a good question. Maybe it's not maybe for example, this picture you're showing me of the oil rigs. Maybe this is not just human eyes. Maybe it's
we got 1,000 more of those. Yeah, we have 1,000 more of those. Don't worry about that one.
Well, obviously, I think you can see further with binoculars than with your eyes.
Sure can.
So maybe that's what's going on with that image.
Yeah, that's because the Earth is flat, dude. Otherwise, everything would be dropping behind the horizon, down around the ball, and you know it. For some reason, you think
the Swiss Alps are 1,700 meters, roughly 1,700 meters. That would be the Swiss Alps. Okay,
that doesn't help me. How many feet?
Look, it says with binoculars. With binoculars, you can see 5 kilometers, 3 miles. With binoculars and with the video camera, because this picture you show me with the oil rigs, that must be a photo camera, right? You're breaking up. You're breaking up. Can you guys hear him? Hello?
No, he's probably talking and doesn't know that we.
Okay, so I don't know why it took me so much to realize this. Obviously, this picture has been taken with the video camera. This is not just looking at the horizon with your...
It's done with a P900. Yeah, I have one of those cameras. I have one of them.
Okay, so shouldn't the photo camera be able to see further than eyes?
83 times zoom.
Yeah, okay, so shouldn't the photo camera see further than the human eye?
Yeah, so it's not seeing down around the ball, is it?
Okay.
Yeah, but that's what globals. That's what globers.
So, Nature, do you honestly believe that you can walk outside at sea level, looking horizontal, that you're going to see beyond 10 miles?
No, but hold on a second. This picture that you guys showed me,
that oil rig image, it's got the numbers on it, 9.41 miles to the oil rig. You quite honestly stated that the horizon was beyond that oil rig. The oil rigs are for demarcation.
Oh my god. So
he's not going to help you, not with me.
Yeah, let me explain to you. So you didn't ask me how far is the horizon from you. You asked me how far can you see.
I didn't ask you how far the horizon was. We asked you where the horizon was, in front, in between,
No, you
or
actually,
behind
you guys
the oil
actually
rigs.
asked me something else. No, you asked me how.
I asked
That's
you
what the
where,
question was.
behind, in front, or between is what I said, and you said obviously behind. That's all I asked you.
Oh, that one. Okay, but then we discussed about how far can you see. That's what we discussed about. Okay, now let's discuss this.
You think that you can see? You don't even know the height of
Okay,
the
I'll
Alps.
Google it now. Let's see how.
Trying to tell us.
Hang on, the mountains are 5,577 feet.
Oh, that's
5,000.
1 mile. We'll call that a mile. Oh, the mountains
How
are
far is the horizon
How
from you?
many?
Let's see.
How much drop is in 100 miles? Guys, that's 6,660 feet. The Alps should be completely blocked.
Yeah.
So I guess the Earth is flat if you're seeing the Alps, son.
That's it. That's what we're trying to tell him. That if he can see the Alps, that's a flat Earth proof.
No, because they are very. You are very
Dude, you
close.
should take pictures of that for
When you
us.
are 60 miles away from the Alps, you are actually very close to the Alps. It's almost like you can say you are at the Alps at that.
Yeah, but there must look. Even
Miles,
at
how
60,
many feet drop in 6 miles? How many feet drop in 6?
What?
Doesn't even understand what I'm saying. This is pointless.
You're breaking apart.
it's not a lot.
You're breaking apart. I didn't hear you. Yeah, obviously, I'm not trying to argue with you just for the sake of it. I'm actually being honest. So just go on Google Maps and zoom out. Just zoom out. Just look at the Alps and zoom out. So put your eyes on München and
No,
put your
you're
eyes on
talking to
Google
Venice.
Maps is a cartoon. It's not reality.
Come on.
No, like what I'm trying to say is these cities are right next to the mountain. Obviously, you're going to be able to see them.
You're out of your mind, man. You're not listening. We've been doing this for 10 years.
With your ability to see these mountains, what do you personally believe that is demonstrating to us? You go outside, you look to the west, you see the mountains. Congratulations. Ta-da! What did you get for that?
Because what I was trying to say is that you guys are trying to win me with this argument. And I said that...
No. Stop. You've misconstrued that. You, earlier on, made the claim that any evidence put forward by flat earthers can also be used by globers against flat earth. I put forward the black swan image. Now you can explain how you're going to use that against flat earthers.
That's all, yeah. We don't want to win the argument. We want you to understand that your method of trying to say you're on a globe is wrong. Feeling. You're not measuring. You're not checking. Believing. No evidence.
Yeah.
That's all we're saying.
Just give me 1 second, please.
Yeah. You take your time. You know, we're trying to help you here. That's the problem. We're trying to help you. Okay, I know what you're meaning. Sometimes some people might be beyond help, but we're trying to help them, you know.
And if explanations were evidence, then everybody that ever faced a magistrate or a jury would be innocent.
Typical. Hey, see that? Getting in there.
I'm back.
Okay, welcome back. So we're saying to you that we're not trying to win the argument. We're trying to make you or get you to understand is what I meant. Go ahead.
Me neither, but you guys are interrupting a lot. Not you. You're okay, and some other people, unfortunately.
Yeah, dude, how does somebody interrupt an answer to one of your questions? Explain that, please.
Well, you guys were interrupting a lot, and you're assuming a bunch of stuff.
You just did. You asked the question.
One question at a time, Crit. He's already got one on the plate. Don't overstack him. The plates will fall off the sink.
You're assuming a lot of stuff.
I'm not assuming
Trying to say something, you interrupt me, and then you assume I was saying something.
You were asked a question earlier on. You put forward the claim that any evidences that flat earthers use, that the globers could use the same evidence. I'd like you to explain away the black swan, please.
What's the black swan? The one with the oil rigs?
Oil rigs. You know what, Nature? I'm going to give you a new picture.
Hold up, Jen. Leave him.
Yeah. Yeah. No props.
Did you want me to repost the picture for you?
No, I'm going to post one. I'm going to post a new one. Okay. I'm going to do.
We're going to go into a whole new path instead of solving this problem.
Having a great night, by the way. This is a meaningful conversation for me.
It is. It's a little bit scrappy and choppy, right? But because I'm trying to help you, we've got two other guys as well trying to help you.
Yeah.
Okay. So you just got to take your time, start again, slowly. Okay. No, maybe if I don't say anything, that might be better off. Someone else talk. Perhaps that might just help.
So Nature. Yeah. At the moment, you're thinking you live on a ball. Now, your thinking is, as you go higher, you see further. Yes?
Oh, let me think about that one. So for me, the globe is huge. So I think you should go very high to see further. Like if you just go 1 meter high, I don't think it will make a big difference.
Okay. Why do you have to go higher to see further? Why for higher?
Because of the curvature.
Because of the curvature. So the curvature is a physical thing that blocks you from seeing.
I guess you can put it that way. It's like the the result of
the physical attribute.
The globe. Yeah.
It's a result of the globe. It's physical. It's in the way. You have to get higher to see around it.
Yeah.
Right. So if that is true, then using geometry, we know the claimed numbers, the radius, the diameter, the circumference. These are all terms that have associated values with them. Yeah?
Yep.
So, for example, radius 3959, 3,959 miles. So from that, we should be able to calculate where the horizon should be based on how tall you are. So if we know how tall you are, we can calculate horizon and how high things are behind the horizon so we can see them. The problem is, with that oil rigs picture, that was done at 1 foot off sea level, 1 foot high. It was actually only 8 inches, but yeah, they put it at 1 foot to make it easy. So 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And that would put the horizon at 1.22 miles. So that's because it's a physical ball. Now, as we showed you on the picture, and you told us, horizon is behind the oil rigs. So what that does is debunks the claim of 3,959 miles. So 3,959 is wrong. We need another number.
What is this 3,000 number represent?
That is the claimed radius of Earth in miles.
Like from the Ecuador line, you mean? Around the Earth?
No,
the claimed radius.
Yeah. Quarter of the sphere. Okay? The radius, that curvature.
Okay, like the size of the ball, basically.
If you have a circle, what is radius?
Around it, yeah. The circle.
If you have a circle, draw a circle on a piece of paper.
Yeah,
What is the radius?
The circle.
You mean like the ring around it?
No.
Circumference all the way around.
The
Yeah,
circle.
yeah, I get it.
The
Just one
circle
I
is
see
the
what you-
circumference.
Radius
The
is
radius is half of the diameter.
center to the outside. Radius
So
is
just-
from the center to the edge of the circle. That's what you're.
I thought you were smart, dude.
So that's just 3,000 miles?
Didn't he say earlier that he was really smart? That's why he knows the Earth is a globe.
I know who's smart. Listen, I can testify. He's very smart.
Hang on, he's
I
asking a
understand.
question. It's 3,900 and hang on a minute. Sorry, it's 3,959 miles. Almost 4,000 miles. Almost.
Oh.
4,000 miles, okay.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
That's pretty far.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Allegedly, supposedly.
Hey.
Correct.
We'll get to you, YTB, in a minute, dude. All right.
Yeah,
I you know what? I want to simplify this real quick.
Go ahead.
Who is it? Nature that we're talking to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Am I roboting?
No.
All right. So nature, boats go over the curve, right?
Boats go over, yeah.
Okay. So the curve of the Earth is the horizon, right?
Yeah.
All right. So then that means when you're 1 foot off the ground, the horizon is 1.2 miles away.
This is apparently what it says on Google, but I don't believe that. I believe you can see further. Then just.
I know you can see further.
Yeah.
I know you can, but that's geometry, man.
But
So,
I'm not Google.
like, all you're doing
I'm not,
is you're
Google
taking.
engineer.
All you're doing is taking a tangent from an observation point.
Okay.
That's what geometry is. You've got a sphere of a certain size. You draw a circle around the sphere, right? You create a circumference. So now you have a circle. Because you can work all of this out in a 2-dimensional plane. You don't have to make this 3-dimensional. And then a diameter is the two furthest points from a circle or a sphere. And then a radius is from the center of the sphere to the outer edge.
Yeah. So let me just explain to him quickly. So because you said you don't believe it, you think it's too small, that shows you that you're not on a globe. That's what it means. It means you cannot be living on a globe when you can see further than the geometric horizon, and that would be at this point 1.22 miles.
He wasn't listening to you guys. He wasn't listening to you guys anyway. What he was doing was copying and pasting it from an AI.
No, I wanted to read that before we enter in the subject.
He said,
When someone was saying that it's 4,000 miles, I looked it up and I wanted to say that it says more here, and so that we enter in.
That might be kilometers. I said to you, it's 3,959 miles. Okay, 3,959 miles. Okay, that's the actual
6371, is that what
number
it says?
for a supposed globe.
But the circumference says 24,000 miles.
Yeah, that's the circumference. That's the whole circle. Yeah, that's the whole circle. We're talking about the radius.
Man, dude, I thought you were smart. You said you were super smart.
You mean the whole globe?
Dude.
If it were to be a globe, yeah.
Okay.
But we're talking about the radius.
What's the distance from the center of the Earth to the outside of the Earth?
Would be half of.
Yeah.
Why don't you ask Google?
Yeah, ask Google. What is the radius? Ask Google what is the radius of the supposed globe in miles.
So
in miles. They always give you kilometers recently.
Okay, whatever. So you were saying that since the Earth circle is 4,000 miles, you're saying that because of that, you cannot see further than 2 miles on a
That's
globe.
what you're saying.
Is that what you're saying? If it
No,
was
that's
a
what
globe?
you're saying. Your
That's
site
what you're
says
saying.
that.
Okay.
You Googled it, remember?
No, I see
Your
what you mean
site,
now. with
Google
all
says
this.
that. Remember Google? That's not our site. Google isn't on.
Yeah, well, so what this means for me is that maybe
It means you're
the Earth
mistaken.
is bigger than 4,000 miles.
Right. You're getting it.
BS, man.
Yeah. That you're beginning to see that the Earth cannot be the globe of
Yeah,
the size
well, I
you've been
don't
given.
trust. Well, I don't trust NASA anyways.
You know what's weird, nature? You know what's weird? If the Earth isn't the size they say it is, if it's bigger, that means that there's probably more land, that the distance to the moon is not the distance, the size of the moon is not the size, the distance to all the
Yeah,
satellites
because
in
they
the sky
cannot.
are wrong,
Yeah,
the
because I
distance to
don't
the
know.
sun is wrong, the distance
Right,
to all
right.
the other planets are wrong.
Okay,
Everything's
sheepdog,
wrong,
can I
bro.
make a suggestion?
Yeah.
So that we don't lose the other guy. Nature, you sit down and just think about it for a few minutes. We're going to ask somebody else a question because somebody else is waiting. So you take that information, sit down, think about it, digest it, and then come back. Stay here, don't leave, and answer the other guy's question.
Did he already leave?
Sheepdog.
YTV already
Hopefully
left?
not. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Shame.
I don't see him in here.
Yeah. Done a bad job
Yeah,
there.
this is interesting information.
Yeah, because what you are learning is that you are seeing further than the size of your globe, okay? Because your globe is a specific size. You Googled the numbers. It says you should only be able to see 1.22 miles. So if you're seeing 6 miles, 9 miles, and then the horizon behind that, where's your picture? Where's your globe?
And what is this picture from? Who took this picture?
I can't give you that. I mean, one of the other guys can tell you exactly. I posted the other one. It's from Santa Barbara, which is California anyway. It's California, West Coast. Yeah.
It's the same location.
Yeah.
California, okay.
Yeah. So it's there. You can go there and you can see them.
Very
See, it was Santa Monica or Santa Barbara. One of them two.
Very interesting things.
Yes, it's a real location. There's no cheating. You can do this even where you are. You said you can see the Alps, 60 miles. You use the curvature calculator, your height, and then the maximum height of the mountains. It would tell you how much you should see. And according to Radwin, he told us they should be behind the curvature. You should not be able to see them, actually.
Well, I was already, me, I'm an anarchist, so I don't believe many of these government institutions like NASA. And I've already seen documentaries about moon landing. It was fake,
Yeah, that's
so
a good
I was
thing.
aware
Good.
of that, anyways.
Good. Now the obvious fake. Okay, listen. If they didn't go to space, that means they cannot take pictures of Earth from space. Okay.
Oh yeah, all these pictures are fake, of course.
Right.
All
So
these
we don't
pictures
have
are
any.
fake, but the point I am at right now is that regardless of all of that, I'm not ready to jump to the conclusion that the Earth is flat. It seems so
you wouldn't be jumping to conclusions. You wouldn't be jumping to conclusions because you have methodically proven it to yourself. You need to validate it in nature, of course. You still need to go to the mountains where you can see the mountains in Venice or Venice and check it again if you want, or somewhere else. But that wouldn't be jumping anyway. You'd be proving it. Okay? You're not ready. That's fine. That makes sense. It's okay. But now you know you're not on a globe. Right. Yeah. What percentage is the globe real now? Is the globe 100% real? Globe 100% is real? Come on, nature. Is the globe 100% real? The globe.
Nature, don't follow
100%.
Don't follow these.
It's not 100%. Okay. What percentage is it real?
But like for example, these during the Second World War, for example, there were many battles. Like for example, in the Pacific Ocean. How did these governments just manage to do all these things? they don't know how big the Earth is. They don't know if it's a globe or not. How are they able to do all these battles? You know.
Again, this is where you're mistaken, because they know the power of the machines they have made, and they know the range they can reach. That's all maths. Again, someone did say, I thought you were smart. That's not difficult. That's not difficult at all. They know what the capabilities of their armaments are, but that's not a problem. Fuel range, fire.
What does that mean?
Like, for example, the Japanese Yamato could fire.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. But for example,
of course they know. Yeah. And then the submarine. Hang on. And then you had the Sanso Gyurai, Japanese submarine that could fire a torpedo 25 miles. And if the Earth is a globe, that torpedo would have surfaced at 7 miles if it's 15 feet under the water. Okay, so there you are.
If the Earth is flat, so this circle that is Earth, okay, what's beyond it? It's other humans, other terrain?
I don't know. Nobody knows because we can't go there.
The reason I'm asking is because that's what I'm saying. Like, for example, we have all these flies all everywhere, right? All these planes.
Yeah, they're going across a flat Earth.
Bro, it's helping you by letting you know that the water on the surface is flat.
Yeah. Water is
in
flat.
order for the Earth to be a ball, in order for gravity to make the Earth a ball, water has to form all the way around the ball, right? That means water has to be curving, right?
Yeah. Yeah. They're traveling
We're
all
helping
over
you.
the world. Yeah.
Just because we don't know the answers to everything in the universe doesn't mean that we're giving you something stupid.
Yeah.
But gravity goes to the center of the Earth, not to. The...
Which gravity are you talking about?
So water is forming around the ball, then, right?
Yeah.
Or is water flat?
Yeah. Yeah.
The gravity points to the center of
No, the question. Answer the question.
Is the surface of water flat or curved?
What?
Is the surface of water flat or curved?
The surface of water.
Is it curved or flat?
Flat, I guess.
No. That's not a good enough answer.
No, hold on.
It is.
He said it's flat.
Curved on the entire planet, yeah.
Surface.
Is it curved or is it flat?
Curve is, yeah.
At the edge, did we?
Okay, so then if it's curving, that means the horizon's 1.2 miles away.
So this thing is that I think this thing about you cannot see further than 2 miles, whatever, and Earth is 4,000 miles. I think these numbers are incorrect.
No, they're not. You Googled the numbers yourself. You Googled the numbers yourself.
Yeah. Even if they're on Google,
we know they're incorrect.
Even if they're on Google, I think they are incorrect.
Find us the correct numbers, and get us the correct numbers. Type in somewhere else. Google was wrong about these numbers. What are the real numbers? Size of Earth.
Yeah.
I don't know what are the real numbers. I think they're just bigger numbers.
You need to verify. Don't just say they're wrong. You need to verify that they're wrong and go find the actual ones.
Yeah, you have to measure. Yeah, you can't go with your feelings.
Oh, Google, not Google it. Use Bing. Ask Bing. Say, Google is wrong. This is not the correct size. Copy
Use Yandex.
Okay, let me just say something.
And see what Bing says. Bing will say.
Let me just say something interesting.
No, Google's correct.
Okay, let me just say something interesting.
Yeah.
So, just let me finish this point. It's very important. Please. So, the reason I ask about what's beyond this Earth, this map that we know of the Earth, right, on a flat
we don't
map.
know.
The reason why I ask this, right, is because if there are other terrain or whatever beyond this, the reason why I ask this is because considering there are so many planes flying, and there was a world war where they attacked each other, blah, blah, blah. They went on all this planet, they went everywhere to attack each other, blah, 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 and they fought on the Pacific Ocean and all these things. How come they were able to do all these things? And they never went beyond that. Nobody ever went beyond that.
Well, okay.
Right?
Now, if you can just, you've asked the question. Please allow me to answer the question slowly. Don't interrupt and just pay attention. Okay. Now you mentioned the war. They were busy fighting the war first and foremost. They knew where they were going to go. They knew where they were going to drop the bombs. Okay. And then they go back to their country. Okay. That's the soldiers. Please don't interrupt anyone because several voices sends this man confused. So just let me finish what I got to say. Now, they fight the war. They go to the country. They bomb it. And they go back to their country, back to headquarters, the base. That's how they did that. The earth is flat. They didn't go around any ball earth. They went from point A to point B and back to point A again. Okay?
But what I'm
no
trying
confusion
to say,
now.
I understand. But what I'm trying to say...
What's the problem then?
What I'm trying to say is that, for example, who was fighting America? So American government was saying, there is this country there called Japan, and their capital is over there at whatever number of miles. Okay, we have to go attack there, whatever. But so they knew that there is a country there on the other side of the Pacific, and they had to go there. Okay, so they knew this. But how can these people not be aware of other terrains outside of this flat Earth? How can they not be? How can humans not be aware of other humans or other species?
If the government was aware of these other terrains, you think they would tell you?
So all of the governments are not aware of these things? No humans are aware of these things?
Can you name one time in history where any government told the truth?
Okay, so forget government. I give you example of government because they are in charge of the army. My point is,
human being,
no humans are aware of other humans.
Not that I know of. Only one man that comes up a lot, and this is his name is Admiral Byrd, who is America's youngest admiral, and he didn't go to the extremities. He only went as far as Antarctica and as far as the Arctic Circle, and he never made it to the North Pole. He never made it to the North Pole, but he went as close as he could, and he came back in that plane. That's all we've got. We don't have any more than that. I'm 63. I don't know how old you are. Well, however old you are, that's all the knowledge you carry. That's it. Okay? It doesn't stop us from learning the shape of the earth, though. That doesn't stop me. Oops, excuse me. Yeah, that doesn't stop me from learning the shape of the earth. Okay? Please bear that in mind. You can still know the shape of the earth.
I understand what you're saying.
Right, because you're measuring. Because you're measuring. They know where the other countries are. They go and bomb the country. They go back to their country. It's not a problem.
I understand.
They know the fuel.
But you see my point, like, I'm trying to
even if there were other lands, you think they would tell you?
Yeah,
what I'm trying to say is that
they just found 7,000 new islands off the coast of Japan a couple of years ago. What does that mean?
Really?
7,000 islands.
That's a lot of islands.
Let me see.
Google it. You're not gonna ask Google, right? You're gonna start using something different. Google didn't tell you the right size of Earth before, right?
Yeah.
Or are you gonna pick and choose? Google is correct now.
Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead.
Sorry, it's like summarizing most of the information from most of the websites and giving me a summary here using AI. I can search it up on other AI engines, but probably have the same.
Okay, what's the name?
No, the name of the other thing. I can use Gemini or Ask AI or
ask AI. Go and ask AI. Go ahead.
Well, it's using AI when I use Google, so I use it now to see this information about the 7,000 new islands.
Gemini, you just proved that AI is wrong. You said Gemini gave you that answer.
What answer, bro? I just looked up.
The size of the Earth. You said no, that isn't right. I can see farther than answer.
Yeah, because it's probably I can already know how this came about.
It's
taking
different.
Yeah, it's taking the general knowledge from Earth, from this planet. That's what AI is doing.
Okay, Nature, what you're saying right now, Okay. Nature, what you're saying right now is this, that all of us here, the flat earthers, who have been doing this now for 10 years, coming up for 11 years now, we've been wrong. Okay, on the maths. We got the maths wrong. That's what you're saying.
No, I
Okay?
didn't say
You're
that.
saying we've got the maths wrong because you can't accept that the numbers we've given you, which you verified with Google, and it's the same, you can't accept that. So you're saying we're wrong here. Okay? Remember, you haven't
there's
proven anything.
misunderstanding.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying to you. Just listen, please. What you're suggesting is that we are wrong. You can't accept that what we're telling you is true. You're still not sure if it's a globe or not, but we're not correct. There's only one way you're going to learn that, and that is you have to actually go out into nature to confirm it for yourself, like we did. That's what we've done. That's how we know it.
You are correct about this oil rig, about the these measurements being false. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that doesn't make me be a flat earther.
Well, no one's asking you to be a flat earther. I'm not asking you to be that. I'm saying to you that that ball does not exist. You're not living on a ball. You're not measuring the ball because it's not there. And you've seen that
Why do you think we're trying to convince you that the Earth is flat? Why do you think that?
Yeah.
Because you think this is correct information.
But we're just sitting in a Discord room chatting.
Yeah, these guys are telling you just facts, like things that you can go look up and facts. You can go and verify everything we're talking about. Loeb, you have none of that. It's just a story.
We're just sitting in a Discord room chatting amongst each other, having a good time. You come in here, you want to disagree with us, and you want to make a claim, so we question you about your claim. You don't know. We give you counter evidence to your claim. We show you what we've come to know and understand.
Yeah.
And then now all of a sudden you're like, oh, you're trying to convince me that the Earth is flat. No. If it's convincing you, that's on you. That's not on us.
Okay.
We're just giving you the evidence.
Yeah, everything is fine. I see no problems. What's the problem?
I mean, if you're being convinced, that's your choice to be convinced.
Everything is going perfect. Like with this discussion, I don't see any problems.
No, you're good, dude. But we're not here to convert you into a flat earther.
Oh, no, I see, like, you guys are nice, you know.
We're just giving you what we've come to know and understand.
Yeah, and that's fine.
If that
That's
convinces
awesome.
you, then that's your choice.
Yeah, and what I discovered from you, this information about the horizon and the miles and this thing about the oil rigs, yeah, this is good information. I like it, yeah. It could be flat. This makes it more likely for me that it's a flat earth, actually. This has been a very revolutionary discussion for me. You know,
I'm glad that you're taking this on a good note, because a lot of people don't take it on a good note, and I know it can be confusing, and it's not supposed to be confusing. It just turns out that way because for emotional reasons.
Yeah, like I said, I am smart in the way that, well, I believe everyone is smart, but me, I realize some things, and I am able to read facial expressions. I don't ignore my instincts. You know, people have instincts. I'm able to pay attention to my instincts, and I don't ignore them like people usually do. They go with the lies that are out there, and they ignore their
let me
instincts.
explain this. Everybody in this room that's a flat earther, we all thought we were too smart to be fooled by a globe. Like, no, we can't be that stupid. I thought I was smart.
Yeah. There was another thing I remember watching a few months ago. I don't know if it was here or on YouTube or something. Some guy, maybe you remember this. He was in like the Rocky Mountains somewhere or Alaska, and there was like two mountains, and he was in between them, and the sun like rose up. Something about the shadow casting, whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about?
No. That's a little vague.
That was interesting, but I forgot exactly what that guy was trying to say. Let me see if I can find it.
But was he proving flat Earth?
I guess he was trying to prove that, yeah. Guy...
Was he in an aeroplane? Was he in an aeroplane?
No. He was on the ground.
Rocky Mountains, that sounds like behind the curve.
So he was between two mountains, and the sun rose up, and he was saying, I forgot, but he was saying something about the sun shouldn't be casting at this hour over the other mountain, or it shouldn't be. I shouldn't be. The sun shouldn't be casting over me right now. Something like that. I don't know. Let me see if I can find it.
And it's not.
Yeah. Sounds like a very, 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 very weak argument, because I've got D Marble, who is in Washington State. It's 12 o'clock noon. The sun is above his head. He's talking to a man in England. It's 9 o'clock. He can see the sun just setting. And then he talks to a guy in Australia, Sydney, and it's 6 o'clock in the morning. Three places.
I remember that one. that one. So the explanation for that
they're
one.
seeing the sun, 3 locations. Okay. Then hang on. When you put it onto the globe now, you extrapolate that onto the globe. Australia's in the dark. You can only line up 2.
Yeah.
There you are.
Well, except
And
it
there
was
goes your
in the
globe.
summer. It was in the summer, and in the middle of the summer, the Earth is. It's the time of the year when the Earth is most cast by the sun. Most of the Earth is
it's like
sunny during that time.
Yeah.
July
And in that time it covers these cities. I looked into that one.
Yeah, it
I
cannot
see
be the
that.
globe then. It cannot be a globe. That's the problem. Because, okay.
What I'm trying to say is that there is a globe explanation for that one also.
Oh.
I looked into that
There
one.
isn't. There isn't one. Because the sun only bathes the earth 50% all the time. That's all they get. So no, that's not true.
Except for in July 8th. July 8th, 99% of the world's population daylight at the same time.
Yeah, and if you look at the map on July 9th or whatever it is, you can see the map of Earth when it's very sunny, and it covers these 3 cities in London, Australia, and California, or whatever it was.
Yeah, that doesn't happen on a globe though. You cannot do that on a globe. It's been tested.
Do that
It cannot
every
be
day.
done.
Then I should do that all the time.
Yeah.
Well, it does in the middle of the summer. That's apparently when it's more sunny.
It should do it all the time.
And that's when they made that video also, I think. Or at least in
It
summer.
should do it all the time. All those should be at 50% on one side of a ball in order for that to happen. It should always be doing it. 50% sees the sun, then it's all water. Then 50% of all is dirt, then it's all water. That's what you're claiming right now.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No matter
So
how
you're
you try to
fighting it.
twist it around, no matter how you try to twist it around in your head, it doesn't matter. Earth is still measures flat. Documents airplanes require a flat stationary Earth, and that's why things go up and down also, because Earth is flat.
Yeah, very interesting discussion, guys. I don't know what to say.
Now what you have to do is go out. You have to go out now and check what we said, it's real or not. Now you know about the horizon, go out and check it for yourself.
Yeah, because the numbers are not
I agree with that. I already agree with that.
Okay,
that you
good.
can see further. Like the first time you said this to me, my first reaction was, this cannot be real.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. You can obviously see further than just miles. Like,
Yeah, again, it depends on your height. Because if you lie down on the ground, you won't be able to see your mobile phone. If you put your mobile phone under a basketball court, you know the basketball court, you put your mobile phone under the basketball net, run to the other side, and lie down under the other basketball net, you won't see your phone. And that floor is level. And you're lying down on your stomach. But if you stand up, you can see your phone. You lie down, you don't see your phone. Okay?
I see what you mean.
That's right. So a level surface can obscure because of the distance you are and the angle you are at which you are when you're trying to see the object. Okay?
Yeah.
You don't have enough angle.
I'm very curious to ask you guys something.
Yeah, go on.
What do you think about killing animals? Is this something we should do? Or is this something
it's an interesting question, isn't it? I think when you're killing animals for survival to eat, it's okay. If you're killing to eat, it's okay.
A weird question.
What'd you say? A weird question?
Yeah, so he said it was a weird question.
Weird question asking a flat Earth channel.
This question is obviously coming from somewhere because if you are the type of person to become a flat earther, maybe you are the type of person to question something like this.
It's irrelevant.
Wow.
It's irrelevant.
Wow.
Some people here eat all kinds of food. Some people eat carnivore. Some people here only eat vegetables.
Wait, so what did you say? I am
It's
what?
irrelevant. You're racist.
I'm racist.
Yeah.
That's just a joke. That's a joke, that is.
Okay.
Because you said, because someone, I think it was you, said racist
you
or someone.
people, you people. Yeah, you flat earthers, I'll do this. People. Yeah, you people.
You people. Yeah.
If I ran around saying you people would want my head.
Yeah, they wouldn't like me. But anyway, yeah. Okay, so you now understand that the numbers we tell you do not lie. You know that for yourself. You've got it. It's between you and the numbers now. You, the numbers, and the earth. It's not against us. We already know it's flat. So we're not too concerned now, whichever direction you go. If you're a flat earther, yip, yip, hooray. You're still on the globe, never mind. Simple as that. Well, it's not going to change my position.
Okay, do you have any other things that you think are very interesting for someone like me to learn about?
We're only talking about the Earth here at the moment. You know, that's all we can really talk about. The Earth shape, moon landings are not real. You already know that. You know?
Yeah, I've already seen that. It's obviously been faked. It's impossible.
Okay, so let's try and help you along then. So if the Earth is, if you know they didn't go to space and they couldn't have taken any pictures, and the pictures you have seen are all CGI images of Earth, you personally have not seen the curvature. You've just been given some serious information right now. It's clearly obvious. You've only got one thing left to do. Go and check it. That's it. That's it. That's what we're going to say to you. Just go and check it. You've got enough information to be able to tell whether or not the Earth is a globe or not. Go and do that. Take a friend and then go and check it. Okay? That's my advice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You were here a few months ago, you said, a couple of months ago, and the flat earthers gave some strong arguments. You've come here. Those arguments haven't weakened. In fact, they've got even stronger probably now. And now you're becoming a flat earther. You're actually going to go out and check. Yeah. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. The man is becoming a flat earther. That's what you just witnessed. He says it's ridiculous that you can only see 1.22 miles if you're on a globe. Well, that's what the numbers are from the dimensions. But we're seeing beyond that. That's proving that the Earth isn't a globe, and that's what he's going to realize when he goes to check.
He doesn't want to be a flat earther.
No,
it's like he doesn't want to be a flat earth. I don't know about that. It's like I said, I'm not fully convinced.
There's nothing here to convince anybody. We're all just talking to ourselves about how flat it is and how it's not a globe, and you agree with us. I get it. A globe.
But is there any other things that you can show me? Like you show me this oil rig video. That's very interesting. You have any
we
other
got
things like
1,000
that?
things. What do you want to see?
Some of the most.
Give him the laser test. The laser test.
Yeah. Has anybody got any laser tests on hand?
I'm on a different computer. I don't have it.
Oh, that sounds interesting, actually. What about what?
I was going to show you a long distance observation, but maybe
let's see it.
Oh, okay. If you want to see a long distance observation, let me show you this video quickly. You can watch it for yourself. Hang on a second. I'm just going into the YouTube. So give me 2 minutes to retrieve it from my library. Okay. 2 minutes I require. I've just entered YouTube now. I'm now going to go into my library. Wait a minute. There it is. Good.
Hey, somebody put up like 2 of them already. Jin.
Yeah, I was going to give him this one from Hawaii.
I feel like flat earthers should be vegan, though. That would be awesome. I mean, that would make more sense.
Yes, most are vegan, yes. But did you see the laser tests?
Oh, yeah. Look at the laser tests. They're even better.
Oh, let's see. Having a great night, by the way. Tomorrow I'm not working, so this is an awesome night.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that. Thank you very much for that.
Most flat earthers are also very wealthy. So once you're ready.
Ready for what?
Put the globe aside and be a rich man. But go ahead, check out the laser test.
Yeah, you'll stop wasting your money on stuff like meteorite insurance and weird stuff like that. Unless you want to buy meteorite insurance, because I sell meteorite insurance. It's $39.59 a month, and if a meteorite hits your house, and you have it, and you can prove that that was a meteorite that fell from outer space, I pay you $10 million cash. You get the whole $10 million.
Wait, but why would you assume there's no meteorites just because Earth is flat?
Dude, I'm just telling you. Buy my insurance then. That's a good deal. That's like buying a lottery ticket every month and hoping that it hit. That's the same chance.
That's obviously a good business in any type of Earth form because it's so rare.
Yeah, right. But nature, you must be careful, because you're shortly going to find out that the Earth isn't a globe, and that was a belief that you carried. Now you're carrying the belief of the rocks landing on Earth. There's no proof of that at all. No proof. But that's what you're going to learn next. That's going to be the next thing. That meteorites, asteroids, and what's the other one? Meteorites, comets. These things are not landing on Earth. Okay? That's not happening, man. That's what you're going to learn next.
What about the Tunguska meteorite? Have you seen that one?
Did it land on the Earth?
Yeah, in Siberia.
No.
Was that
the one in Russia? Was that the one in Russia?
Not the one that it was filmed. That was, or I think it was that one.
Yeah. Again, how do we validate that? You see, we cannot validate that. That's going to be believed.
It's actually, to give you credit, it is convenient that it's in Siberia, right? But it's
exactly what you mean. Yeah, it's not good enough. It could have been a weapon that was just exploded up in the air. No, I'm never going to accept that at all. That the day I saw it, I knew it was fake. So no, thank you.
I see. So there is evidence of this
Fakery.
event, but it could be a rocket also. I mean, it's in Siberia, so they have done this with Tsar Bomba also. They blew it up in some island in Siberia also.
That's why, like I said, you're going to check into that and you're going to have doubt. And then that doubt will go to, I'm never going to accept it. That's what's happening. You'll never accept it because it's just not real. Right? And then the dinosaurs, you save money because you won't buy dinosaur memorabilia. You won't buy any of that. You won't even go to the museum. Save yourself money there as well.
I cannot post images here.
Yeah. Dude, you don't have to go to any museum. You don't have to listen to anybody's story.
Yeah.
I cannot post images here. I cannot share my screen. How can I show you guys something?
Oh, no. Balls. Well, hang on. Did you see the stuff? Wait a minute. Did you see the stuff we sent you? We'd rather you look at the stuff we're sending you. And that's the laser tests. And then I posted the long distance observation, Oahu from Kauai, 109 miles.
I'm gonna watch these.
That one I sent is about 10 minutes. That's all. You can watch it now. You can watch it later. I don't mind. Not in any hurry, but it's there for you. And then you got some laser beam ones there. Very good.
I like documentaries. I'm a big documentary fan. I love that.
So am I. 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, an hour, 30 minutes, all of them. I watch them all.
I've watched so many documentaries in my life. I've been watching documentaries since, as far as I can remember.
I'm 63. I'm sure I've been watching them longer than you have.
Yeah.
And I enjoy every minute of them. Especially in the last 10 years. Like I said, I'm telling people I'm a walking internet. The amount of material that I've watched. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've uploaded a lot. More than 2,000.
I watched, the longest one I watched was the new Pearl Harbor. It was called 9/11.
Yes,
documentary.
that's the one I gave you, I think 2 months ago. That's about the 9/11 and the new Pearl Harbor,
Yeah, you didn't give me that one. I watched it like 1 year ago.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
Because I've been mentioning that one a lot to people recently. I watched it years ago myself.
But that one kept being deleted from YouTube. And
I keep getting it. Yeah, I found that. I had it in 3 parts, right?
Yeah.
Part 1, 2, and 3. I've still got 2 and 3. They deleted 1. I looked again and I found it all in 1 block. So I've got it. Yeah, they do that.
Yeah, and sometimes I noticed if you look it up, it doesn't show up. But if you have the link, it's still up on YouTube. You know what I mean? But if you just, like, I remember one time I looked it up and it didn't come up.
Yeah. I looked it up. It took me about an hour to actually find one that I've got. I was looking for part 1, but part 1 didn't come up. But this new one came up, which is like the same documentary, but all combined 4.5 hours. I think part 1 may have been removed because there may be a copyright problem with it. So the owner took it down. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's a possibility, obviously. I'm not sure.
I think the 9/11 thing had, the discussion had a success because I heard that now most Americans believe it was detonation, was an inside job.
Inside job, yeah. And we can't really talk any more about that, so we have to drop that one for now. Okay?
Yeah,
because what tends to happen is that we get into that and then we end up talking about other things. Got to keep it flat earth based. 9/11 happened on a flat earth anyway. There you are.
Yeah. Bart Sibrel.
Yeah, Bart Sibrel. Yeah.
You don't have to watch SpaceX anymore. So SpaceX shit, you can just turn it off now. Unless you like watching cartoons, all it is.
So true, Radwin. So true. You don't have to waste your time with Elon Musk.
I was never.
You can tell he's telling the truth because he's a lying bastard, ladies and gentlemen.
I was never a fan of Elon Musk or rich people in general. I find them just boring and just delusional in general, you know.
Yeah, exactly. They're very delusional people. Like I said, you can tell he's telling the truth because he's a liar. Just like he said when he said he sent the Tesla to space and they were looking at the CGI image and everything else. He says, "Oh, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. We've got better CGI than that," he said. It just made me laugh. So now I've coined that phrase. You can tell he's telling the truth because he's a liar.
Yeah. I remember watching the glitch when he said he sent the Tesla into space. There was a glitch where it showed that it was inside the studio, the car.
Yeah.
Or was that a meme or something? Or was it actually an actual glitch that happened?
Yeah, I think it was a glitch that did happen, yeah. Because that was heavily scrutinized. I mean, obviously we know it's not going there because he said he was sending it to Mars. Remember, he wants to go to Mars to populate Mars is his dream, right? But the thing is, he hasn't even gone to the moon yet. He hasn't even set rockets up properly. He's got rockets that don't work properly, 33 engines, performing worse than the Saturn V Apollo rockets.
Yeah,
it's meant to be moving forward in technology. Terrible.
Yeah, but you know, when it was one moment that was very funny. It was one moment when I realized that some of these, very nerdy people, very like smart looking, whatever. There is one guy in my country, he's like some kind of physician, professor, whatever. He has a YouTube channel. And he's like he's very liked by the tech guys, by nerd guys, by all these people. And he's obviously an Elon Musk fan. All that stuff I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. And one time he said that he believes that it's possible to create an elevator from Earth to Moon. I said,
"Oh, I remember that. I remember that.
You have to be joking. These people are actually dumb." I said at that point, okay, hold on. These people are actually dumb. This is like a religious belief. This is science about this universe, things, whatever. This is so stupid. How can you believe you can build an elevator from Earth to the moon?
Yeah, and have it still connected.
Yeah, all the time. Stupid. And they believe that these planets are rotating and all these things, yet he believes it's possible to create an elevator.
Well, you're definitely a flat earther in the making. I'll say that much, Nature. You're definitely talking flat earth like us here because we don't accept that nonsense. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Oh, yeah, elevator from
ridiculous thing to say. We were all laughing here in the server, you know, when that was said, when so many jokes were cracked. Yeah, ridiculous idea.
That was as soon as I heard that, because he was a very popular person, I watched like maybe 2 or 3 videos from him, some interesting stuff. As soon as he said that, I said, this is the worst thing you could have said in your life. That would have destroy your reputation of you from my side. You know, like this is the dumbest thing I've heard in my life.
Well, I'll tell you something that I find that's dumb that not many people realize. Okay, this is about India. Since 1977 to the present day, yeah, India has had 2,400 bridges collapse. And I'm not talking about bridges that pedestrians use. We're talking about the trains and cars are using bridges and they're collapsing, killing people, yeah? Okay? Since 1977 to the present day. And yet they want to tell us that they've got 2 satellites on an elliptical orbit around the moon, 1 probe landed on the south side of the moon maybe 2 years ago now, I think it was. And then they sent, that same year, they sent a probe to the sun. India, they can't build bridges, but they can definitely do the space stuff. It's ridiculous. It's an insult to your intelligence. If you can't build bridges, you're not doing anything in the way of that kind of technical, not that you can do it anyway, violating the space. You can't even build a bridge.
That's a good comparison. That's a good comparison.
Well, yeah, that's why I laugh. Because I think it's ridiculous.
You said 9,000 bridges, or how many?
2,400 bridges since 1977. So how can you be going to space when you can't even build a bridge so people can use? I mean, it got to a point where, it was like there was one period during the 10 years, okay, that every other month or so, half a year or so, a bridge is collapsing. And I'm thinking, India, what's going on with India with these bridges? And then me and my brother was laughing because we looked on Google and we saw this bridge that collapsed, cars underneath, flattened. We couldn't stop laughing, So how can they not build bridges in India? What is going on? And then we looked it up, and that's when I found out that they've had 2,400 bridges since 1977. You know what I said? A country that can't build bridges shouldn't even be in the G20. Shouldn't even be in the G20 with that kind of nonsense going on. Very unsafe.
I guess it's, maybe it's like a cheaper option. They are okay with dealing with it that way, just rebuilding them or something.
I still have the images of the Indians sitting on top of the roofs on the trains. First World War, Second World War trains they're using that Britain and Australia helped them to construct. Okay, they're still running those systems. Now they're working. I think they're working with Japan to get a new system going into their country now. Starting to work on getting some modernization on their infrastructure and transportation, the rail. So hopefully, that'd be good for them.
But have you seen that video also where Indian government claims that they've been to the moon?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's called Chandelier 1. Chandelier 1. It's called Chandrayaan 1. Chandrayaan 2. Yeah, and Chandrayaan 3. And then Chandrayaan 4 is the probe to the sun.
The video looks so fake.
Yeah, definitely fake. They supposedly landed on the south side of the moon, the South Pole, right? Landing on the moon, looking for water. That's what they were looking for, water. That's why they landed on the South Pole, supposedly landed on the South Pole. So if we were looking at that from the Earth, this spacecraft would be landing upside down, landing up, going up, but landing the right way up if we're on the moon. Ridiculous. Okay?
Yeah. I want to say something, guys. Like, I was saving these videos you showed me, and then in my recommendation, there was one video. I want to tell you something interesting. So this video is called, it's from this science guy. He appeared during my childhood on Discovery and all these things. It's some African guy. I don't know his name. You probably know him. Science guy, whatever. Very popular. Neil Tyson, I think is his name. And
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, and the video is called "Was the Moon Landing Faked?" and it's from 5 years ago, and it has almost 10 million views. Now, I want to tell you guys something. So when I'm looking at this thumbnail, of course, if I click on the video, he's gonna say, obviously, the moon landing wasn't faked. I haven't watched the video, but obviously he's gonna say that. But when I see that this video has 10 million views, and he's putting in the thumbnail, or whoever is making the video is putting in the thumbnail, was the moon landing faked? What they're basically doing, in my opinion, is they are seeing that people are thirsty about this subject. They can see that there is a market about this subject, and they are trying to get that market of these people who want to know the truth about the moon landing. So then they just make this video where they're saying, don't worry, the moon landing wasn't fake. But what that says is that there are so many people, that's what it says to me, there's so many people who are wondering whether or not the moon landing was fake, because they suspect that it might not be true.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And so why do humans suspect that the moon landing made?
Well, it's interesting because they want to know if they went or not. Is it possible to go? But what you will notice is that they shut down Flat Earth, because if the Flat Earth videos were left alone and let everybody, download and watch Flat Earth videos, people would learn quickly that the moon landings were a hoax very quickly. Do you understand? Yeah, they censor Flat Earth. But if they stop censoring Flat Earth, everybody would be coming to this knowledge very quickly indeed. Remember, if you go back to 2016, Flat Earth overtook Donald Trump when it came to what is it? What's the word I'm looking for here? That's research on YouTube, on hits on YouTube.
Really? When?
Yeah, more people were looking at Flat Earth material. It was top of the list. They overtook Donald Trump on the campaign trail. Straight past like a bullet train. Yeah. It was the #1 research hit on YouTube. Flat Earth.
When was this?
Okay.
1 year. What year was this?
2016.
Really?
Yep.
But you see my point, that what you just said, right? What you just said and what I said about that video. The way I look at this is that, humans, it's like a story of humanity.
Yeah.
That humans are discovering truths, it's like the story of humanity. How humans are discovering this truth, putting aside these lies. It's a story. It's a story of humans. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, Sheepdog said it. My colleague Sheepdog, he said, everybody wants to know the truth. That's what it's about. That's, and AI as well. He said it as well. People want to know the truth about their existence. How did you get here?
I start to believe at my age that things have a scope,
Well, I'm lucky that I was born in 1961, because I can bring all that experience from those years right up to the present day. I have all that knowledge, that experience, what was going on back then. Yeah.
It's like, for example, this social gathering here, this discussion that's happening here with real humans. So all these real humans that are living on this planet right now are interested in this subject because of certain reasons, which came because of certain things, and they happen for a reason. All of us are here right now with the scope. So now we are debating these things, we are exchanging this information, and these things are gonna matter, because then this is gonna create other conversations in our personal lives, and this is going to spread conversation, debates. You know what I mean? So these things happen for a reason.
Yeah. My hope and wishes are that when everybody finally gets to learn all this, they will then begin to challenge the government. And can you stop the space budget? Because you're not going. We know you are not going there. You know what I mean? And can you please educate the children properly? Educate our children properly, because we know we're not a globe hunting for the universe. That will be a revolution in itself. The government will know they're in trouble, and they've got to give up and get out, because peace is coming.
But
that's going to take a while,
because also that would reveal the fake moon landing also.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of money being wasted there. Also, have you seen that video where that guy Bart Seibel, he goes to one of the astronauts,
Neil Armstrong?
But he
with Buzz Aldrin.
Some other guy, I forgot his name. He goes to his
you got
house.
Buzz Aldrin, you got Neil Armstrong.
They punched Buzz in the
There were
face.
some other guys that he interviewed.
There was a third one too, but I don't remember who his name was.
Well, I'm assuming he's talking about the guy getting punched in the face.
No, not that one. The one where he went to his house, and
Yeah, I've forgotten his name. Yeah, I know you mean Mitchell. That's it, Mitchell.
maybe.
Astronaut. Yeah.
And then when he left, that guy was talking with his son. He was talking about calling the CIA to kill him.
Yeah, to have him waxed, he said.
Remember?
And Buzz goes, that'd be good footage for us. Go ahead.
That's just a normal reaction, isn't it?
The camera's still going.
Nothing suspicious about that reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, everyone already knows that the moon landings were fake. Even the Globers know that.
That was a good response from him. I'm glad he said that in that moment. Sometimes you discover the best responses after the fact. But
But Cyclone is actually saying something that response is actually a little bit suspicious that Bart Sibro said that. Actually, I think that's what you're getting to. Is that right, Cyclone?
I'm saying the guy who's saying he's going to get the CIA to kill him for asking him if he landed on the moon. I'm saying that's a suspicious response.
Oh yeah.
Gene, you're going further. You're saying that Bart Seibel might actually be together with them.
Well, there's something about it because Bart Sibro doesn't want to talk about flat Earth, and of course, it's quite obvious why he doesn't want to talk about flat Earth because, as we've said, flat Earth exposes everything. So it would shut down his business, obviously, and he doesn't want that to happen. So he will always say that the Earth isn't flat, and he doesn't like the connection. He doesn't, because when people have done that, he said, "What's the connection? There's no connection there."
Well, so first of all, I want to know why you're saying that it's gonna shut down his business, but also, the reason why I think he doesn't want to talk about it is because he's trying to fight this moon landing thing. But if he's gonna say that he believes that the Earth is flat, then most people are not gonna take him serious, which is true. You understand? Like this.
Oh yeah, but flat earthers will find out for themselves that the moon landings were a hoax, and they're not going to be interested in what he's got to say because they'll know for themselves that it's a hoax.
Yeah, well, flat earthers obviously they believe that the moon landing was faked also. But
yeah, they know.
Bart Sibel is his main thing is about unveiling the fake moon landing. So, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, everything has an explanation.
Yeah, he wants to keep the interest of the public in that topic matter. But if people become flat earthers, their interest will soon peak and then die off. Do you know what I mean? And he probably doesn't want that to happen.
Yeah, well, it might actually help them become flat earthers also.
Well, yeah, in a way, yeah, you could say that, yeah, because by this time he's got no choice. The thing is, they know it's flat anyway. They know it's flat. Come on, how can you not put that together?
But Bart Seibel, even if he believes that Earth is flat, he's still not gonna say it's flat.
Well, there's no point in speculating about what strangers may or may not believe.
And it's not anywhere. But it's not him being paid or something. It's just that
it doesn't really matter. He's his thing is debunking the moon landing. We all understand that the moon landing was fake. So,
but he's the best in terms of the moon landing, in my opinion.
Well, he's not actually. No, he's not the best. He's done some good material, but I wouldn't say he's the best at it. No. There's better proponents out there that have done more work, more hours have put in as well. So, but again, they also disrespect and poo-poo the flat Earth, if you will. Okay, so and they're all doing it. They're all saying the Earth's not flat. They're all doing it. Jim Fetzer, all of them, all saying that the Earth isn't flat.
Do we have
Marcus
anyone
Allen.
who believes in the moon landings?
Sorry?
Do we have any new people in who believe in the
Yeah,
moon
let's
landing?
check. Do we have any new people in?
Or the globe?
Let's check it out. Yes.
Get some new blood in here.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, no, we don't seem to have anybody new in here, but if there's anybody who has any questions regarding the heliocentric model or the flat Earth, please ask your questions. We're here to answer all the questions you may have. Doesn't matter how strange you might think they are. Please go ahead. Do not hesitate. Why do we say the Earth is flat? Why are you going against all the information and the evidence we have? Why are you going against all the scientists, etc., etc.?
I really wanted to share something, but I don't have permission.
Oh yes, Cyclone. Nature wants to post some material. I think you have to be a member for a while. Actually, from what I understand.
You have to DM it to Jen for Jen to post.
Yeah, if you DM it to me, I'll post it.
Well, just if you can just take a picture, a screen.